Chapter 321 Enemy road is narrow. Bennu bird shines. Late at night. Sabayati archipelago. Because of the opening of the Abyss Party era, Luffy and others also encountered some small waves on the way and were targeted by demons, so they delayed some time and came to Sabayati archipelago late. However, although it was late at night, the lights of the church did not go out and Glantai seemed to be waiting for their arrival. It's so late, the lights are still so bright, Sabo said in surprise. And just when Luffy was about to knock on the door, a gentle voice came from the church. Saints, you are finally here. Come in. The door is open. Cluck cluck. Several people pushed gate of opening. They found that Glantais was praying with his eyes closed. Glantais, how did you know we would come? Ace said in surprise. Gola and Dis gently closed the Bible, turned to face the crowd and said gently, it's God's revelation. Wow, that's amazing. Stronger than observation haki. Luffy exclaimed. Hehe, I just sensed the approach of a pure heart. Glantais said with a smile. That's it. We want to find your clergy alliance to deal with the evil and darkness in this world together. Sabo's gate of opening made a direct statement of his intentions. Our clergy order also has this intention. Grantais said, if I have the opportunity, I would also like to ask your Pope and Lord Athena about the true meaning of love and justice. The sanctuary welcomes you anytime. Kobe said politely. No, there are a lot of affairs inside and outside the church now, and I don't think I can leave here recently. Grantais Vivi frowned and said, because of the opening of the Abyss Age and the fact that many forces want to poach paladins, the situation in the cult is more complicated now. First, there will be many adventurers visiting Glantais, and secondly, she has to supervise the paladins in the regiment. After all, many pirates are bad, and if the clergy goes astray, it is also a huge threat to the order. If Sister Galantis needs help, you can ask Marshal Kuzan, who is also one of the representatives of Saint Seiya. Kobe said, well, I've met Kuzan. Glandis said. Then, she turned to the back of the sect and said softly, Obs. As soon as the voice fell, a young and beautiful female holy knight came out of the back hall wearing a holy and gorgeous knight armor and carrying a cross decorated with flowers. This female paladin named Obers, whose full name is Obers Rosenbach, is the granddaughter of Margero Rosenbach, the leader of the sect and the descendant of the 5 saints Milan Rosenbach. At the same time, she is also a genius paladin in the clergy order. She usually pays attention to dressing up just like a princess in the order. Sister Galantis, are you the Saint Seiya you are talking about? Obes Vivi frowned and said, in front of her, except for Sabo and Kobe, the clothes of the other three looked very strange. Doesn't seem like a good person. However, because Obes is also a paladin, it is easy to see into the hearts of others, so he let go of his guard. Well, it's your fault this time, Glantais said. Then, she said to Luffy and the others, Luffy, she is a high-level paladin in our sect. This time she will represent our sect and visit the sanctuary. Yoshi, we will protect Obes well, Luffy said with a grin. It's almost the same for me to protect you. Obes turned his head, snorted coldly, and said arrogantly. Afterwards, the two sides had a friendly negotiation, and finally, the clergy order and the Saint Seiya order reached an alliance. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the phone bug on Kobe suddenly rang, and the caller was Tonghu from Sanctuary. Because of the arrival of Kobe and Kuzan, the Sanctuary has introduced phone bugs to facilitate contact with the outside world. Kobe, please return to the Sanctuary immediately. The underworld warriors have invaded, and the holy war has started. Tonghu said, Nani, did you sneak attack in the middle of the night? Kobe Vivi was shocked and then said, okay, we will return immediately. After that, several people rushed out of the church immediately, or summoned flying type Pokemon such as fire-breathing dragons, or spewed vindictive wings from their backs, preparing to return to the sanctuary. Obes, can you fly? Sabo asked affectionately. What a joke. Obes smiled proudly, and then there were 6 wings of golden light erupting from behind, almost covering the entire cathedral, and the entire island turned into a golden glow in an instant. Seeking flowers 0. Instigate, instigate, instigate. The end. After a few flashes of light and shadow, the 6 left the Sabayati archipelago. About half an hour later, the new world was over. Bear, Luffy and his party, who were flying at high speed, suddenly burst into flames like a meteor. Pegasus. Come on, it is the Skyburst Bennu bird Huiwo that I met on the island not long ago. It's him again. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ace Vivi frowned, then immediately accelerated, hugged the fire, and fell into a nearby island together. Boom. I only saw a big explosion of flames on the island, and the collision between the two instantly blasted a large deep pit hundreds of meters, as if forming an arena. In the thick smoke, Ace and Huiwo both had flames burning in their hands, and they confronted each other with cold eyes. Immediately afterwards, Sabo also flew to the island to support Ace. Luffy, take Obers back to the sanctuary first. Leave it to us here. I'm not going with those little brats. However, Obers landed on the island and did not go to the sanctuary. Although she disliked Luffy Luffy and the others. The purpose of her stay was because she realized that Huiwo was powerful and Ace and Sabo were not his opponents at all. Obs, Luffy said in surprise. No matter, they should be fine. Let's go back to Sanctuary first, Kobe said. After that the six were split into two teams, and Ace, Sabo, and Obs stayed here to fight against Huiwo. And Luffy, Buggy and Kobe were the first to follow the call and return to the Sanctuary. At this time, the Sanctuary, the first line of defense, was already covered with a large patch of bright roses. A rose that is still fighting for glory in the dead of night. Is this waiting for my appreciation? One of the three giants of the underworld, Tiangi Star Griffin Minus, with several subordinates, stood on the cliff and looked at the scene in front of him. On the opposite side, a handsome man with blue hair was biting a rose that had always been bright red, looking at Minus calmly. Chapter 322 Magic Palace Rose Flame Showdown. What a wonderful face. Going Saint Aberfica of Pisces. Minus looked at Abfica's face and smiled evilly. His ability is to play with the enemy by manipulating lines, and the Aberfica in front of him is a perfect work of art in his mind. Just one person? You don't need Lord Minus to deal with you at all. At this time, the underworld warrior behind Minus rushed forward and jumped into the sea of roses. A bunch of idiots. Minus wanted to stop it, but it was too late and all his men had jumped off. Nani. Woohoo-ah. In the sea of flowers, these underworld fighters have not yet taken action, and the whole body has not obeyed, as if they were fixed. I ruined my roses, but I have to pay a heavy price, Abofika said with a cold face ahead. Between the words, several underworld fighters had completely lost their five senses of 6, 7, and 0 and finally fell to the ground. In just an instant, Minus subordinates all perished. As expected of the Garden of Death, Minus was startled by Vivi, then regained his confident smile. A beautiful rose always has thorns. These flowers are royal magic palace roses, which are highly poisonous. As long as the pollen is inhaled or stabbed, they will immediately lose their five senses and eventually die. No, it is precisely because it has thorns that it looks more arrogant, Yabofiaka said arrogantly and coldly. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Minus suddenly laughed wildly. I'm more interested in you than these flowers. As soon as the voice fell, Minus jumped up and flew over the sea of flowers, giant wings flying, only to see Minus open his wings and then fan out a huge whirlwind, sweeping away all the roses in an instant. Ahead, Abfica Vivi's eyes widened, but she quickly regained her composure. On the opposite side, Minus laughed savagely. Enjoy the torment of pain, and then drift along with this flower. At this time, in the Sanctuary Ares Palace. This is the Royal Magic Palace Rose. Shin looked at the rose petals rolled up by the hurricane and was surprised. Isn't Yapfica the last house? Why is it standing in front of you? Tonghu asked aside. Originally Ares was the first house, and the first enemy that Pluto would face was Shin. Unexpectedly, as the last palace, Aberfica took the initiative to attack and was the first to block the underworld fighter. Perhaps there is something he wants to protect there, Shion said lightly. Near the sanctuary, there is a small village inhabited by humans. Aberfica stood in the front just to prevent the underworld warrior from harassing the small village. At this time, Huiwo and Ace were here. Bear. Ace ignited golden flames all over his body, dazzling like the sun. Corona whirlwind. On the opposite side, Huiwo did not show too much momentum and directly blasted a huge fireball. Dai Ankai, Phoenix wings sky soaring. Ace attacked head-on, throwing a fireball of the same size with one hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the two fireballs fought against each other. The two flames repelled each other, and the air rumbled, producing a violent reaction. Boom boom boom. After a while, Huiwo's fireball instantly overwhelmed the opponent's attack and flew towards Ace. Damn. Ace gritted his teeth, not expecting that the gap between him and Huiwo was still so big. Guardian of the Holy Light. At the critical moment, Obs chanted for a while and put a sacred shield on Ace, blocking the fatal blow. Hey. The duel of the Saint Seiya is always 1v1. Don't interfere. Ace not only didn't thank Obs but instead looked disgusted. Ace, you have to be careful, Sabo said worriedly. Because of this unwritten rule, he didn't do anything. However, if it comes to a critical moment, he will still shoot. This lady is kind enough to help you. Just wait for you to be beaten into a pig's head. On the side, Obs was furious and he was scolded for saving him. Blessings of courage, blessings of protection. However, Obs still meditated in his heart and secretly added a powerful buff to Ace, and his attack and defense power skyrocketed in an instant. Although he has the temperament of a young lady, Obs is very rational and intelligent in nature and is a very competent paladin. And Ace did not know that he had been blessed by Obs and went into battle again. Come on Huiwo, I'm going to get real. Ace burst into the sky again and then jumped. Juyujinzu fire fist. This time, Ace's fist merged into the strange fire and then he slammed his fist and the golden flame spurted out instantly. With the blessing of the fire spirit ring, the power of the flame is even better. 0. No matter how hard you try, the result is the same. Corona whirlwind. Wei Huo sneered and threw out a fireball to meet him again. Bear. In the sky, the two flames collided with each other, making a huge roar again. However, the result this time was different. Ace's flame instantly overwhelmed his fireball. Boom. In the end, Wei Huo was directly engulfed by the flames, and half of the dark clothes had been smashed to pieces. No, how is this possible? Is it the power of that ring? Wei Huo looked at the shiny ring on Ace's hand, thinking that this counterattack was entirely because of this ring. He didn't know the powerful role Obs played in this battle. Obs is a high-level paladin. Her blessing can make a salted fish counterattack the strong admiral level buff. Ace has already reached the level of a level 80 powerhouse, and with the special flame of Wei Huo is naturally no match for him. Wei Huo, who was unaware, couldn't predict the changes in Ace, so he suffered a big loss. Wei Huo, you lost. Ace lightly blew out the flames burning on his fingers and said arrogantly. On the side, Obs scolded secretly, stinky rascal. What's the air? If this lady hadn't rushed to the sanctuary, you would have been beaten into a pig's head. I lost, but why didn't you kill me? Wei Huo said. What's the use of killing you? Aren't all underworld fighters infinitely resurrected? Ace sneered, saying 4.0. Besides, your heart is not very evil. It's just that you can't find the meaning of existence. Wei Huo was stunned for a few seconds, as if remembering some memories, and then stubbornly said, I won once with the power of the outside world. Don't make irresponsible remarks here. You remember it for me. Leaving a cruel word, Wei Huo stroked the wound, flew into the sky, and returned to Hades City. Actually, he's not bad, Obs murmured as he looked at Wei Huo's receding back. As a paladin, she is sensitive to evil, but she doesn't see much evil aura. Perhaps Wei Huo is really as Ace said, but it just can't find the meaning of existence. Go, Athena is still waiting for us, Sabo said. After that, the three of them continued their journey and returned to the sanctuary. Although external forces were used, the duel between the flames was won by Ace. Chapter 323 Sad and Angry God of Buggy. Sanctuary. In front of the Palace of Ares, the battle between Alphika and Minos was in full swing, and the battle was once anxious. Piranha rose. With a fierce attack by Alphika, countless deadly poisonous roses, like a torrential rain, instantly covered Minos. It's useless. However, Minos folded his wings behind him to form a shield with almost no dead ends. Blah blah blah. The crisp collision sound resounded in the sky, and all the roses of Aberfika were ejected as if they were hit on a steel plate. After Aberfika's offensive ended, Minos opened his wings and said confidently, beautiful puppet, fall into my hands. The star puppet line, only to see Minos's small universe explode in an instant, and in an instant several invisible threads have tied Yabofika's right hand. Nanny. Abfika was taken aback, and now his right hand was out of his control. What a pity, your beautiful face will soon be ruined. Only seeing Minos pulling the thread with both hands, Aberfika's arm gradually lifted and began to throw a fist at himself. Bang bang bang. His own fist. 19. It was difficult for Aberfika to dodge, and the heavy punches fell, and his face was soon flushed and swollen. Damn. And just after taking a few heavy blows, Aberfika's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she resisted with her other hand to stop the manipulated hand from attacking herself. If you resist, your hand, Minos smiled wickedly, will break. Oh, as long as it can beat you, so what if it breaks? However, Abfika immediately calmed down. Only the sound of a broken bone was heard, and Aberfika's right arm was instantly fractured. Piranha rose. Abfika's expression didn't change. She endured the pain and continued to send out a lot of roses to Minos. Good courage and ideas. Too bad it didn't work. However, Abfika's attack was blocked again by Minos' wings. The star puppet line. Minos sent out the thread again and instantly tied Aberfika's other hand and feet. In this way, you will no longer have the strength to resist. Wither. Poison rose. Minos pulled the strings again, allowing Aberfika to punch him in the face and brutally break his legs. Only screams were heard on the battlefield, and Yabfika was dazzled by Minos step by step, and the method was extremely vicious. The nebula chain. At this moment, several horn chains emitting pink light flew over, directly cutting off all the threads on Yabofika's body. Who is it? Minos Vivi was startled, then furious, and he was having fun when he didn't expect someone to destroy his art. Hey, underworld warrior, this is the sanctuary, the holy warrior's territory. If you dare to step in, I will blow you away. In the sky, Luffy glared angrily and shouted, how dare a few bronze saints be arrogant here? Minos sneered, not taking them seriously at all. Luffy, Buggy, Kobe, you are no match for him. Aberfika stood up again with difficulty. The battle of the Saint Seiya has always been one-on-one. Leave it to me. Although the injury is not minor, he will not fall down easily. Going Saint Seiya has undergone extremely extreme and strict training, and his toughness is no worse than Luffy. Luffy Vivi lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and then roared at the sky. I agree with the rules of the Saint Seiya, but I am also the captain of a pirate group, and I will swear to protect my companions to the death. Fighting with a monster that can be infinitely reborn. Does it make sense to die like this? Ha ha ha, it's such a boring rubbish friendship, just die together. Minus laughed horribly, and then a terrifying little universe erupted. Giant wings soaring wind. The eruption of the seven senses small universe immediately centered on Minus and rolled up a huge hurricane in a huge range. Boom boom boom. There was a rumbling sound in the sky and the earth, and a huge hurricane spread rapidly outwards, sweeping the audience in an instant. The nebula chain. Kobo immediately used one end of the round lock to create a shield to protect himself while protecting Alberfica and Luffy. The defensive instinct of the Andromeda chain is the highest among the holy clothes, and it can be called an impregnable wall. As for Buggy, because he has the ability to split fruit into pieces, he can be spliced back into pieces after being torn apart by the storm, and he doesn't care at all. In the end, it took dozens of seconds for the storm to calm down. After the aftermath dissipated, several kilometers from the center of the storm had been razed to the ground, and the destructive power was terrifying. Both Luffy and Aberfica were injured to varying degrees, as if they were cut by 10,000 sharp knives. There were tiny knife marks all over their bodies, and cracks appeared on their holy clothes. Thanks to Kobe's protection, the injury would have been worse otherwise. At this time, Buggy flew back from a few kilometers away. Damn, why did you abandon me, Kobe Bear? Only to see the fire in Buggy's eyes, and he was extremely angry at Kobe's abandonment of him. God, Buggy. Unicorn combo. Only to see Buggy jumping up. The small universe exploded to the extreme, throwing out his fists and feet in anger. The seventh sense microcosm. What's going on here? Minus was taken aback. He didn't expect that the little universe of the clown had reached the level of a going Saint Seiya. Damn, star puppet line. Minus expression began to panic, and the thread immediately flew out, destroying Buggy's attack. Clap. However, with each cut, Buggy's fist would splinter, then spliced back together, suppressing his attack. Bang. Afterwards, God Buggy controlled the flying fists and attacked Minus frantically through his mind power. Damn, Minus can't attack, and even less defense. Even if he wraps his wings, his fists and feet can find a gap to attack him. Bang. Another series of attacks. Buggy's grief and anger turned into super strength, and soon Minus was bruised. It didn't take long for Minus to be seriously injured by Buggy. Goodbye, Minus. And at this moment, Aberfica seized the opportunity and flew the poisonous rose out of her mouth. Nanny. Minus stared wide-eyed. A bright red rose was already stuck in front of his heart, and at the same time he noticed that his five senses were gradually disappearing. Abominable. If you die, you will be buried with you. On the verge of death, Minus erupted his strongest small universe, forming a hurricane 10 times stronger than before. The nebula chain. However, just as he made the move, Kobe swung a lot of chains, tying him tightly, and the big move stopped. No. In the end, Minus let out a roar that he did not dare, and then lost all his senses and died of poisoning. As expected, I didn't see the wrong person. Aberfica smiled with relief, and it was he Enshin who brought Buggy back to the sanctuary. Although Aberfica did not teach Buggy personally because of his practice of poison, he was considered half of his teacher. This battle, it was because of God Buggy's outstanding performance that miraculously erupted a small universe with 7 senses, and they could successfully defeat Minus, one of the 3 giants. Chapter 324 Restless Hades. Buggy, you are indeed my worst enemy on the road to One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy was also very impressed and surprised by Buggy's outburst just now. Luffy, you have to keep up. God Buggy, I won't wait for you. Buggy flew over with his entire body, his big red nose pressed against Luffy's forehead, and said proudly, Instigate. At this moment, a few lights and shadows floated in the sky. Ace, Sabo, and Obs returned to the sanctuary safely. Hey, Luffy, are you okay? Sabo asked eagerly when he saw Luffy's injuries. I'm fine, but Aberfica isn't doing well, Luffy said. At this moment, Sabo noticed a cyan light rising into the sky from behind. With such a handsome figure, your heart must be full of justice, Obs said gently. This is a new force. Aberfica felt that the wounds on her body were healing rapidly, and the broken bones miraculously joined together automatically, and the trauma on her body recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long before all the injuries on Aberfica's body were cleared. What a perverted healing ability, Buggy said in shock. This is called sacred, not perverted. Obs snorted coldly and retorted, Hey, what about me? Luffy rushed over excitedly, and asked Obs to treat him, wanting to experience the feeling of bathing in holy light. Bang. However, all this was seen through by Obs, and Luffy was directly met with a ruthless burst of shock. Didn't you say it's okay? Your life is so hard. This little injury is nothing at all, Obs said coldly. My magic power is very precious. Thank you very much for treating me. You are the paladin sent by the clergy order. Aberfica smiled calmly, but she she was still very cold because he is a Pisces. His body and his blood are all highly poisonous, so he has been an arrogant existence all his life and will not approach anyone. Obs Rosenbach, please advise. Obs said, Pisces going Saint Cecilia Aberfika. Aberfika said, let's go. Lady Athena is waiting for you in the temple. Everyone nodded and then entered the sanctuary to meet Athena. At this time, Hades City. Pandora hurriedly walked into Hades' palace, looking a little flustered. Lord Hades, the underworld warriors who attacked this time have all been defeated, Pandora said with a frown. Going Saint Cecilia, it seems that they have long been prepared. The defense of the sanctuary is stronger than expected, Hades said lightly. No, Lord Hades, those who defeated Minos and severely damaged Huiwo were all bronze saints. Pandora said, Pegasus, I didn't expect him to grow so fast. Hades Vivi said in surprise. Not Pegasus. Pandora shook his head gently and said solemnly, it's the unicorn and the phoenix. Ace and the Joker Buggy. Hades' eyes widened at Vivi. His human body had grown up in the world of pirates and he was very aware of their strength. Ace is very famous and strong. It is still possible to defeat Huiwo, but it is already a miracle. And Buggy has always been a jumping clown, which is impossible in his eyes. According to Huiwo, it may be the ring in Ace's hand. Pandora said, epic equipment. Hades' face sank. Did he really underestimate these equipment? Lord Hades, should we find some epic equipment to come back and see? Pandora hesitated because she was afraid Hades would be angry. You step back first, I have my own measure. Hades closed his thoughts and waved Pandora to step back. Perhaps the times have really changed for the power of a salted fish like Buggy to counterattack. At this time, the Holy Pope's palace. Athena and Pope Sage have been waiting for Obersee in the hall for a long time. This must be the granddaughter of Master Margello. Obes, welcome to the sanctuary, Athena said with a gentle smile. The sanctuary is really full of sacred aura. I like it here. Obes squinted and responded with a smile. With such a restrained sense of justice, it seems that the saint is not a generalist. Sai-Chi observed the steady divine breath in Obes' body, and Vivi was suddenly surprised. Formidable strength, no less than a genius paladin. Thanks to her healing magic, I was able to recover so quickly, Aberfika said lightly. Healing the wounded and dying is the duty of our paladins, but the real salvation is not only to heal the wound, but also to heal the heart, Obes said solemnly. Her justice, much like Michelle, is inclusive of all things. When it comes to pretenders, she has always advocated not destroying them by force, but by cultivating their strong will to regain reason. The Avengers are a good example. The saint not only has beauty and talent, but also has great love in her heart, which is really rare, Athena praised. The same is true for every member of the clergy, Obes said modestly, but compared with the goddess's righteousness and love, it is nothing compared to what is insignificant. Both Athena and Pope Serge nodded. It seems that the justice of the clergy order, like theirs, is love and peace. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement. This holy war has formed a situation in which the holy warriors unite with the holy warriors to deal with the underworld warriors. Beep beep beep. And just as they were exchanging the Bible and faith, the phone bug placed in the Pope's palace suddenly rang. From Marine's side, urgent information came. Kuzin's nervous voice came from the opposite side. Hope Sage, during the process of collecting the magic stone, we encountered an attack by the underworld warrior. Chapter 325 The magic stone scramble. What? They smashed the magic stone? Sage said in surprise. Yes, the big three appeared. Kuzin said. Is Minos resurrected so soon? It's really tricky. Sage gritted his teeth. The situation is critical. Please help quickly. Kuzin said. Oops, I must collect epic equipment to deal with the sanctuary. Obes frowned. She knew the epic equipment very well, and it would definitely be a big problem if it fell into the hands of the underworld fighter. Is this kind of equipment really that strong? Sai-Chi said in surprise. The more advanced the epic equipment is, the more it will go against the sky. At the same time, it also needs to challenge the more advanced abyss parties. For example, the middle and high-level combat power of underworld warriors can at least challenge abyss monsters above level 70. Obes said coldly. Some epic equipment can already affect nature, just like the mythical beasts of Pokemon. So strong? Sai-Chi said in shock. Damn, we must not let them succeed. This time, I'll leave it to Tonghu, Xiang, and Luffy. Without hesitation, Athena handed over this urgent task to Tonghu Enshin, and Luffy and the others also attacked together. Because the mobility of the underworld warriors is much stronger than that of the holy warriors, the sanctuary will be attacked by them at any time, so under normal circumstances, too many going saints will not be dispatched to fight. 537. Lord Athena, I will also fight together, Obes said. With your words, I am relieved, Athena said. After that, the Saint Cecilia quickly began to act and went to the pirate world to fight against the underworld fighter. Saint Cecilia cannot let these powerful forces fall into the hands of underworld warriors and at the same time try to get epic equipment. This time, the battle for the magic magic stone is actually a battle for epic equipment. And this time, all over the world, boom, above the major mountains, all the diggers were attacked by the underworld warriors. The smoke of gunpowder rose again, and the world instantly became lifeless. I didn't expect Hades to be such a shameless villain. Damn underworld fighter, I will never share the sky with you. My broken magic stone, remember, I'll be back when I get epic gear. The underworld fighters were unprepared, and a large number of New World powerhouses suffered heavy casualties, fleeing, dying, and wounding. Originally, the combat power of the underworld fighters crushed them. If it weren't for the protection of Pokemon and Dochi, it would be impossible to escape the claws of the underworld fighters. And just when the world was in dire straits, several rays of light of different colors flashed across the sky. It's a Saint Seiya. The 7 colors in the sky draw a rainbow, and everyone sees hope, blessing of courage, blessing of guardianship, wings of sanctification. At the front of the queue, the 6-winged Seraph base applied a powerful buff to the teammates behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, the rays of light in the sky began to scatter and fly all over the world, with Tonghu, Xiang, Luffy and other 5 Bronze Saint Seiya teams rushing to the battlefields at high speed. On an ice-covered island that does not see the sun, Kizaru is being besieged by 2 burly fighters, Kuro, the Arcturus Golem, and the Archangel Deadly Beetle. It's really troublesome. Kizaru was carrying a backpack full of blue ice-breaking magic stones, but when he was about to return to the marine headquarters, he was stared at by them. Hehe, thank you for helping us mine. Spin the cannonball. Assault. The 2 underworld fighters didn't say much. They directly used their big moves and slammed into Kizaru at high speed. Have you ever been hit by an epic weapon? Kizaru confident Isho then practiced pulling the trigger. Boom. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire island, and in an instant countless light cannons devoured the 2 fighters like a torrential rain. However, amidst the billowing smoke, the 2 underworld fighters rushed out with a powerful explosion of light energy, and all their big moves were taken down. It seems to be a tyrant. Do you want to exchange blood for blood? Kizaru thought quickly, noticed the abnormality, and immediately teleported to the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire island began to shake violently, and the destructive power of the 2 powerful underworld fighters was extremely frightening. It's faster than the underworld fighter, and it's a bit of a skill. Kuro gently stroked the wound, and Vivi frowned. Kizaru is an epic weapon, and each bullet has the power of a cannonball, and it is impossible for the 2 fighters not to be injured. Then, the 2 underworld fighters jumped up and threw a heavy punch at Kizaru. Nani, such a bulky body, and such speed. Kizaru Vivi frowned. Their speed is not much worse. Fruit grinding, giant double comet. At this moment, Luffy quickly supported, and the small universe exploded in an instant using a newly developed move, slamming 2 huge fists. Boom. Only a huge explosion was heard, and the 2 underworld fighters fell like meteors, directly embedded in the formation, and the underworld clothes were all shattered, and they were instantly killed. So strong, unbelievable, Kizaru Vivi said in surprise. Because of the blessing effect of OBS, Luffy's strength is already close to the level of going Saint Seiya, and the 2 ordinary underworld fighters can't stand Luffy's heavy blow at all. It's coming. In front of Kizaru, Luffy hadn't disarmed yet because an extraordinarily powerful and evil little universe was rapidly approaching them. Hey, Admiral Kizaru, you go first, Luffy said coldly. Ha ha ha, none of them can escape. However, before the words were finished, a roar of the dragon that shook the sky instantly swept the entire island. Afterwards, a fighter wearing a 2-footed flying dragon underworld clothes gradually appeared in front of Luffy and Kizaru in the billowing smoke. Who is it? Kizaru demanded. Underworld fighter glared at Luffy and then said coldly, Radamundes. The one in front of him is the Tianmengxing Wyvern, Radamundes, who is known as the most loyal fighter and one of the 3 giants. Chapter 326 Fight against the 3 giants of the underworld. Pegasus Luffy, the one who is about to beat you up. Luffy reported his name, then jumped up and shouted Kyomomomo, rubber meteor fist, the trick of Zeiji, and then shouted maximum alert. Boom boom boom. I only saw Radamundes push with both palms, and in an instant countless black barrages blasted out like a torrential rain, as dense as machine guns. Boom. 2 strong small cosmic guns collided, and the sky exploded with overwhelming fire, and the strong aftermath covered the entire island. Like a purgatory on earth. This move is stronger than my light energy barrage. Kizaru sucked in a breath. He understood why Luffy wanted him to leave, because it was no longer a level of combat power. After more than 10 seconds of confrontation, the 2 talents stopped their big moves, and there was no winner. The small universe is not strong, but it can block my greatest warning. They are really weird. Radamundes Vivi was surprised. As Huiwo said, these bronze saints have complex powers. The special flame, the sky-defying equipment, and an unknown mysterious force all surprised Radamundes. It's strange that you guys look at the tricks. The fruit grinds the fruit. The giant comet fist fist. Taking advantage of this attack, Luffy used his third gear to deliver a powerful blow and slammed into Radamandy's. Your fist is nothing more than that. After trying one move, Radamandy's roughly figured out Luffy's strength and then flew up head-on, bursting out a stronger microcosm. Boom! A gust of wind spread in an instant and the two fists collided like planets colliding. In an instant the bottom of the entire island began to crack and a catastrophic avalanche fell on Iceberg, and even the Admiral-level Kizaru could only fly a few times. At an altitude of 1,000 meters it can avoid the spread. After a long time the aftermath slowly dissipated and the island gradually returned to calm. Ugh, it hurts. Luffy stroked his fiery fist, and with the blow just now, Radamandy's strength had obviously undergone a qualitative change. Few people can catch my punch. You are one of them, Radamandy said coldly and arrogantly. Unlike Minos, Radamandy does things neatly and doesn't like to play with his opponents like he does. If he takes the chance, Radamandy will definitely kill Luffy in one move. So strong. Luffy frowned tightly. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Obz's protection, he would have been smashed into scum by a punch. The strength of the three giants is really not to be underestimated. At this time, Garp was in the polar region where the temperature was as high as 50 degrees Celsius. The Star Puppet Line. The newly resurrected Big Three, Minos, used the Star Puppet Line to control Admiral Garp and had already mastered the whole situation. Damn! Garp stared at the bag of burning and broken magic stones behind him and clenched his teeth. In this state it was difficult to even transform Mr. Garp. At this moment Tonghu, Kobe, and Buggy rushed over the nebula chain. Only a few horn chains were seen passing by at high speed, and all the threads on Garp's body were immediately cut off. Yeah, ha ha ha. The defeated generals haven't eaten enough of my fists. Buggy supported her waist and laughed proudly. Minos, using such a disgraceful method, it seems that I look down on you too much. Tonghu sneered. Zero seeking flowers. Damn it, it's you again. Minos saw Buggy and Tonghu was there. His face suddenly darkened, but he didn't expect to bump into the nerve knife among the saints again. It looks like it's another battle. At this time, the last three giants, Tianxiangxing Gialaro Aegos, intercepted Momuzaki and Shin, who came to support him on an island covered with thunderclouds. Ares, Shin, are you so eager to court death? Iago said arrogantly. As the strongest of the big three, he was not afraid of any going Saint Seiya. Iago's, the magic stone. You can't take any of them, Shin said. Just you. Iago's eyes erupted instantly, and the entire island began to vibrate in an instant, and the momentum was like a demon descending. One of me is enough. However, Shin raised Vivi at the corner of his mouth. Because of the blessing of Obz, his power has increased greatly, and he is not weaker than Aegos at all. Momuzaki is the same, full of confidence. Looks like it's time to test my new weapon. I saw was Momuzaki pulling out a glittering golden hilt from his waist. After a while, extreme cold air erupted from the hilt, forming a delicate lightsaber, and the entire island was instantly covered with cold air. Woo-hoo-hoo. Thunder and ice storms in the sky ravaged the entire island like hell. Behind Momuzaki, Shin, and Iago seemed to see a huge ice dragon roaring in the sky. Iagos looked at the weapon, and Vivi was surprised. Could this be the legendary epic weapon? Chapter 327_Angry Three Holy Birds. Feel the wrath of the ice dragon. Momuzaki leaped, and her figure was as gorgeous and elegant as a cherry blossom. Flower dance and kill 1,000 souls. The silver light passed directly from Aegos, and the speed was so fast that even the underworld warrior, who was known as the first in strength, speed, and combat effectiveness, could not escape. Cluck cluck. I only saw that Iagos left a long ice knife mark on his body and then quickly spread, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. As expected of an epic weapon of LV-70. Momuzaki smiled confidently. She was very smart. She challenged an abyss party when she got the first magic stone, and was lucky enough to get this level 70 epic weapon lightsaber Wrath of the Ice Dragon. This sword, which also stores the soul of the ice dragon, carries a very strong cold air. When 767 attacks, it can freeze the opponent and greatly enhance the power and effect of the designated skills. Even though Momuzaki is skilled in fire, the performance of this weapon can still be exerted, and the fire and ice strike at the same time and do not conflict with each other. Good chance. Galactic Revolution. Shin seized the opportunity to create an infinite galaxy with a small universe and psychic power, and the big move exploded in an instant. Boom. Afterwards, a large number of huge meteorites landed in the Milky Way, forming the cosmic star cluster, which is powerful enough to crush all the matter in the world. It's so naive. However, Iagos roared, and all the ice on his body shattered. Garuru flutters his wings. Aegos blasted out an X-shaped shockwave at an extreme speed, colliding with Shin's ultimate move. Boom. Was a loud bang that shook the sky. Shin's ultimate move disintegrated, and the X-shaped shockwave was also offset. Both of them were knocked back 100 meters and then confronted coldly. Zion, not bad, Ayagos said. Ayagos was confident and seemed to know Shin's moves very well. Originally, his strength should have been to hang Xiang, but now Xiang's performance can be said to make his eyes shine. Don't forget, there's me too. At this moment, Momuzagi flew with vindictive wings erupting from behind him. Your opponent is me. And at this moment, a beautiful female underworld fighter leaped and hit with a punch. Boom. Although Momuzagi blocked with his lightsaber, he was still sent hundreds of meters away, hitting the rocks on the hill. You're late, Byron. Ayagos glanced at the female underworld fighter and said, this rare female underworld fighter is Tiangyuxing Byron. She is Ayagos's deputy and is very powerful, claiming to be comparable to Going Saint Seiya. Sorry, but the result is the same, Byron said coldly and arrogantly. Within 5 minutes, the battle will be resolved. Your arrogance will pay a price. Momuzagi quickly flew out again, and then quickly attacked. Go back to Tianxian and call the sword. A gorgeous turn. Momuzagi turned his double swords and slammed into Byron. The speed of his moves was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the phantom of the ice dragon appeared behind him and then gradually merged into the slash. Real beasts. Realizing that he couldn't dodge in time, Byron directly attacked with brute force, concentrating his whole body's strange power to use a profound meaning, and sent a heavy punch to Momuzagi that shattered the mountains and the ground. Boom. Momuzagi's sword hit the ground, instantly causing a big earthquake across the entire island. The special effect of Wrath of the Ice Dragon is to increase the power of the skill by 2 layers and double its destructive power. Coupled with the collision of Byron's heavy punches, the damage to the island was intensified and the ground began to crack. Both of them had blood hanging from the corners of their mouths, and both suffered minor injuries in the explosion. Byron itself has a strength close to level 80 and has a great advantage. Although Momuzagi only has a level 70 strength, but because of his super epic equipment, his strength is not much worse than that of Violet. Sure enough, you can't underestimate that sword. Byron wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and then leaped into the battlefield. This fighter's fist is more terrifying than Mr. Garp. Momuzagi is also afraid of Byron's fist. 3 points. Her weakness is her lack of defense, so she has to be careful of local Byron's attacks. In the ensuing battle, the two fought very carefully. Momuzagi not only uses fire but also has flexible moves, and the weapon has a freezing effect, and every punch of Byron carries the power of shattering boulders. Both have their own strengths, and it is difficult to grasp the opponent's weaknesses, and it is difficult to tell the winner at the moment. At the same time as the Momuzagi battle, Shin, Tonghu, Luffy and others are also fighting. Ace and Sabo went to other islands to stop the underworld warriors who were killing humans. Boom. Under these collisions close to the God-Man level, huge cracks began to appear on the 3 polar islands, and the extremely strong destructive force had made the islands crumbling. Go on, and sooner or later the island will be leveled. Boom. And just as they were unscrupulously destroying, the sky suddenly sank. The island where Kizaru is located, it's so cold, the surroundings of the island instantly turned into ice, and the temperature dropped rapidly, approaching absolute zero. Garp here. What's the matter? The ground is starting to zoom black. Ka 2.0 pu said in surprise. The same is true. The temperature of the island suddenly rises, and the ground seems to be turning into lava. Anshin and Momuzagi here. Boom. The 4 people who were fighting were suddenly interrupted by the thunder that fell from the sky. Thunderbolt. It seems that the owner here is angry, Ayagos said calmly. Soon, thunder covered the entire island, and the earth had turned into a sea of thunder. Above the 3 islands, the frozen bird, the flaming bird and the lightning bird, 3 divine beasts hovering in the sky, glaring at the strong men on the island. Their actions angered the owners of these islands, the 3 holy birds. Chapter 328 Hades ambition. Absolute zero. Sunny day. Thunder. Under the anger, the 3 holy birds resorted to a big move and began to punish the rioters. Boom. The ice storm, the scorching sun, and the mad thunder completely enveloped the 3 islands, and all the people on the islands were shocked. The power of the 3 holy birds is getting stronger and stronger, Garp said in surprise. Now the divine beasts such as the 3 sacred birds and the crackling seed have grown to LV85, and their power has gradually become complete. Even the 3 giants of the underworld cannot be their opponents. However, just as the 3 holy birds' ultimate move was about to fall, a space-time crack suddenly opened in the sky of the 3 islands. God's channel. In a flash of lightning, Hades, then Atos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, respectively appeared in front of the 3 holy birds, and then forcibly pulled them into the channel of the gods and disappeared in front of everyone. Hades. Tonghu said in shock. Another island. Shin was equally shocked, but he was even more puzzled by their approach. Take away the 3 holy birds. Hades, what purpose do they have? 16. Look at your own situation first. At this time, Ayagos flew in at a high speed and punched Shin, who had been distracted, with a punch. Rumbling. With a loud bang, Xi'an penetrated several mountain peaks like a cannonball and finally embedded in a big mountain. Wow! Under the heavy blow, blood dripped from Xi'an's mouth and the holy clothes were cracked. Fantastic! As if there was an invisible shield. Shin stroked his heart. It was incredible that Ayagos's blow just now didn't cause him any serious damage. And at the same time, boom! Luffy, Buggy, Tonghu and others were also distracted by the scene just now, so bad that the big three of the underworld were bombarded by their big moves. Unbelievable. It's just copper skin and iron bones. Is it Obs's blessing? The reactions of several people were the same as Xiang, and they all felt mysterious and mysterious. Tonghu was keenly aware of the aura surrounding the angels, and then he remembered the blessing Obs gave them before they dispersed. All of this is Obs's guardian blessing. Her guardian blessing can not only increase defense, HP, and stamina, but also share the damage suffered by teammates. Just now Luffy and the others suffered heavy losses, and Obs took part of them for them, so they did not suffer a fatal blow. Come on, Big Three, I have to beat you up today. After sensing Obith's powerful blessing, Luffy became more valiant and began to attack other islands. Lushan Baelongba, the Nebula Chain, Unicorn Double Fist. The same is true for other Saint Seiyas, because they have greatly increased their ability to fight. They don't have to worry too much, so they all burst out with their full strength, fighting their opponents to the death and using blood for blood to consume the big three. At this time, on an island, Obs noticed the actions of the saints, and Vivi frowned. You can't be too wavy. Obs passed the customs and attached to the Saint Seiya angel's breath, reminding them, I see if there is no angel lightwing above your head. This buff has a time limit. When the lightwing disappears, it is when the buff is over. You can figure it out. It turns out that all the Saint Seiya nodded as they looked at the gradually weakening angel lightwing. Yoshi, then settle the battle as soon as possible. Afterwards, Luffy started gearing up again and jumped up. Mo. Rubber Meteor Fist. The meteor-like fists attacked again, slamming into Radamundi's. At the same time, the other islands continued to fight on the battlefield, and the fierce battle continued. At this time, in a distorted superdimensional universe, the three holy birds and Hades and the twin gods confronted each other coldly, and the war was about to break out. Mythical beasts of Pokemon, you will become sacrifices for the holy war, Hades said confidently. Hades knew very well that those three islands were the territory of the three holy birds, and this time he brought these three divine beasts to this space in order to get rid of these thorns. He has done investigations on divine beasts, the creation god Arceus, the 9-day demon god, and the death god Dreyfus, the world of corpses, and so on. The strength of these powerhouses is almost above the three giants of the underworld and even rivals the twin gods. The jihad has started, and they are undoubtedly a great threat. If there is a chance, the Pluto army will definitely give priority to get rid of them. Hades, is this your intention? The flame bird was full of anger, imposing and ready to fight at any time. The same is true of Frozen Bird and Lightning Bird. The comers are not good, and there is no need to negotiate. Frozen Light, Sunshine Flames, Thunder. The three holy birds attacked first, and Chi-Chi spewed out three extreme energies of ice, fire, and thunder, blasting towards HA-170 Dis. You have no chance at all. Destroy the light waves. The god of death then Atos pointed forward, sending out a powerful black light cannon. Boom! With a loud bang, the black light cannon directly blew up all the combined attacks of the three holy birds. Although the twin gods can't reach the realm of Hades, the strength of the divine beast and the real god is one level apart. The three holy birds had no chance of winning in the face of the twin gods, not to mention Hades hadn't shot yet. Farewell, three divine beasts, I will let you fly freely in the pure land of bliss. Hades looked calm, and at the same time began to create a black energy ball like a meteorite in his palm. Steel, fire, superpowers, electric shocks to gravel. At this moment the channel of God was directly torn apart, and at the same time the barrage-like light bomb instantly exploded the huge black energy ball emitted by Hades. Who is it? Death god then Atos roared, and Hades was also surprised by Vivi, and then said with a smile, you are here. The creator god Arceus. While speaking, Arceus, the god of creation, led Gulaton, Neptune Tooth, and Crackling Seed, and flew into the passage of God from the crack. Chapter 329 Angel Wings. Holy light explosion. Hades, what do you mean? Arceus asked. The thorns in the eyes of Lord Hades have to be removed. Then Atos, the god of death, said fiercely, you underworld warriors are going to be enemies with Pokemon? Arceus's eyes became sharp, and the 16 slates behind him had burst into the glare of various elements. Pokemon? It's just a humble and insignificant creature. Hades sneered, and at the same time he burst out with an equally powerful aura to confront Arceus. At this time the sleeping god Hyapinos sent out a spiritual exchange. Lord Hades, we still have a holy war. Hyapinos observed that the strength of Arceus in front of him was higher than that of him, while the strength of Kazakusa Ihuanja and Gulaton behind him were not much worse than them. This conflict should be avoided as much as possible. Cut. It's just a few strange animals. Do you need to be afraid of them? Death God then Ados said arrogantly. Roar. The arrogance of Death God then Ados instantly angered the grumpy Gulaton, and the temperature of the entire space began to rise sharply in an instant, almost melting everything. And then Ados, the god of death, also had a ring of strong black light all over his body, and the war was about to break out. At this moment Hades waved to then Ados, signaling him to stop shooting. After thinking about it, Hades withdrew the momentum he released and said lightly, Thanatos, now is not the time. Lord Hades, why? Now is a good time to get rid of them. Then Ados, the god of death, was puzzled and reacted violently. This is an order. Hades directly and forcibly ordered the death god. Then Ados didn't dare to say anything, but was very unconvinced. Listen, Arceus, if you dare to intervene in the holy war, the Pokemon will wait for the genocide. Hades left a cruel sentence and then waved his hand gently, opening a crack and preparing to leave. Hades did not underestimate the existence of Arceus. This time it was just to test his strength. Arceus has reached level 90, and he can still explode the energy balls he releases, which is no weaker than Hades, who has not fully awakened. And the Sea Emperor Yakai Kongzuo and Gulaton are also LV 90, plus the 3 holy birds. They can definitely compete with the Gemini god and remain invincible. If it starts to fight, it will definitely lose both sides, or even be defeated by an army. It's just that Hades is clear that the battle between them and Pokemon is absolutely unavoidable, because among human beings there is a character named Xiazai. After the jihad started with Ash's character, he would never sit idly by to the end. Arceus Haki responded, not at all timid, and Hades just turned around and left a mysterious smile and then disappeared without a trace. Arceus did not catch up because he knew that Hades could not be kept. At this time, the world of pirates. Boom. The explosions on the 3 islands continued, and the war became more and more fierce, and the fighting was in full swing. Except for Tonghu, Buggy, Kobe, and Garp, who have a slight advantage, other fronts have been gradually suppressed. Shin and Ayagos are no different. Ayagos has strong attack power, and Shin is best at defense. The battle between the two sides is like a battle between a spear and a shield, and Luffy's situation is the most serious, and he can't compete with Radamandes by himself. The island where Luffy is located, Kuomo, the giant double comet. Although in a weak position, Luffy fought back hard, and the small universe gradually improved, sending out a big punch like 2 comets. Still struggling, ants, roaring greed. Radamandes let out a deafening dragon roar, and the small universe exploded instantly. Boom. The powerful small universe collided, and the roar of Radamandes was even better, sending Luffy flying again. Come again. However, Luffy quickly got up again and attacked again. As long as he has such a small strength, as long as he is not beaten by seconds, anyone who encounters him will encounter great trouble. At this time, the island of the flame bird. Damn, I can't use the profound meaning at the critical moment. Buggy gritted his teeth with his nerve knife. There was no way to break out the 7 senses microcosm, so there was no way to break minus defense. The star puppet line. Lushan Bailongba. The nebula chain. The two sides are fighting another round of skills. Minus puppet line is very annoying. Except for Buggy, no one else can escape the control of this trick. In this situation, the Saints could only be careful, take care of each other, and clear the thread for their teammates. In a short period of time, they can only fight minus in a war of attrition like this, and it is difficult to tell the difference. However, the buffs on Tonghu and the others are time limited, and now they don't have much time left. Oops, time is running out. Tonghu gritted his teeth. Several Saints looked at the angel light wings above their heads. The holy light was about to disappear. If Obs's blessing disappeared, they would definitely lose. And just when the holy light was about to disappear, the angel light wings suddenly burst out with the ultimate holy light. Holy wings. A coquettish shout echoed in the sky, and in an instant the light wings on the heads of all the saints. The light energy was raised to the extreme, producing a very strong explosion of holy light. Nanny. Unexpectedly, the 3 giants were completely unprepared for this sudden explosion. I didn't expect that the Saint Seiya still had a hand. Boom. Under the shock, the explosion of holy light began to spread, covering the entire island, and the 3 giants of the underworld were instantly submerged in a golden ocean. Only a few screams were heard flying all over the sky, and all the 3 giants of the underworld were blasted away and fell into the sea. Obs's holy wings can not only increase the speed of teammates, but also detonate them with the power of angels at any time. At the same time, the more Obs attacks, the stronger the angelic power is injected into the holy wings. She didn't show up during this period of time, she just reserved this ultimate blow. The 3 giants of the underworld, who were unsuspecting, were directly blown up and seriously injured, and almost all the underworld clothes were shattered. In the end, with the holy counter-attack of Obs, the Saint Seiya Cea successfully defended the magic stone. Chapter 330 The secret of the underworld fighter's immortality. That's it. Is it over? Garp looked at the island that was gradually returning to calm and said in surprise. At this moment a golden light shone across the island and Obs shone with holy light and landed slowly. How strong is this young paladin? Tonghu said in surprise. Obs's hair was flowing in the wind and at the same time his holy knight plate armor was particularly dazzling and the cross in his hand was also flowing with lava-like energy. It seems that studying medicine can't save you saints, Obs said. At this time Luffy, Shin, Momuzagi and others flew back. After the battle they returned to Tonghu to gather. Wow, this armor is awesome. Luffy saw Obs's shiny plate armor and his eyes suddenly flashed with gold brighter than a light bulb. This is an epic that no Abyss party can obtain. The 7 deadly sins of the fall, Obs said proudly. This is a 90 epic armor that requires extremely expensive materials to be upgraded. Obs's equipment is the same level as the Naga King's gluttony on the 9 suns and it is also extremely crafted. 517 Because of this, these bronze saints have the confidence to compete with the big 3. It's amazing. My ring still feels too inferior. Ace looked at the ring on his hand and in front of Obs's equipment it was nothing but nothing. It's not that you're useless in the ring, but it doesn't improve the high level combat power much, Obs said. Looks like it's better to go to an Abyss party as soon as possible. Garp said, feel the gift of God and pray for healing. Seeing that everyone was injured to varying degrees, Obs immediately used healing magic to treat the wounded who had just fought. Blessings of protection, blessings of courage. Immediately afterwards, Obs sent them the blessing of an angel, which greatly increased their combat power. Go, with my blessing you can greatly improve the efficiency of participating in the Abyss party, Obs said with a smile. Yoshi, this is great. Luffy was instantly cheered up. These equipments were not only cool but also had the properties of the sky and no one would turn them away. Beep beep beep. At this moment Tonghu received the promotion power from the sanctuary. During the conversation Tonghu nodded and didn't say much. After a while Tonghu's expression was a little lost and he said to Luffy, Luffy, it seems that this party is not ours. Why? Luffy responded violently frustrated. Urgent mission, Tonghu said solemnly. It is the secret of the immortality of the underworld fighter. What? Garp exclaimed in shock. Well, anyway, there are so many hidden pillars in the world and I'm not afraid of being robbed by others. Luffy nodded then followed Tonghu back to the Holy Land. Thinking about it, Garp said with a serious expression, Tonghu, if you need it, we Marine can help you. Before everyone was still worried how to deal with the underworld fighter. The information this time is definitely the whole Holy War and the key to defeating the Hades army. Garp, Vice Admiral, I think you should protect yourselves first, Shin suggested. I think I can find some suitable epic equipment for a basket of broken magic stones, Obs said. If you don't hurry, the blessing time I gave you will be over. Okay, next time we meet, I will definitely impress you. Garp was instantly excited. Although he was not a Saint Seiya, he was like an explosion in a small universe. He rushed to the nearby pit, looking for the hidden door to the abyss. In this way, Marine managed to get a large number of broken magic stones and went to the Abyss party to seek epic equipment. And the Saint Seiya is also eager to return to the sanctuary. The mystery of immortality is about to be revealed. At this time, Shanks' realm, it seems that the healing magic of Paladin is stronger than ghosts. Aizen looked at all this through the crystal ball and felt incredible about the healing power of Obs. Lord Aizen, do you want to bring a cleric back? Dongxian asked. No, there is no need. A vibrant green flame ignited on the tip of Aizen's finger and shook his head gently. For him, Obs's healing ability might not be comparable to the flame in his hand. He took away the flame of life and his research made a great breakthrough. The current 10 blades already possessed very terrifying abilities. Yes, Dongxian nodded and didn't ask anything. Interesting paladins and these epic gear from the cosmic abyss. In addition to the healing ability, Aizen is more interested in the protection and inspiration of the paladins. Can bring such a big increase to the allies. A paladin can be called the treasure of a team. As for epic equipment, this is the focus of Aizen's research. The 9 suns, is your power also derived from these epic equipment? Aizen murmured. Compared with the sacred clothing, the epic equipment involves a wider range of parts and the collocation is more flexible. If Aizen can study it thoroughly, the secret of 9 sun demon gods' power will be completely solved. Hades City at night. Obs, the Rosenbach family. After the defeat of the underworld triumvirate, Hades realized that the paladins were yet another threat in the Holy War, especially Obs, whose strength is still unknown. Lord Hades, do you want to get rid of the clergy order first? Now that the priests and the saints have reached an alliance, the situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for the Holy War, and Pandora also wants to get rid of the priesthood as soon as possible. No, the situation is getting more and more complicated now. You can't act rashly, Hades said. Besides, Obs can kill the big three. Do you think the clergy order is so easy to deal with? Well, Pandora nodded. It seems that all this has to be considered in the long run. I have to say that this must be the most difficult and complicated holy war since Athena and Hades faced each other for many years. Chapter 331 The key to the jihad. Mulyuan's issue. Sanctuary. After Tonghu and the others returned to the sanctuary training ground, they stopped. Luffy, Sabo, you guys are waiting here, Tonghu said. Instigate. As soon as the voice fell, a huge ball of light appeared in front of everyone. After the strong light dissipated, a long brown-haired woman with a red scarf and dotted eyebrows appeared in front of them. Lord Tonghu, Lord Shin, I am ordered by the elders to bring Luffy and others back to Jamil, the woman said. Gamel, Sabo said in surprise. Jamil, that's the Saint Cloth Cemetery, Tonghu said. Hey. Buggy was shocked when he heard this. Cemetery? Is that the burial of our holy clothes? Haha, it's not what you imagined. Just let Ye go and find out, Tonghu said. Let Ye, thank you for your hard work. Xian nodded and said, this woman is Xiang's junior sister, Jin Ye, who, like Xiang, came from Elder Jamil by Li's apprenticeship. As long as they don't make trouble. Let Ye nodded and said. Tonghu nodded, patted Luffy's shoulder, and said, Luffy, we want to stay in the sanctuary, and the rest will be left to you. After speaking, Tonghu and Xiang returned to their palace. Stand firm, Let Ye gently Isho said. As soon as the voice fell, a black hole opened under everyone's feet and then fell down like falling into an abyss. A moment later, on a barren plateau, Luffy and the others landed on an endless stone path. At the end of the stone road there is an ancient tower which looks unique. Is this Jamil? Sabo Vivi said in surprise. I didn't expect such a mysterious place to exist in this world. If only the base camp of the Revolutionary Army could find such a secret base. Don't look around. The elders have been waiting for you for a long time, Jin Ye said. The Bronze Saints nodded, then quickened their pace and headed to the tower ahead. A few minutes later, inside the tower. Isn't that Pope Sage? After seeing the so-called Elder Jamil, Luffy suddenly exclaimed. The old man in front of him looked almost exactly the same as Pope Sage from the Pope's palace, except that he was dressed completely differently. Luffy, he is Jamil's elder Bailey, and he is also Pope Sage's brother. Jin Ye reminded, pay attention to your words and deeds, and be careful not to offend the elders. Brother? No wonder. Luffy suddenly realized that this elder of Jamil is also a remarkable person. Pegasus Luffy, now the jihad situation is serious. The most important task, that is, the task of eliminating the immortal body of the underworld fighter, is now entrusted to you. Bailey said. How can I get rid of their immortality? Ace asked. Then let's start with their underworld clothes. Bailey said. The underworld clothes are different from the holy clothes. They are made of gems from the underworld. At the same time, those who are selected by the underworld clothes can get the power corresponding to 108 magic stars without training. Can you be so powerful without training? Sabo said in shock. Well, the power they use comes from the 108 magic star. In other words, the person who becomes the underworld fighter is only the puppet of the magic star, Bailey said solemnly. So it is. Kobe nodded, then continued. Then why are they immortal? Because of Hades, Bailey said. Hades, the underworld king, is in charge of the underworld. After the underworld warrior dies, the soul will eventually go to the underworld, but the underworld warrior is a soldier of the underworld king, and naturally he will not go to hell like ordinary people after death, or the so-called bliss pure land. And because they have the underworld clothes, they can easily traverse the underworld, so it only takes a certain amount of time to be resurrected on the spot. Zero seeking flowers. In other words, after they die, the soul will also be released by Hades and return to the body, Sabo said in shock. That's right. So if you want to defeat the underworld fighters, you can only seal their souls, Bailey said. Then how can we seal their souls? Ace asked. Everything in the underworld is dead. The only life is a tree called Mu Luanzi, Bailey said. In other words, the key to our mission this time is to find this wooden Luanzi, Luffy said. Well, yes, Mu Luanzi can restrain the soul of an underworld fighter. So you must go to the underworld, Bailey said coldly. Underworld? Is it the underworld where the goddess of the underworld is located, or Hades? Hades Palace? Sabo asked. After the last underworld war, the underworld has been split in half. I don't know which underworld you are in, and that's why I called you all here. So, you have to go to both places, Bailey said coldly. So it is. All the Bronze Saints nodded and understood the mission. Let's go to the goddess of the underworld first and ask about the specific situation. After thinking about it, Luffy and the others decided to go to the goddess of the underworld first, because they and the goddess of the underworld are not enemies, and the goddess of the underworld and Hades also have a festival. Therefore, if the goddess of the underworld knew about the existence of Mu Luanzi, she would definitely not stop Luffy, and she might be able to successfully complete the task. On the contrary, if Mu Luanzi grew up in the other half of the underworld, then the trouble would be big. Chapter 332 Take action and go to the underworld. Are you sure you want to go to the goddess of the underworld first? Bailey said coldly. Well, is there any problem? Luffy was a little suspicious. Bailey's tone was extremely serious, as if the choice was very important this time. I can only send you to one of the underworld and the palace of the underworld. After you arrive in the underworld, you will have to find a way to go to the palace of the underworld, Bailey said. So it is. Luffy nodded, then bared his teeth and smiled brightly. It doesn't matter. We have decided to go to the underworld first. Our decision is the same. Ace, Sabo, and the others all had firm eyes, and they all said they would go to the underworld first. 103. Okay, then make up your mind. Bailey nodded, and then handed a unique sword to Luffy. This is the holy war in the upper world. The holy sword that has been blessed by Lord Athena. It can play a key role at a critical moment after going to the underworld. Okay, thank you, Patriarch, Luffy said with a sunny smile. Are you ready, Saint Seiya? Bailey smiled gratified, and then his fingers circled the blue-white gas, accumulated corpse gas underworld wave. I only saw the blue-white gas on the fingers, which instantly penetrated the bodies of the 5 bronze saints. In an instant the souls of the 5 were forcibly pulled out and floated to the sky. Hey, am I going to die? Lord Patriarch, can I turn back? At this moment, when Buggy saw his unconscious body, he burst into tears and ran back desperately. Others are calm and ready for everything. Buggy, go. However, Buggy, who wanted to run back, was caught by Luffy's outstretched arm. Instigate. Afterwards, all 5 were sucked into the ghostly air mass and disappeared into the tower. After a while, the underworld, the blue and white ghost fire group appeared in this dark sky. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Kobe and Buggy. 5 people fell from the light into the underworld. The underworld without war has a different charm. Sabo sighed as he looked at the vast starry sky. Sabo, this is not the place to enjoy the scenery, Ace said. As soon as he landed, he sensed murderous intent. As soon as the words were finished, a black smoke floated from the sky. Afterwards, several monsters with wings and eagle heads appeared from the black smoke and issued a warning to Luffy and the others. Who is it? Dare to break into the underworld? Luffy, the Pegasus Saint Seiya in the human world, asks to meet the goddess of the underworld. Luffy said, is Lady Goddess the one you want to see? What Saint Seiya? I think it's a group of invaders. Don't be polite to them, catch them. The trespassers of the underworld. However, Luffy is not a big man in the underworld, except for Gorgon and the goddess of the underworld. Other minions don't know him at all. Without saying anything, the group of monsters started to attack Luffy and the others. After 2 wars, the goddess of the underworld has greatly strengthened the defense of the underworld. Even the patrolling soldiers used the level 60 Warcraft eagle-headed human beast. The beast stabs. The spears in the hands of a few eagle-headed beasts were only seen lingering with the Cyan Wind attribute energy, and then, under the high-speed movement, they rushed towards Luffy and the others. I don't want to fight with you. Take me to see the goddess of the underworld. Luffy didn't make a move. This time he was very rational. After all, he didn't come here to fight Luffy. And just as the spear was about to stab Luffy, Kobe shot the nebula chain. I only saw a few chains passing by, instantly breaking the weapons of several eagle-headed human beasts. Damn, look at the trick. The dark soul wave of the underworld. The eagle-headed human beast threw away the broken spear, condensed a powerful black energy ball from both palms, and then blasted at Luffy and the others. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to see Lady Goddess. Kobe frowned. He just broke the other party's spear just now, and didn't intend to hurt them. But if the eagle-headed human beast refuses to give in, they will not let the mermaid meet. Kobe, don't take action. Our world and the underworld are not enemies. However, instead of shooting, Luffy called to stop Kobe. Although he has been imprisoned by Gorgon, he has regarded this place as an ally, and he will not attack his friends. Kobe was very calm and didn't make another shot. Even his own defense skills were useless. Bold 5.0. And just as the energy wave was about to fall, there was a burst of rage with endless majesty from the sky. Under this majesty, the energy wave of the eagle-headed human beast stopped instantly, as if time and space were frozen, suspended in the sky. Lord Goddess, please forgive me. Several eagle-headed human beasts were immediately frightened and immediately knelt down. After a while, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, and at the same time, golden underworld flowers bloomed all around. Long time no see, a guest from the human world. And in this gorgeous scene, the goddess of the underworld slowly descended in the golden light. Chapter 333 Sengoku, who fell into the Hall of Hades. Goddess of the underworld, it would be great if you came out. Luffy smiled, as bright as the sun. Luffy, what are you doing to me this time? Is it related to Hades? Asked the goddess of the underworld. She cared about Hades-related information. After all, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, and Hades will sooner or later take back this half of the underworld. And if Luffy's purpose is to deal with Hades, the goddess of the underworld agrees almost unconditionally. unconditionally. Well, that's right, now the Holy War has started completely, but the Underworld Warrior can be reborn infinitely. We are here to find a way to break the undead body. Luffy didn't beat around the bush, and directly stated his intentions. It seems that you are looking for Muluanzishu, said the goddess of the underworld. Yes. Do you know where the Muluanza tree is? Ace said excitedly. The goddess of the underworld naturally knows everything about the underworld, however, her expression is a little lost. Unfortunately, last time the master of the virtual circle just gave Hades the area with the Muluanza tree, the great waterfall of blood. The goddess of the underworld shook her head gently and said, Everyone 13 suddenly became solemn, and the probability of one half happened to meet the half of the tree without Muluanza. Looks like I'm really going to the Pluto Palace, Kobe said solemnly. But how do we get there? Go back to Jamil and ask the elder to teleport again, Ace said with a frown. Don't worry, in fact you can travel directly to the Hall of Hades from here, the goddess of the underworld said. So what are we going to do? Luffy asked. Although separated by the barriers of the world, a space tunnel can still be opened between the two underworlds, said the goddess of the underworld. Does that mean, let's open the space tunnel? Ace said confusedly. Viviisho, the goddess of the underworld, asked, do you have this ability? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't know anything about space art, and even entering the underworld was sent by Bailey. I will send you to the 8th prison. Whether I can convince that ghost or not depends on whether you have this ability, said the goddess of the underworld. The underworld hell is divided into 8 layers. The deeper the sinners are, the heavier the sinners are. Almost all the prisoners in the 8th prison are imprisoned for the extreme crime of rebelling against the gods, and the ghosts and gods led by Jig are not prisoners of hell, but lead all areas for the goddess of the underworld. Ghosts and gods? The crowd asked confused. The goddess of the underworld nodded, and then said lightly, the second ghost who is proficient in space art, Kaija of the after image. I see. Luffy nodded and said, it's up to you to decide whether to go or not. If you don't have the guts, please go back. The goddess of the underworld said, go. Definitely go, Luffy said with determined eyes. Others are also determined. When they came here, they never thought about retreating. Seeing the unshakable fighting spirit exuding from them, the goddess of the underworld immediately showed a relieved smile. Go, holy warriors, the victory of the holy war belongs to you. The voice fell. A crack opened under the feet of Luffy and the others. Soon, they will reach the most terrifying hell, the hell of ice. At the same time as Luffy and the others entered the underworld, the world of pirates. Ha ha ha, what an exquisite sickle. When Garp challenged the Abyss Party, he got an epic scythe of LV-70 Annihilation Heart Scythe. The epic level weapons all have several times higher attack power than ordinary weapons, as well as special abilities. The damage of the dark attribute increases by 20%. The scythe proficiency plus LV3 can you reduce the opponent's defense by 2000 points when attacking. This weapon attribute is really against the sky. Garp was very satisfied with his new weapon, and immediately put the previously obtained artifact totems were put away. The Thorn of Vengeance. Soon as he picked up his new weapon, Garp couldn't wait to make a move. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge rock more than 10 meters high in front was instantly smashed into pieces. Yoshi, with this weapon, it's not a problem to fight the underworld warrior, Garp said confidently. Like Momuzaki, Garp now has a level 70 epic weapon, and his strength has grown significantly. Although it is still unable to compete with the 3 giants, it has already been able to completely abuse the general underworld fighter. Another island. The Ring of Light L. Can you add a layer of light attribute power? It's really a good thing. Kizaru also obtained a ring with the same attribute as Ace in the Abyss Party, but it was just a light element. In addition, in other regions, there are also many marine elites who have obtained precious equipment. Although some have obtained artifact equipment compared with the previous unarmed 880 marine, the combat power has been greatly enhanced. Beep beep beep. And just when marine was flowering everywhere, Marine Headquarters Kyuzen's office and the battlefield sent back a special emergency report. Marshal Kyuzen, something bad happened. We were attacked by fighters when we challenged the Abyss Party just now. On the other end of the phone, the soldier said in a panic. What? Are there any casualties? Kyuzen asked eagerly. Mr. Sengoku was driven into the abyss by the underworld warrior Looney's big move, the soldier said. In the snatch battle just now, Sengoku met subordinate Tianying Star Looney, and his ground collapse shattered the ground and fell into it. The last time Luffy was hit by this move, he fell into the underworld. Looney, this is bad. Kyuzen's face suddenly sank. The last time Luffy fell into the underworld, it was because the underworld had not yet split. And this time, what Sengoku fell into is most likely the Pluto Palace, which is full of dangers everywhere. Falling into the underworld alone, Sengoku has almost no chance of surviving. Chapter 334 The Test of Shadow Ghosts and Gods. 8 Prison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the transmission of the goddess of the underworld, Luffy, Ace, Sabo and others others successfully came to this icy hell. It's so cold. They fell. Luffy and the others shivered, and in a world where everything was frozen, their movements gradually slowed down. Bear. And just then, Luffy felt a burst of warmth behind him. Come here if you don't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture. A golden flame was burning on Ace's palm, emitting a fiery light. He used the power of the strange fire to drive away the cold air around him. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and Luffy and the others fell into a pure black space in an instant. Except for the flame in Ace's hand, everything in front of him has turned pitch black. Come on. Luffy was smoking all over. Gear 2 was on, ready to fight. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, a fierce cold light flashed across Buggy's body in an instant. So fast. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Kobe were taken aback, and while they were all prepared, they didn't even see a shadow, and Buggy was chopped into pieces. At this time, Buggy gradually realized that he had been hit by a knife, and suddenly his hat flew up, and he was very frightened. To die. Buggy looked at his disfigured body and thought he was going to die. However, Luffy and the others were speechless for a moment, all staring at him as if they were watching a mentally retarded child. Buggy's ability is the nightmare of all strong knives, and it won't hurt at all. I almost forgot. I'm torn apart, Buggy said with a long sigh. At this time, a man's voice came from the entire dark space. Who is coming? How dare you break into the 8 prison? As soon as the voice fell, in the black space, a ghost and god like a ninja with a black scarf escaped, floating in front of everyone. The ghost in front of me is the shadow ghost who can step through the void and cut off time. Kaija of the after image. Pegasus. Luffy said, hey, you are Kaija of the after image. Help us open the passage to Hades Hall. We are going there to find Mulyuan's issue. Luffy has always been outspoken directly from Daeming, and wanted Kaija to help them open the passage. Mulyuan's a tree. It's a tree that grows between the 6th and 7th prisons in the Pluto Palace. Even if I open a passage for you, I won't be able to see the Mulyuan's a tree. Please come back. Kaija said, how do you know if you haven't tried it? Luffy shouted angrily, 108 wooden Luanzi. I will definitely bring them back to Jamil. Oh, then use your strength to prove it to me. Kaija gently issued, and then burst out with a very strong sword intent. Kyomo, rubber meteor fist. Dai Enkai Ente, Lushan Shenglongba, unicorn double fist. The nebula chain. The 5 bronze saints attacked together, and the overwhelming energy immediately drowned the after image of Kaija. Even the mosquitoes could not escape the intensive attack. Ghost flash. However, Kaija of the after image was walking in these colorful energies, and then dodged forward. Nani. The 5 bronze saints were suddenly shocked. Their bodies could not move, and at the same time a skeleton appeared on the top of their heads, and then gradually slipped and was cut in half. At the same time, the energy in the sky has also been split into 2 by Kaija's attack and disappeared into the air. Few seconds later, Luffy and the others' holy clothes were directly cut through, and blood spurted out from their waists like a fountain. Buggy, who is immune to all slashes, has not escaped the slash with the power of time and space. Only a whimper was heard, and all 5 fell to the ground. The slashing of ghosts and gods, the body of mortals can't stand it at all. Under one blow, they have all been killed in seconds. Is it this kind of strength? Going to the Pluto Palace is also a death sentence. Kaija slowly accepted the move, ready to turn around and leave. Kaija is level 90, and there is a huge level gap between the two. Not to mention Kaija is a ghost, and the constitution cannot be compared with humans. Luffy, they have absolutely no chance of winning. Wait. At this moment, Luffy stroked the wound and stood up hard. This is just the beginning. Come on, Kaija. Luffy ignored the pain and stood in front of the other 4 saints. Mighty Haki. That's right, the battle isn't over yet. Under Luffy's infection, the other 4 saints slowly stood up. The real battle has just begun. At this time, the Pluto Palace. On a barren wasteland, Sengoku turned into a giant Buddha and was confronting Looney. Drink. Taking a closer look, Sengoku has many whiplash scars on his body, obviously suffering from Looney's brutal torture. Sengoku the Buddha, right? I heard that you are Marine's former marshal. It seems that you can live a little longer with your life. Looney held the flame whip and laughed horribly. He didn't rush to kill Sengoku because Sengoku's life was very valuable, and he was going to exchange him for a lot of broken magic stones so that the underworld warrior could participate in the Abyss Party and get epic equipment. I would rather die in battle than live in the world, especially at your feet. Sengoku let out a tragic roar. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not afraid. As a former marshal, in the face of this situation, Sengoku would only think about the overall situation and would never become a threat to Marine. Now in front of Sengoku, there are only 2 ways. Either die or defeat Looney and leave this Hades Palace alive. Chapter 335 After image of Kaija's approval. The 8th prison in the underworld. Stinky brat, living people shouldn't come here. Please come back. Kaija of the after image was still indifferent. He had already shown shown mercy just now, otherwise Luffy and the others would not have the strength to stand up. Don't be too long-winded, you can grind the fruit. The giant comet fist, Dai Enkai, Phoenix wings, sky soaring, Lushan Bailongba. Although Luffy and others attached them one after another, they were still overloaded with more powerful ultimate moves. In an instant the entire pitch black space instantly turned into a boundless universe, and all the small universes of the Bronze Saint Seiya were upgraded to the sixth sense. Shadow slash in the realm of after images. On the opposite side, Kaija, the after image, responded calmly. The moment he made his move, his body disappeared into the air, leaving only 24 shadows glowing with white light. Clap clap, only to see all the shadows rushing forward together, and at the same time slashing out the sword energy as bright as the cold moon. Boom. Luffy and the others were swept away with only 172. A loud explosion. The powerful aftermath of the explosion spread rapidly, and Luffy and the others were all affected and were blasted hundreds of meters away. Soon, the real body of Kaija, the afterimage, appeared in front of everyone again. Luffy, who was injured all over, Kaija said coldly, "No matter how much you struggle, it will be futile. Underworld warriors won't show mercy to you guys." Indeed, the underworld fighters are basically killing machines without any emotion. In front of them, there are only absolute orders and missions that must be completed. Ace, Sabo, and others have fallen to the ground, and they almost have no energy to stand up. Only Luffy, stubbornly gritted his teeth, was unwilling to admit defeat. "What a lot of nonsense. Even if you kill me, my decision will not change." Luffy growled, "Stinky brat, then go to hell." Kaija of the afterimage burst out with extremely strong sword intent and rushed forward with ghost steps. Drink. Guo mo. Giant meteor fist. Luffy roared angrily, and the whole body exploded to the extreme, wielding the giant fist that shattered the mountains and the ground again and again. However, all the fists penetrated the air, and Luffy's attack couldn't hit Kaija the afterimage hiding in the alien space at all. Ghost flash. Just seeing a silver light passing by, Kaija's sharp blade slashed across Luffy's body. Damn, it's this trick again. Luffy's eyes widened. As before, his body couldn't move. What awaits him is about to be cut in half. Luffy, on the ground, Ace, Sabo, and the others could only watch Luffy being chopped up, their eyes full of helplessness and despair. And just as the skull on top of Luffy's head was about to shatter, the entire space turned from a pitch black one into a flaming small universe in an instant. "How can I enter the underworld and capture Mu Luanza without knocking you down?" A mad roar. Luffy's whole body ignited with soaring flames, instantly smashing through Ghost Flash. Luffy's small universe has broken through to the seventh sense, breaking the confinement of Ghost Shadow Flash. Kuomo. Flame double comet. The rocket-like fist slid across the sky, flying towards Kaija like a shooting star. Block. Kaija did not fight back, but just parried and blocked the blow. Boom. With a loud bang. Although Kaija blocked the blow, he was already blasted away for several kilometers. Crack. Boom. At the same time, cracks began to appear in the entire pitch black space, which eventually shattered. Did it work? Ace, Sabo, and the others were full of expectations. A small universe with such strength, it is estimated that it is a going Saint Seiya, and it is difficult to resist. Instigate. However, another silver light and shadow flashed across the sky. He's here again. Ace frowned, and Kaija, the afterimage in front of him, flew over at a very high speed. When Sabo saw Kaija, Vivi was startled. "Nani, this guy is really strong. With such a powerful attack, he went unscathed. Even the attack of the seventh sense is only just enough to counteract the attack of ghosts and gods. Come on, watch me knock you out." Luffy shouted angrily. "No, it's not necessary." However, the killing intent on Kaija of the afterimage faded away in an instant, and said calmly, "With your strength, it is enough to deal with the underworld fighters in the Hall of Hades." Kaija was just proving their strength. Luffy's punch just now had his approval, so there was no need to fight it. "It's for sure," Luffy said with resolute eyes. "Mu Luanza, I must get it. Even Hades can't stop me. The Pluto Palace is not what you imagined. Don't be proud, you are only qualified for entry," Kaija said coldly. Immediately afterwards, Kaija threw a silver blazing blade from his waist to Luffy. "Take it. This is my sharp blade. With it you can cut through the barriers of the world." After speaking, Kaija disappeared in front of everyone. Luffy held this sharp blade and looked at the endless ice field. "I will not disappoint everyone." Click. Afterwards, Luffy swung his sword to fight, and a large crack appeared in front of him. The passage to the Hall of Hades is open, and, relying on Luffy's seventh sense universe, he successfully gained Kaija's approval. The next step is to go to the Great Waterfall of Blood in the underworld and grab the Muluanza fruit that restrains the underworld fighters. Chapter 336_Kill Looney and save Sengoku. Pluto Palace, an open space. Boom. A loud bang. Sengoku directly smashed a huge rock like a bullet, spitting out vermilion. Wow. Under the cruelty of Tianying Star Looney, Sengoku has been then injured all over his body. As if the wind blows gently, he will automatically fall down. However, he still stood up strong and delivered the final blow. Big golden Buddha shockwave. The ultimate golden light burst out in an instant, and Sengoku burst out with a powerful punch that surpassed LV60 in the desperate situation. Looney Vivi was taken aback, but he was only surprised by Sengoku's vitality, not his attacking power. Zoan have super vitality, especially mythical. What an interesting human being. It seems that you want to try my trial. In addition to being shocked, Looney became even more excited and then waved his long whip. Boom. Only seeing the spherical shockwave cracking from the middle, Sengoku's dying struggle did nothing to Looney. Damn it, the body can't move. Eventually, Sengoku's great Buddha form automatically disengaged and collapsed from exhaustion. Not to mention counterattack. Now I don't even have the strength to stand up. Struggle, Mr. Sengoku. Here, you are calling Tien Tien not earthly dead, because this is the realm of death. Hades. Looney flew out his whip and tied up Sengoku, ready to take him back to his cell. However, at this moment, a crack suddenly opened in the sky, and Luffy and other 5 Saint Seiyas flew down from the sky. It's Mr. Sengoku. Kobe was taken aback when he saw Sengoku, who was about to be dragged away. He didn't expect him to be taken to the underworld, the Nebula chain. Without hesitation, Kobe immediately flew out of the horn chain, directly stabbing Looney's long whip. Damn it, it's a Saint Seiya. Looney gritted his teeth, and then his eyes burst with terrifying killing intent. Want to save people? Let's go to hell together. Flame rope bear. Sengoku, who couldn't move the Nebula chain, however, his ultimate, intertwined with Kobe's chains, was directly broken. Bear. Immediately afterwards, Ace opened his vindictive wings, flew over quickly, and took Sengoku to a safe place. It's you. Poor gassed Ace, Sengoku said in surprise. In the previous war on the top, he was on the execution platform, looking at Ace, the dying man, indifferently. Unexpectedly, this time, not only did he ignore the previous suspicion, but he also personally came to rescue him. Don't get me wrong, this is entirely out of the responsibility of the Saint Seiya, Ace said coldly. Text seal. At this moment, Looney used his ultimate skill, and the small universe exploded in an instant, and 99% of the audience's mobility was immediately blocked. Nani. Sabo was taken aback, and now his actions are completely unable to keep up with his thoughts. The power of this move is no worse than Astro's fear of death. Damn. Ace gritted his teeth. Under this restriction, even if he had divine power, he couldn't use it. Go to hell. The ground collapses. Afterwards, Looney continued to use his ultimate move, intending to send them to a deeper hell so that they would never be born again. However, at this moment, Kuomo, the giant double comet, Luffy attacked in anger. The Seven Senses small universe was burning, and at the same time, through the third gear, he threw out a comet-like fist. Nani. He didn't expect that his text seal would be ineffective against Luffy. Luffy had played against Looney a long time ago and knew exactly what he was capable of. 0 for flowers. And he escaped this trick because he escaped into the different space with the sword Kaija gave him, and escaped the word seal. Boom. The moment he released his ultimate move, Looney was unprepared and was directly hit by Luffy's double punches, instantly embedded in the ground and smashed into a huge pit. And just as the smoke rose and exploded, the text seals of several Saint Seiyas were also lifted. After the smoke dissipated, Looney had already been smashed into persimmons and was instantly killed. After all, Luffy's move is equivalent to the going Saint Seiya's ultimate move. If there is no defense, even the 3 giants of the underworld will be severely injured. After the fight, Kobe stepped forward and supported Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, why are you here? Kobe asked in surprise. Probably Looney's the ground collapsed. Luffy said he was hit last time, so he is very clear about Looney's ability. Sengoku should also fall into the collapsed ground, and then he fell here. Well, we originally got a lot of magic breaking stones and were going to return to the headquarters, but we were attacked by the underworld warriors. Sengoku sighed and said, even Mr. Sengoku can't hurt Looney. It seems that Marine really needs to speed up the acquisition of epic equipment. Kobe said solemnly, this is not the time to talk about this. If you don't get Muluanzi, even if you kill these underworld fighters 1,000 times, it will be futile. Sabo reminded, that's right, our goal is the Muluanzi tree growing on the great waterfall of blood. Luffy only then realized that he was so involved in the battle just now that he even forgot his mission. The Great Falls of Blood, it should be in the northeast. Sengoku pointed to the far northeast, and just as he fell from above, he saw a huge river of blood. I believe this waterfall of blood is formed by this river. Chapter 337_6 Paths of Reincarnation, Heavenly Dance Treasure Wheel. Half an hour later, the Hall of Hades, the bottom of the 6th prison. Boom boom boom. Luffy and the others ran all the way when a loud sound of water suddenly came from a distance. It should be the great waterfall of blood, Buggy said excitedly, and immediately flew into the sky. Looking around, there is a a waterfall that hangs straight into the sky. That should be the Mulewinza tree. Others also flew up and found a tree that exudes vitality on the side next to the waterfall. Although it only exudes a divine breath, it is already a miracle in this lifeless wasteland. Yoshi, in this way, the mission 903 will be completed, Luffy said excitedly. However, at this moment Sengoku exclaimed, Straw Hat Luffy, look. Luffy turned around and saw that Ace, Sabo, Kobe, and Buggy had all stopped going, as if they were frozen, unable to move, and even their consciousness had been frozen. Nani, what's going on? Luffy said in shock. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the waterfall. A mysterious figure dressed in going holy clothes, meditating cross-legged and closed his eyes, floated out from the bloody waterfall. Going Saint Seiya, hey, what did you do to Ace and the others? Luffy gritted his teeth and asked, aren't you the going Saint Seiya who protects Athena? Why did you appear in the Hall of Hades? Sengoku also gritted his teeth. This man's appearance was very strange. He was obviously a Saint Seiya, but he seemed to have turned against Luffy and the others. I thought it was some undead that got lost. It turned out to be bronze saints from several sanctuaries. The man said, Luffy, ignore him. Go grab the Mulewinza fruit. At this time, Sengoku had turned into a big golden Buddha. Even if he had been seriously injured before, this was the key to the success or failure of the Holy War. Even if he died, he had to hold back the man. Golden Buddha, a rare talent indeed. The man still didn't open his eyes, completely ignoring Luffy and Sengoku, as if talking to himself. Virgo Ashmita, one of the 12 going saints, is known as the man on earth who is closest to the power of God, and he was blind from birth, and he was extremely powerful, able to talk to gods and Buddhas. According to legend, he is the reincarnation of Buddha. Ace and the others were blocked by him with his mind power. Originally wanted to block everyone except Luffy, but he didn't expect that the power of thought would be ineffective against Sengoku, and Ashmita was slightly shocked by this big golden Buddha shockwave. At this time, the huge Sengoku had already squeezed out a very strong golden shockwave and leaped towards Ashmita. A violent Buddha, it seems that you have not realized the true power in you. Ashmita was still floating in the air, not dodging. Kong, only seeing a burst of golden light. Ashmita was as still as a mountain, and a restrained and powerful force instantly rebounded Sengoku's heavy punch. Like an almighty push, only a whimper was heard, and Sengoku was directly sent flying, hitting the cliff and shaking. Buddha's artistic conception is not expressed by fists. Feel it well. The 6 realms of reincarnation. Hearing Ashmita's soft drink, Sengoku escaped into an illusory world. Is this the real hell? Sengoku's eyes widened. Everything in front of him was actually a sea of fire, a pool of blood, and a mountain of needles. What awaited him would be endless torture. This is one of the 6 realms of hell. Soon, the scene in front of Sengoku turned into a wasteland full of scrawny demons. The way of hunger. Greedy evil spirits eat everything in the world. In their eyes, only greed and food. Ashmita said lightly. Scene continued to change, and the scene in front of Sengoku turned into a large group of ferocious beasts chasing and hunting frantically, and fell into the beast world of the strong prey on the weak and the survival of the fittest. Then came the endless killing world, the unsettled world, and the perfect bliss. But soon, Sengoku fell from the realm of bliss into the human realm, and then wandered in various circles again and again. Damn, what did you do to me? Let me out, Sengoku roared as he watched all this. However, Ashmita ignored him, and his expression did not change in the slightest. When you are fully enlightened, you can break the 6 cycles of reincarnation. After speaking, Ashmita disappeared into the space. Don't run. Sengoku gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ashmita's shadow, but it was all in vain. Now that he has fallen into the abyss, there is absolutely no way to face the infinite loop scene of 5.0. And just when Sengoku fell into the infinite struggle of the 6 reincarnations, Luffy was about to approach the Mulewinza tree, and the task was about to be completed. Yoshi, you'll be done soon, Luffy said excitedly. However, before he had time to reach out and pick the wooden Luanza, his whole body began to refuse to obey. The heavenly dance treasure wheel. Immediately afterwards, Ashmita shouted softly, and Luffy fell into a space covered with Buddhist murals. At this moment, Luffy has fallen into the ultimate meaning of Ashmita. Heavenly dance treasure wheel. Chapter 338. Sengoku's comprehension. Escape into Buddhism. Hearing only a scream, Luffy dived into a golden light, unable to move for a moment, as if he was stopped by the ghost flash of Kaija of the after image. The feeling is fading away. What kind of power is this? Luffy asked in shock. This is the truth of the universe. All those who are hit by this trick will not be able to escape the battle, and their 5 senses will also be destroyed, Ashmita said lightly. Damn, what do you mean by doing this? Luffy asked. Pegasus Saint Seiya. Luffy, who is also a pirate, what exactly are you fighting for in this holy war? Ashmita said. Holy war, of course, is for Athena to defeat Hades. Luffy roared. Any Saint Seiya Cecilia can say this kind of thing. Is this what your enlightenment is? Ashmita said coldly. In my opinion, you, and the pirates around you, the pirate dream in my heart is more important than holy war. It's long-winded. Whether it's a Saint Cecilia or a pirate, I don't understand what the consciousness is. But when I meet an aggressive guy like you, I'll beat them all. A mad roar. Luffy's whole body ignited with raging flames, and the universe instantly reached the seventh sense, breaking through the blockade of Ashmita. Ashmita Vivi was surprised, but Luffy had realized the seventh sense before that. Kuomo, the giant double comet. I only saw two fists the size of meteorites roaring down and slamming directly towards Ashmita. Kong. Ashmita didn't dodge, and once again used King Ming, forming a golden light shield that was impregnable. Boom. The two strokes confronted each other, and Luffy's fist slammed on the golden light shield, and he continued to increase his strength. Click. Soon, Ashmita's shield, and even the entire space, began to crack. Boom. In the end, a bang resounded through the sky, and under the bombardment of Luffy's powerful small universe, the space completely exploded. The Pegasus in this life is really special. Ashmita was not injured but was full of surprise and curiosity about Luffy. Do you still want to come? I'm happy to accompany you, Luffy said, gearing up. At this moment, a golden light erupted not far away. Drink! Sengoku shouted angrily, and with his own will, broke through the blockade of the 6 reincarnations. However, under the trials of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Sengoku's form of the Great Golden Buddha has undergone a qualitative change from the inside to the outside. What a holy light! Luffy stared at the golden light that burst out from Sengoku, and now Sengoku has an outward-looking Buddha mood. Straw Hat Luffy, I don't think there's any need to fight anymore. Sengoku closed his eyes and folded his hands. It seems that you have realized the essence of Buddha, Ashmita said with a faint smile. Under the 3 realms, there are 6 paths of reincarnation, good and evil, cause and effect, and their own karma. This process has gone through the 6 paths of reincarnation, and then we know that life and death are not the end of human beings. Since then, Sengoku is willing to escape into Buddhism, understand the truth of the universe, and stay away from the conflicts of the world. Sengoku said, it's so profound. Uncle Sengoku, have you been attacked by a demon? Luffy scratched his head, not knowing what he meant, only knowing that an indescribable change had taken place in Sengoku. Pegasus Luffy, now you can go and pick Mulyuanzi. Took Sengoku and slowly disappeared in front of Luffy, leaving only one sentence: pirates or saints, continue to stick to the path you want to walk. After speaking, the two disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Ace, Sabo, and the others regained their mobility and looked at Luffy with bewildered expressions. Luffy, why are you hurt again? Buggy asked. Because they had just been blocked from action, they had no idea what was going on. Where's Mr. Sengoku? Why is he gone? Kobe noticed that Sengoku had disappeared and asked everyone eagerly. It was Ashmita, the Saint Cecilia of Virgo going, who took him away, Luffy said. Ashmita Virgo? Did he appear here just now? Sabo said in surprise. So, the injury on your body was also caused by him? Ace said. Attack on you? Is he a friend or an enemy? Kobe asked confused. Well, I don't know why he appeared here, and he said a lot of esoteric words. Luffy said, but he is a going saint. The going saint who swears to protect Athena to the death is right. Stop talking so much, let's take off the wooden Luanza first, Ace said. Everyone nodded and then flew up to the waterfall. What is Ashmita's position and Sengoku's whereabouts? Let's wait until after picking Mulyuanzi, return to the sanctuary, and then check it out slowly. At this time, the pirate world Hades City. Tianying seen Looney, I didn't expect you to be defeated by Pegasus. Hades put down the paintbrush in his hand, and then a cute puppy rushed towards him with its tail wagging. After stroking the puppy's head twice, Hades put it on the ground. Go, they can't let them bring Mulyuanzi back to the sanctuary. The puppy wagged its tail at Hades and ran out of the palace. Hades was aware of Luffy's invasion because of Looney's defeat, and Hades, of course, will not let them get out of the underworld easily. Chapter 339 Sheltered by the Holy Sword, escaped successfully. Underworld, the Waterfall of Blood. Yoshi, this time I finally completed the mission. Luffy and the others finally picked 108 wooden Luanza. As long as these wooden Luanza were brought back to Jamil, the task was completed. It's too early to be happy. We are still in the palace of Hades, Sabo said coldly. Just as Sabo finished speaking, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Roar. A wild beast roared, and a hideous-looking three-headed hellhound rushed down. Looks like we're in big trouble again. Ace frowned. The monster in front of him, judging from the breath, knew that it was more difficult to deal with than the previous Looney. This is Hades' pet, and it is also the watchdog of hell, Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell. Kuomo, rubber meteor fist. Luffy charged up and threw out his fists like a meteor, slamming into the behemoth. Boom. The blue and white fist slammed directly on a dog's head like a storm, and instantly burst into a thick plume of smoke. However, However, instead of injuring the three-headed Cerberus, Luffy's attack made him even more violent. Boom! Under the anger, the three-headed dog of hell snapped at everyone and instantly blasted a big hole. It's dangerous. Fortunately, Luffy and the others were highly mobile and escaped the blow. However, before they could react, three huge energy balls had condensed from the three mouths of the three-headed dog like a tailed beast. Jade. Dangerous. The Nebula Chain. Dai Enkai. Fenyi Tianxiang. Kuomo. Giant Comet Fist. When several Saint Seiya saw this, they made big moves one after another, trying to interrupt the three-headed dog's move. Boom! The roar of artillery shells, accompanied by colorful energy, all the big moves slammed on the head of the three-headed dog of hell, producing a strong explosion. Ooh. However, the Cerberus three-headed dog did not step back and at the same time erupted the energy bomb in the mouth. Boom! Only saw a ring of blue-white shockwaves spread rapidly, and Luffy and the others were instantly drowned in the aftermath. Only a few whines were heard, and all the saints were affected, and the injuries were not light. Soon, the three-headed dog of hell rushed up again and continued to chase. Ace, Sabo, Kobe, Buggy, you go first. Luffy used the sharp blade Kaija gave him to cut a crack and let Ace and the others go first. If you say something stupid, let's go together. However, how could Ace, Sabo and the others abandon Luffy and go directly to both sides of Luffy to fight side by side? Kobe, Buggy, you go first. Luffy nodded and finally let Kobe and Buggy send Muluanza back to Jamil first. Kuomo. Then, Luffy began to gather momentum, ready to launch a powerful blow. Come on, Sabo. At the same time, Ace and Sabo used the power of Dochi to fly to the sky, and their fists were already filled with the power of the small universe rubber slingshot. However, just as they were about to strike, Luffy's arm grabbed them and yanked back. Whoosh! Ace and Sabo flew into the crack like bullets. Luffy, you idiot! Ace and Sabo tried to fly out again, but the crack was closed. On the battlefield, only Luffy and this terrifying hell watchdog are left, and a battle of trapped beasts is about to be staged. Ace, Sabo, it's better to die alone than three. Luffy glared at the three-headed hellhound, ready to die. He is very aware of the strength of the three-headed dog of hell. Even if everyone tries their best to burn with it, it will be in vain. After all, this is a powerful demon, with super powerful self-healing ability, 1,000,000 times more powerful than those Zoan awakened. Kuomo. The giant double comet. The seven senses cosmos exploded in an instant, and Luffy's huge fist slammed into the two heads of the three-headed hellhound again, knocking it back instantly. Luffy in one bite. The powerful meshing force instantly grabbed Luffy's shoulder. Luffy could only do his best against the maniacally biting upper jaw. However, at this moment, a terrifying dark energy spewed out of his mouth. Terrible. Luffy took a look and saw a black lightning energy ball condensing in front of him. If this blow falls, it will definitely be a death. At this moment, the holy sword hanging behind Luffy burst out with a strong holy light. It's the holy sword of the previous Athena. Luffy hurriedly freed up a hand, and with the pain, he pulled out the holy sword behind him. Cha! I only saw a splash of blood, and the entire huge dog head rolled down the cliff like a boulder. Ow! With a wailing cry, the severely injured three-headed dog was struggling frantically, and the ground was dyed red with its blood. Boom! Then, a holy light shot up into the sky, and under the protection of the holy sword, Luffy ascended to the sky, escaped into the void, and finally left the Hades Palace safely. A moment later, Jamil, Luffy's body gradually recovered and slowly opened his eyes. Luffy, and what he saw when he opened his eyes was Ace, Sabo, and other holy warriors surrounding him, anxiously concerned about his safety. Bang! However, when Luffy stood up, he was shocked by Ace and Sabo. It hurts. Luffy touched the two swollen bumps on his head, looking aggrieved. Luffy, you son of a bitch, how dare you abandon us? The job of protection should be undertaken by the eldest brother. It's very dangerous for you to be so handsome. Ace and Sabo yelled at each other, but at this moment, Biley on the side had a serious expression. Now is not the time to care about brotherhood. Just as Luffy woke up, the pursuers of the Hades army had already broken into Jamil, and more than one. Chapter 340_Pluto Hall Chaser. Sengoku the Buddha. Jamil's stone path. Several underworld fighters are rushing towards the tower ahead. This Jamil has no defense at all. It seems that this group of saints won't get Muluanza in vain. Earth Beast Star Cat Demon Chihir said. Chihir was the supervisor of this combat operation, and had a considerable position among the fighters. Che, a few bronze saints. Do you need to send so many people? Pick them up early and go back for a couple of drinks in the evening. You can't underestimate them. After all, they can come out of our Hades Palace alive. Several underworld fighters were full of self-confidence, and they showed their teeth and claws, wanting to solve the battle as soon as possible. Boom! However, before they could approach the tower, a thunderstorm struck. Immediately afterwards, a golden light hit, and a huge golden Buddha descended from the sky and stopped in front of several underworld underworld fighters. Ha ha ha, Marine S trash, can't beat us, can't think of going to God and worship Buddha. The underworld fighter sneered. The person in front of them was Sengoku, who had been taken away by Ashmita earlier. However, Sengoku was different from before. This time he was like Ashmita, floating cross-legged in the sky, looking extremely Buddha nature. Men fighters, there is a quiet place in front of Buddhism. Please come back, Sengoku said calmly. Become a Buddha? Send him to hell. An underworld fighter charged up. An evil microcosm erupted from his fist and punched Sengoku with a punch, crossing the heavenly thunder. All I saw was a thunder that was several meters thick falling from the sky and slammed on the head of the underworld fighter. The underworld fighter rolled his eyes and smoked black smoke all over his body because he was instantly killed by Sengoku because of his carelessness. Small universe? How is this possible? Is it an illusion? Cheshire stood on the cliff beside him, shocked. Unexpectedly, a cultivator with a strength of more than 60 levels in the past could burst into a small universe, and he still had the power to instantly kill the underworld fighter. At this time, behind Sengoku, a string of thunderous rosary beads floated. Epic equipment? It can't be so tricky. Cheshire frowned. The Buddha beads floating behind Sengoku are epic weapons of LV-70 Dragon Ball, and this weapon was acquired by Sengoku at the Abyss Party, but at the time it was unknown what it was used for, and its special ability can call thunder. It's only with a weapon that I dare to show off my power here. Don't be afraid, keep going. The remaining underworld fighters rallied again and rushed towards Sengoku. Kong. A ring of golden light exploded, and the attacks of several underworld fighters were all bounced off. Sengoku has already realized part of Ashmita's cultivation and mastered some skills. Although he has only learned the skin, it is enough to deal with these underworld warriors. Damn, tear him up for me. Cheshire gritted his teeth and continued to let these underworld fighters attack. Boom. Subsequently, the two sides engaged in a round of fierce fighting. Underworld fighters had an advantage in numbers and gradually became familiar with Sengoku's attack routine and quickly reversed the situation. At this time, inside the tower, Elder, what do we use these wooden luanzi for? Luffy asked curiously. Make your rosary that can seal the soul of the underworld fighter, Bailey said. Then why haven't we done it yet? Sabo asked. Because our little universe is not enough to make this rosary, Bailey said solemnly. At this moment, a Saint Seiya wearing a going holy garment with a strand of blonde hair walked into the tower. With him here, everything will be easy. Bailey looked at Ashmita and said confidently. There is no problem inside, but the pursuers from outside have arrived. I want to be quiet, Ashmita said. Sengoku outside, and he can't stop the attack of the underworld warriors, and they will attack soon. We're going to fight again. Are you ready? Sabo said, grabbing his top hat. Luffy and others were all gearing up, and the mighty Haki walked out of the tower, and by the time they got to the door, Sengoku had been forced to the front of the tower. Kyomo, giant meteor fist, Dai Enkai, Fenyi Tianxiang, unicorn double fist. A variety of energies instantly covered the sky, instantly engulfing all the underworld fighters. Boom. With a loud bang, all the underworld fighters were unprepared, and they were all killed in one blow. At this moment, the war supervisor Shihir, standing in the distance, said coldly, you bastards can't even beat a few bronze saints? As soon as the voice fell, all the saints slowly stood up again. Fortunately, there is Lord Hades' protection. With this, we have an absolute advantage. You wait to die. Take it, Wraith Wave. The underworld fighter had a ferocious face, and he kept blasting energy waves towards Luffy and the others, crossing the heavenly thunder. Kyomo, rubber double comet, Lushan Bailongba. Luffy and the others blasted the ultimate move again, blasting the underworld fighter. Boom. Under the strong explosion, the underworld fighter was killed again soon. However, after killing these underworld fighters, they were resurrected on the spot again. Endless. Even if they had endless strength and magic power, they would be consumed by them sooner or later. However, at this moment, there was a strong red light on the top of the tower, and the artistic conception of Buddha broke out instantly. The rosary beads refined by Ashmita are about to be completed. Chapter 341 Ashmita's sacrifice. Oops, they're almost done. Seeing this powerful and terrifying aura, Cheshire was taken aback. Hurry up and stop him. Cheshire, who had always been fascinated with a confident smile, seemed to be covered with ashes at this moment, which was extremely ugly. When the other fighters saw this light, they also gritted their teeth. Once Mu Luanza's rosary was made, their immortality and closeness to doing whatever they wanted meant that they would be destroyed. Wraith Wave, Flame of the Netherworld, breakout. In order to stop Ashmita, all the underworld fighters made their strongest blow and rushed to the top of the tower. Don't even think about us. Fire Fist, Dragon's Claw, the Nebula Chain. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Kobe do their best to smash the underworld fighter with a big move. Come on, I can't do it. Buggy, on the other hand, collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Previously in the underworld and the palace of Hades, They had experienced fierce battles and they did not get a good rest, and now they are in a very poor state. His physical fitness was not as good as the other 4 blood cows, and he eventually collapsed. Boom! There was a big explosion and both sides were engulfed by the energy wave and they were injured. Luffy and others fell into the ground, and after the injury added, it was difficult for them to stand up again. The undead body that was finally unsealed from the goddess of the underworld must not let the Saint Seiya succeed. Fight. As long as we die together with Ashmita, we can be reborn infinitely. Profound truth. Magna charge. In order to keep his undead body, the underworld warrior dragged his broken body and attacked the top of the tower again. However, just as they flew to the top of the tower, a Buddha-like aura exploded instantly. Nani, this is impossible. All the underworld fighters widened their eyes as if looking directly at death and vaguely saw a Buddha. The heavenly dance treasure wheel. Immediately afterwards, the Buddha behind Ashmita suddenly turned into a vicious 3-headed and 6-armed Ashura, and then a shockwave broke out. This little universe, could it be Ashmita? At this moment, Luffy and Sengoku realized that the situation was not good. Ashmita sacrificed himself and used the ultimate 8th sense microcosm to refine the string of Muluan's rosary. Boom! The entire sky above Jamil instantly turned into a golden ocean, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Several underworld fighters were instantly shattered by the bones of their bodies, falling to the ground one by one like hailstones. Even the war supervisor Shihir, who was watching the battle from a distance, was affected, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was shocked out of internal injuries. Damn! Cheshire was embarrassed, but it was impossible to continue the attack now. After thinking about it, he turned and left. This chasing operation will undoubtedly end in complete defeat. Ashmita. At this time, Sengoku and Luffy eagerly jumped to the top of the flattened tower to check on Ashmita's condition. Ashmita, why sacrifice yourself? Can't you find another way to eliminate the underworld fighter? Luffy roared heart-rendingly. This is the only way. Even if there is another way, we are too late. Ashmita opened his eyes and said lightly. Ashmita has turned into a soul state at this moment, and his eyes have also recovered their vision. It turns out that the Pegasus in this life looks like this. Ashmita showed a faint smile and said with a smile, it seems that there is no regret in this life. Flowers. Ashmita, I haven't realized the essence of Buddhism. Are you just leaving? Sengoku said in a lost voice. Sengoku, since you broke through the 6 realms of reincarnation, I have nothing to teach you, and you can only comprehend the rest. The Virgo-going holy garment. Sooner or later, you will have to inherit it. Ashmita looked at the two of them, and the soul had begun to turn into a spiritual child and slowly drifted away. Luffy, continue to hold on to your dreams. Perhaps this is a source of power that can break the boundaries of Saint Seiya and reach an infinite universe. After speaking, Ashmita disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pair of going robes with his hands folded and Muluanzi hanging. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Luffy looked at Ashmita, who had turned into a star, and said with a determined look in his eyes, Ashmita, the mantle of Buddhism will be carried forward by me. Sengoku closed his eyes, and a drop of sorrowful but also representative of the future tears fell. It's a pity, such a strong going Saint. Ace sighed, and everyone felt sorry for Ashmita's sacrifice. I didn't expect that the first going Saint Seiya sacrificed was Ashmita. Sabo murmured. No, Ashmita is not dead. He is always guarding Athena and humanity. Luffy picked up the golden wooden Luanzu rosary and held it high to the sky. In an instant, the bodies of several dead fighters gradually turned into black spirits and dissipated, and they would not be resurrected again. And some of the rosary beads in Luffy's hand turned from gold to black, which means that the soul of the underworld fighter is sealed. This is Ashmita's hard work in exchange for his life to turn the tide of the battle. Since then, the Saint Seiya and the underworld warrior have returned to the same situation. Chapter 342 dedicated to Buddha. Get out of Marine Hades City. Going Saint Seiya. Ashmita actually made Muluan's rosary in this way. Hades murmured as he painted. He has already noticed what happened to Jamil, and now the situation of the Pluto army is getting more and more serious. Underworld warrior, is it impossible to escape the baptism of death after all? Hades said. At this moment Pandora came in, knelt on the ground, and reported the battle report of the raid. However, before Pandora could say anything, Hades said in advance, it's a complete defeat. Pandora nodded in disappointment. The recent mission has been a series of setbacks. Get up. After all, even Looney and Cerberus 380 can't keep them. However, Hades did not blame Pandora. He had long foreseen this result. Jamil is not easy to deal with, so Hades did not send 2 strong troops over. If they failed to stop the Saint Seiya from refining the Muluanzu rosary, and they counterattacked for a while, the loss would be even more severe. After all, in Jamil there is a Saint Seiya who has lived for more than 200 years. Because of the experience of the previous Holy War, the three giants of the underworld are not his opponents. How's the situation over there in the abyss? Hades asks. Go back to Lord Hades. Although we have grabbed a lot of magic breaking stones, we have not obtained much epic equipment, and the probability of getting a useful piece of equipment is even more pitiful, Pandora said. Hades nodded, and he also knew very well that this kind of equipment could not be readily available. It's okay, even if it's not suitable, it can reduce these enemies with epic equipment, and it won't be detrimental to us, Hades said with a smile. This is indeed the case. If humans and saints are allowed to develop freely, the threat will definitely increase. On the contrary, the underworld fighters compete for epic equipment which can improve their own strength and curb the development of their opponents. Go back and keep an eye on the movements of the Saint Seiya, especially Pegasus, Hades instructed. Lord Hades is right. Pandora nodded, then turned and left. At this time, Jamil, Mr. Sengoku, what happened to you? Kobe is very curious about the changes that have taken place in Sengoku, and now he makes people feel that the six senses are pure and detached, and he is completely different. Get out of the world and return to Buddhism. Sengoku closed his eyes and said calmly, it was Ashmida's influence, and he was also hit by that guy's big move. Luffy said, hey, brainwashed, are there such terrifying monsters in Saint Seiya? When Buggy heard this, he was instantly frightened. Others were speechless for a moment. They tried to imagine the picture of Buggy becoming a Buddhist disciple. The style of the painting was really spicy. Come on, you can only enter the circus at most, Ace said coldly. Kobe paused, then continued, then Mr. Sengoku, what are your plans for the future? He vaguely felt an ominous foreboding. Retire to the mountains and forests, devote yourself to the Buddha, and inherit the mantle of Ashmita, Sengoku said calmly. What about Marine's side? Kobe was most concerned about Sengoku's position on Marine's side. There are so many talented people in the world government. I'm afraid I don't need the meager power of this old man, Sengoku said. Sengoku had already wanted to retire after he had retired behind the scenes, but because Marine still needed him, he shied away from the responsibilities given to him. Now, due to the outbreak of the epic era, Marine's combat power has gradually increased. With advanced combat powers such as Garp, Momuzaki, Kizaru, and Kyuzen, the four emperors and other combat powers are temporarily impossible to pose a threat to Marine. Aren't you going to tell Marshal Kyuzen? Kobe asked. No need, after all, Kyuzen and you are both people who can freely leave the sanctuary. Sengoku declined politely. At this moment, Luffy bared his teeth and smiled at Sengoku. Uncle Sengoku, just stick to the way you want to go. Sengoku opened his eyes, squinted and smiled. Is it the same as you? Ha ha ha. It's not bad that he is Garp's grandson. Ultimately, Sengoku became an alternate for the Virgo going sane, and Marine, because of his escape into Buddhism, lost a top combat power. Marine headquarters. After Kyuzen received the news from Kobe, he was stunned for a few seconds. Mr. Sengoku left Marine, Kyuzen said solemnly. Nani, where is he? Old man, has he abandoned me? When Garp heard this, he was furious. He didn't expect Sengoku to leave like this, and he left without saying goodbye. In the sanctuary, I heard that I have become a candidate for the Virgo going Saint Seiya, Kyuzen said. Ping pong. Only a sound of glass breaking was heard, and Garp broke out of the window and flew to the new world. Mr. Garp, wait. Kyuzen wanted to stop Garp, but Garp had disappeared without a trace. However, it didn't take long for Garp to go back the same way, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Kyuzen, by the way, how do we get to the sanctuary? The reason he came back was precisely because he didn't know the way. I'll go with you. Kyuzen left some explanations to Kizaru, and then opened his vindictive wings and flew out of the window. A meritorious veteran like Sengoku left without saying goodbye, and as a marshal, Kyuzen, of course, tried his best to keep him. Even if you can't keep it, you should ask him the reason for leaving in person. This regard, Garp and Kyuzen both flew to the sanctuary together, and just at this time, a special situation occurred on the battlefields of the Abyss parties around the world. Chapter 343 Abyss Nightmare 4 Demons. New World Islands. Boom. With a few loud explosions, Marine's troops participating in the Abyss party were all affected and suffered heavy casualties. Hell, it's a blue demon burning with steam. What is this? A vine? A pest? It's an iron pillar, and countless iron pillars have fallen from the sky. Meteorite. The meteorite is down. Escape. After opening the gate of the abyss, 3 different demons appeared. The 2 have the same shape as brands, but one blue and one green, representing different elements. There is also a demon with a dark body and a body that is several times stronger than other demons, carrying a huge iron pillar. Boom. Another round of mad attack. Thunderclouds that turned into steam, and thunder that kept falling to wreak havoc on the audience. The vines that grow wildly and disrupt everything, as well as countless powerful demon flowers under the little sun that promotes growth. The speed of destroying the island is even more accelerated. There are also countless iron pillars falling from the sky, like a disaster disaster from the sky, directly smashing the heads of countless marine soldiers to 18 blood. Coupled with the meteorite bombardment of the burning demon brands, all parts of the world have become a mess, and all are attacked by monsters. All marines were caught off guard, and they didn't even know the abilities of these demons. Under the chaos, the assigned marines suffered heavy casualties and did not find a chance to counter-attack for a while. At this time, in the Tower of Death, hell isn't just the endless karmic fire. Dreyfus, the god of death, admired all the fighting and killing in the world, and at the same time released the other 3 abyss demons. Now, there's more to the abyss than just burning hell. The demon with steam all over his body is the blue ice demon Weibo, who can possess the elemental power of ice and water. At the same time, this does not mean that he is afraid of fire, because he can turn water into steam and is also quite heat resistant. The blue-colored demon is the wild Agro, similar in ability to Kinchaozuma, has endless growth power, strong defense and control, and lower attack power than the other 3 demons. And the last one is the most thorny steel demon, Dark King Steer, with a steel body, the most powerful attack power, and can also lure thunder that is more powerful than Weibo. It's time to face a new challenge. Death God Dreyfus laughed grimly. He didn't release other demons before because the time was not yet ripe. Today's strong men in the world have the basis to fight against the 4 major demons. Next, just wait to enjoy a wonderful abyss party. At this time, the world's major islands. Wei Tianxian sings the sword. Momuzagi unfortunately pierced the honeycomb and encountered the most powerful Dark King still, and was once caught in a hard battle. Weak attack, take my blow. The Dark King Steer directly faced him, and then swung several tons of super large steel pillars, wielding a powerful blow. Boom! A sword and a stick slammed into each other, producing an earth-shattering explosion, and the entire island was plunged into a violent earthquake. Ugh, what a lot of strength. Momuzagi only felt numbness in the hand holding the sword. She knew that Dark King Steer was very strong, but this attack was completely beyond her expectations. The next battle is very difficult. Marine headquarters. Beep beep beep. After Kuzan left, the phone in Kizaru's office kept ringing. There were so many emergencies that even the experienced Kizaru was caught off guard. Admiral, 4 blue demons have appeared on Ball Island. Borsalino Admiral, Hagen Island quick support. G6 troops suffered heavy casualties, and the 2 rear admiral lost contact. For a time, a large number of distress signals were sent back from all over the world, and Kizaru didn't know which side to solve first. Kuzan, did you foresee this happening in advance and ran to evacuate? Kizaru complained, all of which came too suddenly. Afterwards, Kizaru assembled a large number of troops left behind at Marine headquarters and prepared to start support operations. The low-level demons will be handled by Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. After thinking for a while, Kizaru began to order. As for the New World, the 4 emperors can deal with them temporarily without intervening. At the same time, the demons close to the Marine branch should be dealt with first. Also, don't fight these demons hard. If you can't beat them, try to hold them back and take advantage of the number of people to kill him. Kizaru instructed before the mission was executed. In dealing with abyss monsters and dungeon monsters, he is already a veteran and has a lot of experience. Yes. Eventually, Marine's support team began to strike, traveling around the world to stop the abyssal demons from destroying the world. At the same time, Kizaru also went into battle himself, and in the end, only Tsuru was left in the Marine headquarters. 167. And the 4 emperors here, on an island where Whitebeard is located. Kulalala, new abyss monsters and new challenges. Whitebeard held up his naginata, glaring excitedly at the oncoming abyss demon. Take a move from me, piercing clouds and splitting the earth. I saw was Whitebeard leaping and then slapping the ground with his naginata. Boom! With a loud bang, a strong earthquake began to occur on the entire island, and the abyss demon in front of him was directly shaken. Afterwards, Whitebeard led the crew of the pirates to pounce on these abyss demons. In addition, the Redhead Kaido and Big Mom are all fighting against these abyss demons. Because the Red Hair is a ghost swordsman, it is not difficult to deal with as long as the number is not large. On Kaido's side, all of them were full of vigor and blood, and they fought head to head with the abyss demon, and the scene was extremely intense. As for the Ant, because there is the largest paladin in the world, the entire pirate group is both offensive and defensive, and has the most advantage in dealing with them. Finally, the whole world is fighting against the new cosmic demons, and a brand new abyss party begins. Chapter 344 Crazy Alien Powerhouse. An island in the New World. The duel between Momuzagi and Dark King Steer gradually entered a white-hot stage. The wrath of the ice dragon Huishinksu and Crying Sword. Momuzagi burst out with the power of an epic weapon, as if a huge ice dragon appeared in the swing of the sword, roaring frantically at the Dark King Steer. Dark King Thunder. Dark King Still also made a big move, and in an instant the pillars on the ground attracted a lot of thunder that was several meters thick. Damn, is this a lightning formation? Momuzagi Momuzagi was taken aback, and then he gritted his teeth and launched a big move against the Dark King Steer against the Sea of Thunder. Her ultimate has a body domination effect, so she is not afraid of being interrupted. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the whole island seemed to be caught in an earthquake of magnitude 8. In an instant, a shock wave spread instantly. All the trees on the island were uprooted, and the ground seemed to be lifted again. Flying sand and rocks, and falling rocks. Momuzagi knelt down on one knee, stroked her heart, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although her armor resisted some of the thunder's damage, she was still unable to escape from the Sea of Thunder. At this time, amid the billowing smoke, the burly body of Dark King Steer still stood. It's a bit strong, but unfortunately, such an attack can't kill me. Dark King still laughed. Goodbye, adventurer. Dark King magnetic force. Only seeing the Dark King still raising his fist high, a powerful magic burst out in an instant. Crap! Momuzagi was restrained by a powerful magnetic force. Her brows furrowed, her mobility was greatly reduced, and at the same time, thunder also began to track down. Boom! The thunder that was a few meters thick chased and attacked. Momuzagi could only keep running away. Struggle! The King of Darkness shakes. At this time, Dark King still also rushed up, waving the iron pillar to hit the ground. Boom! Several rings of shock waves exploded in an instant, spreading forward like ripples. Fight! Momuzagi saw that the shock wave was about to sweep, and decided to use the final big move to turn the situation around. Xiaokong // I only saw Momuzagi gaining momentum for a short period of time, and then slashing forward. Chap! A blue and white sword energy pierced through the sky, slashed directly through the void, and instantly slashed across the body of Dark King Steer. Nanny! Dark King Steel's eyes widened. This move entrained the power of time and space, and now he can't move. Drink! Immediately after a coquettish shout, Momuzagi jumped out, deftly dodging the shockwave of Dark King Steer, and at the same time swung the knife again. Chap! The two knives fell, and a huge cross was drawn directly, suppressing the Dark King Steer like a cage. Be enlightened, burn the sky and refine the sun. Immediately afterwards, Momuzagi used the short-term control to use the awakening big move at the shortest distance. Bear! The 100-meter-long blade swept away for a while, and the Dark King Steer had nowhere to escape, and all the strong slashes fell on him. Destroy it! At the time of the explosion, the flame on Dark King Steer was instantly detonated. Boom! A pillar of fire hundreds of meters thick shot up into the sky, and the entire island was instantly burned. The Dark King Steer was directly blown to pieces in the awakening big move. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's side. After dozens of rounds of battle, Whitebeard gradually became familiar with the skills of the newly emerged Abyss monster and quickly regained the initiative. 1000 soul kill. The end. Whitebeard used his supernatural power to activate his awakening ultimate move. Boom! The knife smashed the ground, and then swept the flaming Naginata in anger. Boom! The devastating blow directly smashed the entire island into thousands of pieces. Wherever the shockwave swept, it was razed to the ground, and its destructive power was comparable to that of mushroom bombs. And several abyss demons on the island were smashed to pieces by the heavy blow. The same goes for other regions. Control. Use control skills to stop him from making big moves. Is thunder. Stop attacking, and collectively disperse to avoid. Remove the vines and plants on your teammates. Be careful of the devil flower. Although the power of the abyss demon is great, its moves are relatively monotonous and easy to see through. After sacrificing a large number of companions, all forces have found a way to restrain the abyss demon. In the end, most of the islands with strong powers slowly defeated the abyss demons on the islands. Finally clean up these horrible demons. It's really strong. Fortunately it can be cleaned up with crowd tactics. After cleaning up the cosmic demons, won't there be powerhouses from other worlds? Oops, don't let your guard down. The real enemy is out now. I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, but then I remembered that the door to the abyss was really opened now. Boom! There was a thunderous bang, and countless golden rays flashed from the gate of the abyss. Ozma's minions. Die. No one can stop us from destroying Ozma. Start the mission. Immediately afterwards, there appeared on various islands, or a paladin with a big hammer, or a paladin with a holy spear, a black leather coat, an agent with sunglasses, and many high-level with various special abilities. The Abyss Powerhouse, and Momuzagi, Whitebeard, and the others that appeared on the islands of the Four Emperors are even more powerful otherworldly powerhouses. These otherworldly powerhouses are all between level 60 and 70, and all have epic equipment, and their combat power is terrifying. A new round of challenges is coming. Chapter 345 GSDS disciples are not easy to mess with. At the same time when the chaos of the abyss broke out, Kyuzan and Garp had reached the sanctuary. The moment they landed, Kobe was already at the entrance to the sanctuary, waiting for their arrival. Marshal Kyuzan, here you are, Kobe said. Kobe, where's Sengoku? Garp asked eagerly. In the village near the sanctuary. I'll take you there, Kobe said. Kyuzan and Garp Garp nodded, then followed Kobe to Sengoku's residence. A moment later, in a humble little temple, Sengoku floated above the empty lobby, exuding a faint Buddha light, looking extraordinarily sacred. Hey, Sengoku, not even saying a word to my old comrade in arms, it's not funny. Garp rushed in angrily, grabbed Sengoku by the collar, and punched him hard. However, Sengoku didn't change his face, still closed his eyes, very peaceful. Hey Kobe, what's he doing? Is he on top? Garp asked. Mr. Sengoku has belonged to Buddhism, and now he has ignored the affairs in Marine. Kobe said. 057 Buddhist. Why do you want to quit Marine and ask your head for instructions? I don't think they will embarrass you. Kyuzan said. He thought it was a conflict of beliefs, and Sengoku decided to leave Marine. Garp. Kyuzan, the old man has devoted himself to Buddhism. No amount of words will change the result. Sengoku calmly said. Instead of persuading the old man to return to the team, it is better to recruit the powerhouses of the new world. After all, now that both Akainu and I have left the team, it is time to replenish the high-level combat power. Damn, are you brainwashed? Garp punched Sengoku in the face again, but Sengoku remained indifferent. Garp, this is the arrangement of heaven, neither you nor I can change it, Sengoku said. Okay, since that's the case, I'm not reluctant anymore, Kyuzan said. You guys should go back to Marine headquarters, now Marine is in big trouble. Sengoku said. What, big trouble? How is that possible? Garp couldn't believe it. The sea was still calm when he came. Beep beep beep. Marine's emergency call came from the phone. Bug. Crap. After listening to the report over there, Kyuzan suddenly shed a few drops of cold sweat. What's the matter, Kyuzan? Garp asked. Kyuzan said solemnly. Something happened. It's a new abyss monster and a powerhouse from another world. The two immediately flew out to support Marine, who was fighting hard, and the Sengoku matter could only be put aside. At this time, on the island where Momuzagi was, Moon Dance, the 5 assassins with skin like a cold moon all awakened when they saw Momuzagi and began to attack Momuzagi. Dare to block the way of the Silver Light Magic Group. There is only one dead end. Arc Flash. Destroyed in a blink of an eye. Arc Flash. Destroyed in a blink of an eye. The lightning-like speed and the gust-like combo hit Momuzagi directly. Before Momuzagi could react, there were knife marks all over her body. Although the stab wound is not deep, it is difficult to stop the bleeding, and the situation will become more and more unfavorable if it drags on. These assassins are members of the Silver Light Magic Group. Their skills can be released indefinitely. Coupled with the blessing of the Awakening ultimate move, their attack power is doubled. Clap clap clap. Several assassins of the Silver Light Magic Corps did not keep their hands, and were still attacking Momuzagi frantically. Ugh. Momuzagi can only defend, but under the attack of such a secret manual, it is impossible to block them all. Now the Awakening ultimate move for life-saving has entered a cooling state and cannot be used again, and the situation is becoming more and more critical. Assassination mission about to be completed. The wind is dancing. Momuzagi with one move. Assassins pay attention to being fast, accurate, and ruthless. When they seize an opportunity, they will never be soft-hearted. Really, are you going to fall here? Momuzagi looked at the silver light that was about to flash in his eyes, full of despair and regret. At this moment, she seemed to have been pushed to the gate of hell, unable to resist anymore. Break the air and draw a knife. At the time of the lightning and flint, a faster sword energy swept across, almost splitting the sky. Clap clap. Before the assassins made their move, Hanyu's sword energy directly interrupted their big move. Senior brother. Momuzagi looked into the distance and saw a green algae-headed swordsman walking slowly. Saved Momuzagi was Rorono Zoro, who came from the same division as her. Fortunately I caught up, otherwise the master will blame me, Zoro said. After intensive training, Zoro has now reached level 70 and has acquired a large number of powerful epic weapons. Kill without mercy. Several assassins looked at Zoro, frowned immediately, and then took a strange step, struck like lightning, and attacked again. Although Zoro stepped into hell, the strength of this group of assassins is still not to be despised. At this moment, Momuzagi stood up slowly, pointed at the assassin in front of him with an ice-like lightsaber. Haki said, "Let you know, GSD disciples are not easy to mess with." Instant. Momuzagi's sword intent instantly overwhelmed several assassins. Several assassins were stunned for a few seconds, but quickly calmed down and continued to attack. Zoro saw Momuzagi's determination, and immediately the corners of his mouth rose. Vivi. Yes, master will not allow us to be bullied by outsiders. Chapter 346. Zoro's weapon. Go on. Broken Fate. Zoro is like a gust of wind, and he is replaced by a huge epic dagger. Broken Fate. Draw the sword. I only saw Zoro burst out with a calm breath, and then issued a very strong sword move. Nani. Several members of the Silver Light Magic Group were taken aback and were directly injured by the sword energy. I didn't expect that those who practice swords can emit such a powerful airflow, just like A_Kigong Master. More unexpected yet to come. Heart Crusher. Lu Xian Li. Flash. Zoro pulled out a delicate blunt weapon with his other hand. Bang bang bang. The strong slash entrained the sword energy like a heavy hammer, which directly smashed several assassins into dizziness and rolled in the air. Sword Soul's moves can display different sword intents under different weapons. The short sword carries magic power, which can cut out a powerful sword spirit and emit a strange sword intent. The lightsaber comes with light energy, moves as fast as lightning, and can also cut out the effect of electric shock like lightning. Blunt weapons are intended to destroy and can make up for the lack of destructive power of swordsman practitioners. The purpose of cultivating a giant sword is to give the opponent a fatal blow for the sake of strength and attack power. Because Zoro is a three-knife style, the skill of the swift shadow hand can be used to the extreme, and it is almost possible to switch weapons anytime and anywhere, which is why the series of exquisite swordsmanship just happened. At this time, Momuzagi flew up with a gorgeous step. Chance kill 1,000 souls. The gorgeous slash, entrained with drifting cherry blossoms, flashed by, leaving frost sword marks on several assassins. It's over. Extreme ghost swordsmanship storm style. Immediately afterwards, Zoro performed a gorgeous alley-oop, using his ultimate awakening move to instantly immobilize the assassins with a sword formation. Drink. With a loud shout, Zoro jumped high, drew his divine sword and started slashing. Yulongjiang, Huishinksu and Mingjian, Guren's fire palm, and Momuzagi used Zoro's control effect to frantically blast all his skills. Clap clap. Only saw a burst of colorful energy soaring into the sky, and the silver light magic group was finally smashed to pieces under the ultimate slash. Sure enough, it's epic equipment. Momuzagi looked at the familiar flash and laughed excitedly. You take it. I have all the 70 epic weapons, Zoro said generously. Since senior brother is such a gentleman, then I'm welcome. Momuzagi picked it up immediately and was overjoyed because this is not a weapon but a delicate bracelet or Sky Raid bracelet. Nani. When Zoro came back to his senses, he was surprised. He didn't expect such a precious piece of jewelry, but he didn't regret it because Zoro had made a decision long ago that no matter what equipment fell, it would be given to Momuzagi. It turned out to be useless. You have to collect a set of jewelry to obtain the inheritance of the God of War, Momuzagi said in frustration. It's already a third of the way. If you can collect all three and get the inheritance of the God of War, that's amazing, Zoro said. Looks like it's going to be tight. Momuzagi looked at the other hidden pillars with a confident smile. Just a moment of rest and healing, Momuzagi continued to challenge the Abyss Party. In order to obtain the inheritance of the God of War, it is worth the effort. At this time, the world's major islands. After Marine dispatched a large number of reinforcements, a major counter-offensive was launched. Wow, it's epic gear. Well, fortunately, there is Marine support, otherwise this old life will be gone. It's a piece of artifact equipment and the harvest is not bad. Under the concentrated fire of many people, many other world powerhouses have been eliminated, and at the same time, a lot of valuable equipment has been dropped. Flowers. Among them, Whitebeard, Redhead and others have obtained their own equipment. Whitebeard held a crimson broadsword and murmured, Red Skeleton, this old man can't bear to be with the Naginata that has been with me for so many years. After speaking, Whitebeard put away the level 60 epic weapon Red Skeleton. Although it is only level 60, this weapon can increase the attack power by 20% and its attributes are quite powerful. Whitebeard didn't just swap out the old weapon, using it as an important hole card. Mom is here. Moma. With this weapon, my blessing will grow stronger. The ant laughed and said, I'm going to become more holy again, and the nun will definitely feel it. The weapon that ant got is the epic cross of LV60 Eternal Oath, which can increase the effect and strength of various buffs. With it, the overall strength of the Big Mom pirate group will be greatly improved. At this time, Hades City. Pandora, it's time to close the net, Hades said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Yes, Lord Hades. Pandora nodded and then immediately ordered the underworld warriors who had been preparing for a long time and lurking in every corner of the world to attack. Now the powerhouses of mankind have crippled the powerhouses of the Abyss Party. He has not acted before just to wait for this moment, the moment to take advantage of the fisherman. Lord Hades, he is indeed wise. Pandora said, stupid human, we don't want to break the magic stone, and we won't participate in the Abyss Party. We will grab the equipment that falls, Hades said with a grim smile. After they clean up the otherworldly powerhouses, the Pluto army will attack in one fell swoop, annihilating all the humans participating in the Abyss Party. Chapter 347 Play with the Man of God. Islands of the world. After a round of hard battles, all the powerhouses finally ushered in the moment of great harvest. Hey, it's just about the last blow. Such a strong cosmic demon and another world powerhouse should drop high-level epic equipment. One of Kaido's 3 plagues, Jack said excitedly. Another island in the new world. Yoshi, streamer meteorite. Artifact equipment. So lucky. After Duguji and Gio killed the otherworldly powerhouse. He finally got the weapon in Castro's hand. However, there are only a few lucky people, and many people have obtained some useless equipment. Damn, fight to the death. Just give me some rare purple equipment. Damn, it's all high-end equipment. Better than nothing. These equipment can at least improve our attack and defense a lot. 670 sacrificed a lot of soldiers to get the reward, but unexpectedly it was some low-level equipment, and everyone immediately began to complain. However, although it is blue high-end equipment and purple rare equipment, it is better than wearing nothing at all. After wearing these equipments, at least they won't die after being touched by the underworld fighter. Boom. At this moment, a black cloud suddenly appeared over the islands. Ha ha ha. Stupid humans. Kill them all. Breaking mountain fist. Spotlight cannon. Hades' army of Hades came in a surprise attack. All of them launched strong moves to bomb the ground, and in an instant the black energy bombs in the sky poured down like a torrential rain. This time, Hades sent not only the underworld warriors, but also countless soldiers and skeleton soldiers from the underworld. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard, and all the marines, the pirates, and the revolutionary army were all in disarray in an instant. It's the underworld fighter. Run. Calm down. It's impossible to escape such an intensive attack. All defense. Big rock snake. Use wide area defense. Critical moment. Marine S Vice Admiral, pirates, and the cotters of the revolutionary army all stood up, commanded the battle, and coordinated with Pokemon to make defensive moves. Boom. There was a burst of dust in the sky, accompanied by a huge roar of a lifetime, and a violent chain explosion exploded in the air. Because of the timely defense, the human front barely blocked the onslaught of the Hades army. However, the level of the underworld warriors is much higher than that of humans. Although the scope is not large, they still bombard a large number of human soldiers into serious injuries. Kill. Afterwards, all the Pluto army flew down and launched a melee battle on Whitebeard's island. Yo haha. Kill them all for me, and leave none of them. Lemmy, the star of the earth, led thousands of soldiers and launched an attack on the Whitebeard pirates, and the earth-fuxing star Lemmy, after giving the order, used his ability to sneak into the ground. If you have the ability, come here. Whitebeard stabbed the Naginata into the ground, baring his teeth, confident. Poor Dungeon doesn't know about Dad's abilities. Diamond Yosa sneered. Is the underworld warrior's brain full of worms? Marco flew in the air, also mocking. The underworld warrior's IQ is really worrying. Earthquake. I saw was Whitebeard's hands stretched into claws, and then he tore them with force, and the entire space began to tremble in an instant. Boom. The continuous roar sounded, and suddenly the whole island began to shake violently, and the stratum began to crack. Like the movement of the Earth's crust, it continued to tilt, collapse, and move in dislocation. What kind of ability is this? Lord Looney's ultimate move. Because they underestimated the enemy, most of the Hades army was unprepared, and countless people fell into the cracked abyss like dumplings. The guards and soldiers in the Hall of Hades are similar in strength to those of the goddess of the underworld. Although their level is high, they only have high resistance and attack power, and do not have many special abilities. At this time, Lemmy, who was lurking on the ground, was directly attacked by the earthquake shockwave and jumped out of the ground. I only saw him caressing his face, rolling on the ground, and under the shock of the strong beating, the 7 holes he had already been shaken bleed. Like Whitebeard, the LV-70's top superpower Devil Fruit Awakeners, the fruit ability can already burst out a big move equivalent to the 6th sense microcosm. Fortunately, this is a large-scale attack. If Whitebeard's highly concentrated seismic energy wave is hit by an earthquake punch, even the better fighters like Lemmy will be severely injured or even killed in seconds. Looks like I was careless. Lemmy wiped the blood off his face, and the evil little universe exploded in an instant. The burly man in front of him was no ordinary person. Do you want to fight with your father? Go through us first. At this time, captains such as Marco, Diamond Yozu, and Foil Vista had already charged forward with the crew to encircle and suppress the remaining Hades army. I'll leave it to you, Whitebeard said confidently. After all, he is the strongest man in the pirate world. As the leader, Whitebeard can't possibly lead the battle himself. In addition to Whitebeard, the other 4 emperors, Marine and many strong men also encountered the raid of the Hades army. The red-haired Shanks met one of Minus' left and right hands, Bayer, the necromancer. The red-haired pirates were originally small, and when they encountered Bayer, who manipulated the dead and the undead, they fell into a situation of less to many, and they have not yet found a way to overcome their opponents. After all, the left and right hands of the 3 giants in in the underworld all have strengths close to level 80. Kaido here. Star Cyclops Gugadug led a strong stormtrooper and fought with Kaido this group of beasts. Both sides fought by brute force. The fighting method was simple and rude, and the fight was in full swing. On the side of Ant, it attracted the army of Niobe, the Dark Star Lurker. Niobe is good at using poison. His death sent the going Saint Seiya, who can go without a sound. However, unfortunately, 3.7 Ant as a priest has a strong ability to expel poison. In addition to the 3 general stars, Smoothie, known as the Water Ski Sister, can also wring out toxins with her fruit ability. The Dark Star Niobe chose this front, and it was like pouring coal for 8 lifetimes. And this time, Ghost Island. Hades, it's an accident. Human powerhouses are not so easy to deal with. Yachen looked at all this through the eyes of God and showed a faint smile. Every piece of epic equipment needs to spend a lot of chaos points, which shows the power of these equipment. Yachen's generosity is to let Hades know that this is no longer the planet where he has been conducting jihad for a long time. It is inevitable that human beings will join the jihad. In this world, even a god cannot escape Yachen's control. Chapter 348 Unexpected help. Hades City. Dreyfus, is this the power you're planning to use against me? Hades raised his mouth slightly, very confident. I'm happy to accompany this game to the end. Hades still has a lot of important pieces in his hands, and now the troops sent to human world are not even 1/10. However, Dreyfus, the god of death, did not intend to fight Hades. He just wanted to make the world more interesting and lead to a world of survival of the fittest. At the same time, Hades' move also attracted the attention of the sanctuary. Lord Athena, now that the Hades army has been dispatched, it is time for us to take action, Pope Sage said. This time they also mobilized the soldiers of the underworld. It seems that we have to use the power of the clergy. Athena said, grant eyes, they will take the initiative without notifying them. Pope said with a confident smile. As early as the moment Pluto's army was dispatched, the clergy's order had already been dispatched, and the world's major battlefields were ahead. Athena nodded and then said, it seems that Luffy and the others will have to work hard again. Athena still sent Luffy and other Silver Saints to support this time. On the going Saint Seiya's side, only Aldiba was sent over. After all, the opponent's 3 giants did not appear, and they would launch a surprise attack on the sanctuary at any time. In the end, Aldiba, with Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Buggy, Kobe, and 10 Silver Saints, went to the islands of the pirate world to block the Hades army. At this time, on an island near Wanakuni in the New World, it's really tricky. Kizaru's expression was serious. The opponent he met was one of the left and right hands of the 3 giants Radamundes, Tianjin Ili Zilifedu. Zilifedu was very powerful. He used to be the most arrogant fighter in the underworld. He became loyal to him after he lost to Radamundes. And Zilifedu's ability not only has a paralyzing poisonous attack but also can create the hurricane of the Tiangi star minus. Although it is 1 level worse than minus, its power cannot be underestimated. Infinite light energy Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru leaped to the sky, then pulled the trigger, and the revolver filled with light energy instantly burst into a rain of bullets like a torrential rain, directly engulfing Zilifei. Wings of destruction. Zilifei directly used the profound righteousness, fanning out the annihilating wing wind that destroyed everything. Boom. The energy of 2 different attributes of wind and light collided strongly, and the sky instantly turned into 2 blue and yellow sky, and the earth trembled violently. Damn. Under the powerful explosion, Kizaru's strength was slightly weaker, and was hit by a strong aftermath, flying from the center of the island to the periphery like a bullet, smashing through several mountains in a row. And Kizaru's subordinates were mortally wounded, and even if they didn't die, they were seriously wounded. Woohoo. Immediately after, a hurricane quickly hit, chasing Kizaru. I thought how strong it was, but it turned out to be just a jerk. Luffy stood at the top of the hurricane, looked down at the embarrassed Kizaru, and suddenly showed a smug smile. Looks like there's nothing we can do. Kizaru stood up slowly again and decided to fight to the death. If Kizaru wanted to run, almost no one could stop him. However, there are now underworld fighters all over the world, and if they retreat, the consequences will be more serious. Do you still want to struggle? Ha ha ha. Luffy pointed at the corpses around him. With this move, Marine was almost wiped out, suffered to death, and the wings of destruction. Zilifedu once again fanned out a devastating hurricane, which then quickly spread and swept the audience. Crazy slaughter. Kizaru held up the cowboy hat on his head and then launched a flashy and quick round of shooting. Boom. The 2 energies collided again, and the fire in the field continued to rise like fireworks, and the scene was extremely spectacular. However, although the range of Kizaru's attacks is large, they are all granular energy, which can be easily penetrated in the face of wind energy, and his awakening big move has no invincible effect. Had he been hit, Kizaru would have suffered even more trauma this time. Buzzing. Suddenly, behind Kizaru, an extremely powerful and twisted energy floated gravity wave sword tiger. With a roar, it was like a roar of a tiger, and in an instant an invisible tiger, like 100 meters tall, rushed forward while roaring. Boom! I only saw a twist in the air, and all the wind energy was squeezed by gravity, instantly changing the wind direction, and the powerful hurricane gradually disintegrated. Who is it dare to spoil my good deeds? When a good thing was broken, Zilufei was instantly furious. This power was no worse than that of the underworld fighter. I didn't expect it to be you, Fujitora Isha, Kizaru said in shock. While speaking, a blind old man wearing a purple kimono and leaning on crutches slowly walked into the island. Kizaru never thought that Fujitora would come to support, and he had such strength completely above him. During this period of time, Fujitora has been concentrating on his practice, and his strength has reached LV70, and it was favored by GSD, becoming the first Ashura other than GSD. Although his eyes are blind, his observation haki powerful enough to discern the 813 flow of clouds and the good and evil of people. Because of this, Fujitora has also become the most qualified to transfer to Ashura. After changing jobs, Fujitora acquired the powerful ability of mind eyes, and during this time he learned a lot of GSD's true heritage. At the same time, Tong, who has a very deep knowledge in swordsmanship, and combined with his own fruit ability, he created a powerful gravity wave sword. His gravity fruit completely blocked the aftermath of Zilufeidu because of the power of the waves. Justice must not fall here, Fujitora said coldly. While Fujitora is not marine, he is also a man with great justice in mind. It's just a blind man. Don't think you want to beat me if you block a move. At this moment, Lucifer pulled out a pair of golden oriental sticks. This pair of oriental sticks is an epic weapon of LV70 Hurricane Strikes Dongfang sticks. It has the same attributes as Lucifer and contains a powerful hurricane power. Oops, it turns out that the underworld warrior also got an epic weapon. Kizaru looked at Lucifer, and suddenly a few drops of nervous cold sweat fell. The underworld warrior itself is very powerful, crushing almost all the powerhouses in the pirate world. Today, there are still epic equipment, and their combat power is undoubtedly a heaven-defying existence. Even with Fujitora's support, this matchup is still a tough fight. Chapter 349 Justice for Fujitora. Wind of Poison. Zilufei blew out a highly poisonous storm and swept away. Boom boom boom. Wherever it was swept, all the flowers, plants, and trees that fell to the ground instantly turned into dead branches, and the toxicity was amazing. Gravity Wave Sword Tiger. Fujitora used a gravity sword magnified to twisted gravity and shattered Zilufeidu's poisonous wind again. Even with the bonus of epic weapons, the wind pressure blown by Zilufei was still unable to overcome the magnified gravity, and eventually the airflow was disturbed, making it impossible to approach Fujitora. Taste the taste of being hit by light. Infinite light energy Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru took the opportunity to attack, pulling the trigger again and again, sending out an overwhelming barrage of light energy. Wings of Destruction. Boom. The dense number of light bombs chased Zilufeidu, but was finally resolved by Zilufei using wind energy. Side. Fujitora burst out with a strong killing intent, and at the same time pulled out a delicate hilt, and the entire sky suddenly fell into darkness. This hilt is actually the legendary epic dagger Shadowless Sword Arano. At the moment of blocking, it has been injured by the sword energy, and its attacks will all add 30% damage. This short sword is the real murderer in the invisible. Awakening Dark Sky Wave. Immediately afterwards, with a loud shout, Fujitora opened the eyes of Shura. Nani. Zilufeidu suddenly sweated nervously. In the dark sky, he seemed to feel that countless pairs of Shura eyes were watching him. Just two clowns jumping on the beam. Am I afraid of you? Destruction flaps its wings. Kizaru and Fujitora with one move. Extreme Ice Wave Sword. And at the moment when Zilufeidu made a move, Fujitora used a strengthened ice wave. Cluck cluck. Just seeing a row of icicles in front of him instantly haki, and the West Road Fee was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and the ultimate move was broken. A warrior who punishes evil and removes evil except God's blessing. At this moment, a paladin carrying a unique cross walked onto the island. Angel Blessing, Weapon Blessing, Honor Blessing, Apocalypse Pearl. As soon as he came up, the paladin dedicated all his blessings to Kizaru and Fujitora, and the attack power of the two strong men instantly doubled. The holy knights of the clergy have now reached the major islands of the world to save lives. The unclosed pupil is the realization of my extreme fluctuations. With the powerful buff of the paladins, Fujitora opened Shura's eyes. The whole island was covered with Shura's eyes, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily strange and terrifying. Damn, do you think I'll just fall down like this? Impossible. The underworld warrior will never lose to humans. At this time, Shilufei competed for the freezing of the ice, and roared wildly, becoming violent. All your actions have turned into fluctuations and are under my control. However, Fujitora charged head on and seemed to have discerned all of the motives of Zilufeidu. Evil light wave array. Only when Fujitora swung his sword, a wave like electric light turned into a cage which tightly trapped Zilufei. Unparalleled wave Fudo Mingwang formation. Afterwards, Fujitora used the wave to turn it into a powerful suction, sucking all the tolls around him. Immediately afterwards, Fudo Mingguang's power locked Shi Lufei to death again, and at the same time, the wave marks on Fujitora's head all turned into huge flame beads. Bang bang bang. After that, the flame beads began to rotate periodically, all penetrating Zilufeidu's body. A scream flew through the sky, and the powerful wave force directly smashed Zilufei into serious injuries. Because of Duke Ming's control effect, he had no way to fight back. Crack boom. In the end, all the eyes of Shuro were opened, and the space began to shatter, eventually causing a huge explosion that destroyed the world. Crazy slaughter. With the help of Fujitora's control effect, Kizaru got the perfect output opportunity, opened the awakening big move, and swept the west road Feidu frantically. Rumbling. Another round of continuous explosions. The entire island resounded with the sound of the explosion of light energy cannonballs. Shi Lufei had been smashed to pieces under the powerful attack, and there were no bones. Who, thanks to you and this paladin. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief after defeating Zilufeidu. Fortunately, there is Fujitora and the assistance of this paladin, otherwise this battle will never be turned into victory so quickly. Treating human beings as pawns of jihad. Hades and Hades' army are incompatible. Fujitora said honestly. What Fujitora follows is not the absolute justice of Akainu, but the justice of benevolence and righteousness. The practice of the underworld fighter undoubtedly ignited his heart of justice completely. Mr. Fujitora, are you interested in joining our marine? Now marine needs you, and the world needs you. Kizaru strongly invited Fujitora to join marine, and marine would never miss meeting such a powerful person with a righteous heart. Joining marine is really a good choice. It's really a good choice. Fujitora touched his chin and was seriously considering Kizaru's proposal. Tenhu likes to gamble. Recently, his money is a little tight and he doesn't want to steal and kidnap, so going to marine to grab some gambling books is also a good choice. If you can join marine, I believe you can directly become admiral. I think Kyuzan and you must be a good match. Kizaru said. The justice of Kyuzan and Fujitora has similarities, so there is no conflict between the two sides like Akainu. Let's talk after seeing Marshal Kyuzan. After all, you are not in charge of the marine. Fujitora retains Kizaru's opinion, and whether to join marine or not, he still has to read Kyuzan's style of work first. After all, times have changed now, and Fujitora has such a powerful strength that wherever he goes, he can stand at the top. Whether to join marine or not, we have to seriously consider it. Kizaru smiled lightly, and then said, that's right, let's take a look at the situation on other islands first. There are still many people waiting for our rescue. The old man sees the same thing. Fujitora nodded and said, the end. The two swept the Hades army all the way and approached the island where Kyuzan was located. Nothing else. Marine will add an admiral who is no weaker than Momuzagi. Chapter 350 Luffy's surprise attack. At this time, on the territory of the Red Hair Pirates, human beings are so naive they always make useless struggles and pray for miracles to happen. Tianling seen Necromancer Wu Byairk sneered coldly. Unfortunately, in front of Lord Hades, no miracles will happen. Ho. After that, a large group of soldiers from Hell broke out and attacked the red-haired pirates. Shanks, this is not the way to go. Ben Beckman's expression was solemn. Although he was not panicked, he was very clear about the current situation. Byairk's army of undead is endless, and like the army of reincarnation of the dirt, they will exhaust their physical strength sooner or later. Break the air and draw a knife. The red-haired Shanks launched a large-scale attack again, and when the cold light flashed, a sword energy of spiritual power spread rapidly, passing over the body of the undead army in an instant. However, these undead armies have a particularly strong ability to fight because of the blessing of Byairk's small universe. Clap clap, a knife swept across, and only a few zombie soldiers fell to the ground, while most of the soldiers had their hands cut off or half their bodies cut off. But they are just walking dead. They have no five senses at all. They are just Byairk's puppets. 867 Roar. With a roar, these undead army began to attack, blasting black energy balls that covered the ground. This is troublesome. Come on, this level of attack won't knock us down. Draw the sword. Go. Water arrow turtle, water cannon. Under the urgency of the situation, the entire red-haired pirates group plus the few Pokemon in the group all launched a large-scale attack to resist the invasion of the undead army. Boom. A colorful energy shockwave exploded on the island, and after a few seconds, the entire battlefield was full of corpses, and the scene was very heroic. Of course, these are Byairk's undead army. Although there are few members of the Red Hair Pirates, all of them are elites and will not be defeated so easily. See how long you can last. Come out, my slaves. Byairk smiled smiled evilly and at the same time waved his hand again, and thousands of undead army crawled out of the ground again. Damn, it's endless. Yasop's face was ugly. Bayek's intentions were obvious, but they had nothing to do with him. Kill. With an inspiring battle cry, the red-haired pirates attacked in an all-out manner, rushed to the battlefield, and began to fight with these undead army. Rumbling. In the second half hour, the red-haired pirates kept suppressing the raid of the undead army, but this was not an advantage, and they would soon run out of energy. At that time, the entire pirate group will not be able to attack themselves. Captain, I can't do it. After nearly 100 rounds of war, the red-haired pirates gradually fell and died of exhaustion. Hold on. Red-haired Shanks tried to boost morale again, but they were not machines, and their energy was almost exhausted. Hey, Shanks. At this moment, a black spot appeared in the sky. Luffy. The red-haired Shanks looked up, and it was Luffy who fell from the sky. Kyomo. Giant meteor tomahawk. Only heard a loud shout. A big foot like a meteor fell from the sky, and under the friction of the air, a raging flame was also ignited, and it slammed directly to the top of Bayek's head. Nanny. Bayek looked up and was shocked. He was not a speed-type fighter, and he couldn't dodge at the speed of falling meteors. Boom. I saw was a huge mushroom cloud rising slowly, and Luffy's detonating little universe exploded directly on Bayek. After the earth shook and the mountains shook, all the undead army lost their power, fell to the ground instantly like dead corpses, and lost their ability to fight. And Bayek, under the strong blow of Luffy, had already broken his head and fell to the ground dead. That's it. It's over. Luffy, I didn't expect you kid to become so strong. Looks like we're behind. The veteran cotters of the red-haired pirates all let out a sigh. Although Luffy had luck in killing Bayek in seconds, luck was also a part of his strength, and without strength he was likely to be killed by Bayek. Crystal only saw a golden light flashing. Bayek's body gradually turned into a spiritual child and finally floated in the air, and the soul of Tianlingxing has been included in the Mu Luanzi rosary and will not appear again. Luffy, this red-haired Shanks said in surprise. It is the Mu Luanzi rosary that Virgo Ashmita made with her life. With it, the dead fighter will not be resurrected. Luffy said, of course, only when Mu Luanzi's rosary is nearby can he receive the soul of the underworld fighter. Zilufadu, who was defeated just now, will soon be resurrected on the spot. So it is. Red-haired Shanks said excitedly. With this artifact, the thorny undead ability of the underworld fighter is gone. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are here. A flame exploded on the battlefield, instantly igniting the skeleton soldiers on the island. Ace and his Pokemon Charizard Hacky returned to the Whitebeard pirates camp. Dad, are you alright? Ace asked eagerly. It's okay. This poor underworld fighter has encountered a lot of trouble. Whitebeard bared his teeth, watching Marco and the other captain's confrontation with Earth Vault Star Remy. Bear. Ace looked ahead with a golden flame already burning in his hand and said confidently, just right, let me end this dungeon. In addition, a large number of priests have rushed to other battlefields, and the going Saint Aldiba is also facing off against the extremely powerful Huiwo and is about to start a going level contest. At this time, Hades City. You really let Pegasus take away the Mu Luanzi rosary? Hades looked at the disappearing Tianlingxing with an evil smile. Pandora, it's time to attack the sanctuary. Without Aldiba and the assistance of a large number of clerics and the pirate world, the defense of the sanctuary is now relatively fragile, and it is a good time to raid. Even if the raid fails, without the Mu Luanzi rosary, the Pluto warrior can be reborn, and the Pluto army will not suffer any losses. The main force of the Hades army is about to act. Chapter 351_raid the sanctuary. Stick to the front line. At the foot of the mountain in front of the sanctuary, boom boom boom, an explosion broke the silence of the sanctuary. Nearly 10 silver saints stationed on the front line were instantly smashed into pieces by hurricanes, throws, and roaring shock waves. At the foot of the holy mountain, in a huge black vortex, all the 3 giants of the underworld, with dozens of underworld warriors and a large number of Hades army, began to attack the holy domain. It doesn't even match the warm-up ingredients. Silver Saint Seiya is really too weak. Looking at the Saint Seiya this time, most of them are scumbags. The 3 giants sneered for a while. The front line of the sanctuary they had penetrated easily, and soon broke into the first house of the zodiac, the Aries. At this time, in the Libra Palace, Cancer Palace, and Pisces Palace, Tonghu, Manigault, and Aberfika all looked solemnly at the dark clouds covering the sanctuary and frowned suddenly. It's finally coming. Looks like there's more than one. The 3 loosened their bones almost at the same time and then walked to the Aries Palace. They knew very well that this time the Hades army had dispatched a large number of troops, and Jin alone would definitely not be able to hold the Aries Palace. After a while, in front of the Aries Palace, the Pluto army, you are finally here. Xiang was guarding in front of the Aries Palace. Although he was facing the overwhelming army, he was still very calm and he was ready to die. Just just one person. Giant fist. Let me tear up this first line of defense. Take off and smash. Hell scream. Several underworld fighters rushed forward directly, issued Nirvana, and tried to break the first line of defense of the sanctuary water feature wall. However, just hearing a loud shout, the attacks of several underworld fighters were all bounced back, and they were directly hit by their own attacks. A scream resounded in the sky for a long time, and all these underworld fighters were killed by their own attacks. It's useless. You don't have Muluanzu Rosary. They will be resurrected soon. In front of the camp, Minos smiled confidently. However, at this moment, at the top of the sanctuary, under the statue of Athena, God bless the barrier, Athena raised the scepter in her hand, and a golden light spread instantly, covering the entire holy mountain. Under the illumination of the holy light, the black vortex at the foot of the mountain began to close, and the Hades stopped pouring into the sanctuary. The entire battlefield had formed a cage and was instantly blocked. Nani. Aegos looked at the corpses of these underworld fighters. There was no sign of resurrection for a long time, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Is it Athena's divine power? Minos said in shock. The battlefield has been blocked and cannot be resurrected. In this way, the underworld fighter has no way out at all. There's nothing to worry about. The other party doesn't even have 12 going saints. Radamandes is still full of confidence. Their goal is Athena, and they have never thought about retreat. Athena's enchantment, it has little effect on their purpose. Minostan paused, then laughed savagely. That's right, a going saint, like blocking our big three, the star puppet line. Nani. Shin was taken aback. His body was now completely controlled by Minos' thin line. It's over now. The first house, won't you just take it? Minos' mouth Vivi raised, and at the same time, his fingers were slightly hooked, intending to directly obliteration. The last time he didn't kill Apphika directly, he had learned his lesson. This time he would not play with fire and set himself on fire, and ended the battle directly. Despair. Between the lightning and flint, a few poisonous roses flew like bullets, cutting Minos' star puppet line. Ugh. At the same time, several underworld fighters on the front line were stabbed by these poisonous roses and immediately fell to the ground and died. Damn it, it's you again. Minos gritted his teeth. This black rose is undoubtedly the Aberfica of Pisces. Flowers. Alright, let's solve two at a time. Radamandes looked at Aberfica at the gate of the Ares palace, his eyes full of ambition. Not two, and us. Immediately afterwards, Tonghu and Manigat also came out of the Ares palace and confronted the three giants of the underworld coldly. Our troops can deal with all of you going saints. Aegos smiled faintly, then waved his hand gently and ordered to attack. Kill. With a battle cry, all the underworld fighters and soldiers from hell swarmed up, blasting out colorful energy waves. Since the beginning of the Holy War, the largest war is about to break out. 0. Lushan Baelongba. Crystal Wall. Accumulation of corpse energy. Underworld wave. Piranha Rose. And the foregoing Saint Ceas also used their stunts to meet them. Boom. A flame soared into the sky, and people on the battlefield suddenly turned on their backs, and countless hell soldiers and underworld fighters were directly blown away by dozens of meters like flowers. Charge. The underworld fighters were in high spirits and launched a fierce attack again. However, the foregoing saints stick to the front line like a golden soup made in heaven, and the army of Hades almost died, as many as they came. If the three giants of the underworld do not take action, it will be difficult for the Hades army to break through this first line of defense for a while. At this time, under the statue of Athena, Luffy, you have to come back safely. Athena is maintaining the barrier, and a few drops of sweat have fallen on her cheeks. Such a huge enchantment will consume a lot of spiritual power, and with Athena's divine power, it will not last long. Before the barrier was opened, someone in the sanctuary notified the outside world and told Luffy and the others to hurry back. However, the news has not yet reached Luffy's side. The outcome of this battle is up to Luffy. Chapter 352 Phoenix Illusion. Despair Illusion. At the same time the sanctuary was attacked, the pirate world, the island where Whitebeard was located. The battle between Ace and Lemmy, the star of the earth, has entered a white-hot stage. Because Ace took the initiative to challenge, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates did not shoot, leaving only the two of them one-on-one. If Whitebeard had shot, Remy would have been smashed to pieces. Burning Dungeons. Die Ankai Ente. Ace used the fruit mystery. A huge fireball ignited on his fingertips and then slammed into Lemmy. What a horrible flame. Lemmy, the elusive worm, realized that the situation was not good and immediately fled to the ground. Bear. The fire was raging, and the range of 100 meters was instantly burned to ashes. However, Lemmy escaped all the damage of the fire because he escaped underground and was not injured. 717. What a troublesome bug. Ace frowned, and after more than 10 rounds, his flames were all empty. Lemmy's ability to escape the ground is really a headache. You're showing your flaws. Soon, Remy got out from behind Ace again. Earthworm binding. I only suddenly saw a few worm-like tentacles flying out and rushing towards Ace. Ace turned slightly to face Lemmy as if he had already understood his motives. Damn it! Lemmy clenched his fists, and this sneak attack was no doubt a failure. However, surprisingly, Ace did not dodge. Lemmy's tentacles hit directly. Is this suicide? Remy was shocked, but Ace didn't expect to give up his escape. If that's the case, then go to hell. Without thinking much, Lemmy released the strongest microcosm, and a strong current flowed through Ace's body through the tentacles in an instant. Ha ha ha. Feel the despair. Lemmy laughed wildly. However, it didn't take long for the smile on Remy's face to fade away. In front of Ace, not only did not show any painful expression, but instead showed a mysterious and strange smile. What's going on? Are you a devil? Lemmy was shocked, and Ace's smile was as chilling as a messenger from hell. Bear. In surprise and despair, Ace's body instantly turned into an endless golden flame. Hearing only a whimper, Lemmy was dyed into a fireball by the golden fire, Juyujin ancestral fire. At this time, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked and curious when they saw this strange scene. What is he doing? Why do you suddenly go crazy? In the eyes of Marco and the others, Lemmy was just rolling his head and struggling desperately, but was not burned by the flames. Opposite Lemmy, Ace smiled confidently, without having to do it himself. Experience the fear hidden in your body. This is the legendary Magic Fist, Phoenix Magic Fist, Ace said with a smile. Just as Lemmy drilled out of the ground, he unleashed the Phoenix's spiritual attack, Phoenix Magic Fist, a spiritual attack that could cause the opponent to have the most terrifying hallucinations. The current Lemmy has completely lost the ability to fight. Goodbye. Dai Fuxing. Dai Enkai. Fenji Tianxiang. In the end, Ace used the mystery of the Phoenix seat and blasted out a super large flame in the shape of a phoenix, which instantly engulfed Lemmy. Soon, the Earth Fuxing star Lemmy was slowly burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Really strong. Looking at this scene, Marco suddenly showed an envious look. His phoenix is completely different from Ace's current fire phoenix. At this time, Ace flew to Whitebeard. Dad, this time back, I don't have much time to have a drink with you. Sorry. Whitebeard and the rest of the crew, as Ace was waiting elsewhere to put out the fire. Go on, I'm so proud of you. Whitebeard stroked Ace's head and laughed proudly. After a rush, Ace left the island and continued to support other islands. At this time, on other islands, Titan Nova. After dozens of rounds of hard fighting, the Taurus Aldiba, whose whole body was wounded, resorted to a secret art. Boom. The divine power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth shattered the ground within a range of hundreds of meters in one move, and the powerful shockwave directly engulfed the fire. Ugh. Under the overwhelming impact, Wei Huo was directly bombed into serious injuries, but he did not receive a fatal blow. Why don't you just kill me? Wei Huo roared at Aldiba. He knew this move. Aldiba deliberately did not use all his strength to kill him, because your little universe is not evil. Aldiba stared at Wei Huo and said the same thing as Ace. Aldiba also saw that Wei Huo was special and did not kill him. It's this sentence again. Why are you saints always so fake? Mercy. Wei Huo fell into contemplation, and then flew to the sky with unwillingness. After Wei Huo left, Aldiba also fell to the ground, unable to move. After all, Wei Huo was a powerhouse comparable to the Big Three, and Aldiba tried his best to defeat him this time. Almost at the same time, Sabo, Buggy, Kobe, and Kuzan, with the help of the clergy order, also cleaned up the underworld warriors scattered all over the place. In the end, the Pluto army in the pirate world collapsed, died, and fled, and the whole world quickly returned to peace. Beep beep beep. And just then, Kuzan's phone worm rang. Staff Officer Crane, who was staying at the Marine headquarters. Kuzan, something bad happened. 4.3. Crane showed a rare look of panic. Quickly find Luffy and go to the sanctuary for support. The underworld warriors attacked these islands, but they were just making noises. Now the sanctuary has been raided by a large number of Hades' army. This is troublesome. Kuzan let out a sigh of relief, and it will take a certain amount of time to reach the sanctuary now. Plus, now that Luffy is nowhere to be seen, it's really a big trouble this time. Staff Crane, tell all Marine colleagues to convey the news of the sanctuary attack to every Saint Seiya. And Kuzan used Marine's powerful communication capabilities to spread the word. Instigate. At the same time, Kuzan opened his vindictive wings and flew to the sky, taking the lead in returning to support. The real battlefield, the real holy war, is in the sanctuary. Chapter 353 _ A Hero's Dream. The Lost Pegasus. Pirate World. After Marine's announcement, the news of the Pluto army's attack on the sanctuary quickly spread throughout the pirate world. My god, it turns out that Hades' real purpose is to attack the sanctuary. Look for bronze saints like Straw Hat Luffy and Clown Buggy. Are they so high among saints? Thank goodness it won't affect us here this time. It's hard to say. Many of them have strengths above level 80 and can single out the existence of a kingdom. After the news was spread, the whole world fell into a discussion. At this time, Taurus Aldiba also received the news that the sanctuary was attacked. Damn, now we have to rush back to the sanctuary. Aldiba stood up hard but soon fell to the ground, unable to stand still. Lord Athena, forgive my unsatisfactory body. 21 Aldiba looked at the dark clouds in the sky, wishing to put on his wings and fly back to the sanctuary immediately. However, now that he is exhausted, it is impossible to fight again. And at this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky. Glantais, fanning golden angel wings, slowly descended on the island. This is a paladin, Aldiba said in surprise. Heroic Saint Cecilia, may the blessing of God be with you. Pray for healing. Glantais folded his hands together and prayed for a while. Crystal, only to see a cyan light like a raindrop slowly descending. Aldiba was bathed in this new light and the wounds on his body healed quickly. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as what Aberficus said. Aldiba was resurrected with blood. Looking at his hands, feeling incredible. Are you the Grantais of the Order of the Clergy? Taurus Aldiba, please advise. Aldiba said, the sanctuary is under attack now. Let's hurry up and support. Glantais smiled softly, then opened his arms and shouted, Holy Wings. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of angel wings grew behind Aldiba, gaining the ability to fly. It's really a magical power, Aldiba said in surprise. Afterwards, the two opened their wings, flew to the sky, and hurried to the battlefield of the sanctuary. Damn fighter, with the going Saint Cecilia around, it should be able to hold on for a while. This battle, the most crucial. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and other bronze saints all got the news and flew back to the sanctuary immediately. At this time, on an island in the New World, Nani, Hades' army, has been transferred to sanctuary. After defeating the underworld warrior here, Luffy learned about the current situation of the sanctuary from the mouths of the local residents. Damn, Hades. Luffy let out a loud roar and immediately rushed to the outskirts of the island. However, before he could take a few steps, the front turned into a dense forest. When did there become a forest here? Luffy sensed something was wrong, but because he had to hurry, he walked into the forest without thinking too much. Damn, lost. After a while, Luffy was lost in the forest. Luffy didn't learn Dochi, and his fruit ability didn't develop to 4th gear, so he didn't have the ability to fly, and he was eventually trapped here. At this moment, 4 people in dark clothes suddenly escaped from the void, staring at Luffy in a secret place. They are the sons of Hypnos, the god of sleep, and the 4 gods of fantasy, Onilos, Iclos, Phantasus, and Morpheus. And hum, is this the most crucial holy warrior in the holy war? Phantasus said with a wicked smile. Go to sleep, Pegasus. Luffy. Morpheus condensed a dark purple energy ball and then pushed it forward. In an instant, a dark purple light fell on Luffy's head. In an instant, Luffy's eyes slowly closed and finally fell to the ground. Is this kind of role worthy of a hero's dream? Morpheus sneered. Just follow the instructions of Lord Hypnos. Oneiros said calmly. What a handsome face. I really want to weave a special dream for him. Phantom Thassos, who has the shell of a beautiful woman, gently stroked Luffy's cheek. Put him into the dream world together with his body, and even God can't save him. Morpheus said with a grim smile. The hero dream that Morpheus said is the deepest layer in the dream world, the space that controls the dream of heroes and kings. In this space, even Athena could not enter. Their purpose here is not only to prevent Pegasus Luffy from returning to the sanctuary, Luffy, the Pegasus, to be imprisoned in the heroic dream forever and completely disappear from the world. No one can stop Lord Hades, Oneiros said savagely, and then waved his hand gently, and a door leading to the dream world appeared in front of him. In the end, the 4 fantasy gods grabbed the sleeping Pegasus Luffy and entered the dream world. This time, the huge threat of Pegasus has finally been eradicated. Chapter 354 _ The man who broke into the dream world. Dream world, hero dream. In this space, there are countless doors made of white boulders. At the top of each door, there is a statue of a person carved, which looks very strange. In the door, there are many different pictures flashing like a movie. These are the gates of dreams, and the pictures in the gates are the beautiful dreams that many heroes have been looking at from the age of myth to the present. In this way, he will never be able to escape from the dream. On a huge pillar, Morpheus directly embedded Luffy into it, and Luffy also fell asleep peacefully. Among them, at the door of dreams next to Luffy, at the top is a man with short black hair and a mustache. Monkey D. Luffy, you should be honored to sleep beside this big man, Morpheus said lightly. The dream next to Luffy is Gold Roger, a legendary figure in the world of pirates, and his dreams are also preserved in this space. Morpheus' imprisoning Luffy next to Roger's dream is actually an irony. Luffy is the successor of Roger's will, and after this moment, Roger's will be annihilated in the dream along with Luffy's sleep. At this time, in Luffy's dream, isn't this Logtown? When Luffy opened his eyes, he found himself back on the East Blue's first milestone, the execution block in Logtown. Buggy. Why am I locked out? Luffy felt the weight on his neck and hands, and when he looked carefully, he found that he was being being locked to the ground by buggy with a board that held prisoners. At this time, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered in the large square on the ground. "Isn't this the Straw Hat Boy who defeated Arlong a while ago and offered a reward of 30 million? And the 15 million Berry Clown Buggy, the famous big pirate in East Blue? Are you going to be executed on this execution platform? I didn't expect two pirates to do such a thing." Residents and tourists in the town all looked at Luffy and Buggy on the execution platform in amazement and talked a lot. At this time, on the execution platform, Buggy was rubbing the big knife in his hand and laughed wildly. "Yaha, Straw Hat Luffy, today is your day of death." "Buggy, are you back here too? What's going on at the sanctuary?" Luffy asked. "Sanctuary? What?" Buggy asked in surprise. "Didn't you become a Saint Seiya? Unicorn Saint Seiya?" Luffy was also confused. Buggy in front of him, except for his personality, didn't seem to know what had happened recently. "What about the Conqueror King, the Lich King, the Lord of the Illusory Circle, the Battle of 10,000 Clans? What about the Ancient Slate? Are they still harming the world?" Luffy said the name of the villain who has stirred up the situation over the past few years, wanting to confirm this. "Is it a dream?" "What king? The Lord of Bullshit. You must have been frightened by Mr. Buggy, my hacky." "Yeah, ha ha ha." Buggy laughed wildly. Luffy crackled a lot, but Buggy didn't know what to say, as if they weren't on the same channel. "Could it be that the previous experience was a dream?" Luffy said in surprise. He didn't expect to return to the first milestone of the dream, and he didn't expect to die when he woke up from the big dream. "Straw Hat Luffy, going against this uncle means your life is over." Buggy swiftly lashed out, slashing down heavily. Click. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the entire space, and at the same time, black flames erupted from the cracks, and everyone suddenly stopped. Only Luffy could think and move. "Huh? What's going on?" Luffy asked in surprise. Boom. After a while, the entire space exploded instantly, and everything in front of Luffy disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a dark space with strange gates. Luffy opened his eyes. In reality, there were 4 fighters in dark clothes, and a man dressed in a glittering black aura. It turned out that those just now were all the tricks of the underworld warriors. Luffy instantly became alert. He remembered his purpose, returned to the sanctuary to support. At this time, in the sky, the 4 dream gods ignored Luffy and glared angrily at the man who exuded a black aura. "Dark Nine Suns Demon God, how dare you ruin my good deeds?" Morpheus gritted his teeth and said angrily. Broke Luffy's dream was the Dark Nine Suns, who was proficient in the power of time and space. Just when the 4 dream gods opened the door to the dream world, the 9 sons of darkness noticed the change in space, so they followed. "Are the 4 gods?" Nine Suns Demon God said lightly. "Knowing the gap between humans and gods is a bit self-aware." Ikaros said coldly. "Obviously die. I can also give you a sweet dream." Morpheus said. "It's such a beautiful body. I really want to take it for myself." Phantasus greedily looked at the Dark 9-Day Demon God. He was very interested in these handsome and attractive people. However, he raised the gleaming golden short sword in his hand and pointed at the 4 gods. "It's too boring to fight with that bloody lunatic. This time, I'm going to kill the gods." Chapter 355 _ a dream you can't wake up from. Ha ha ha. Killing gods? It's just you. Ikaros laughed wildly, then used his best spatial ability and disappeared into the sky. "The power of time and space?" the Dark 9 Suns said with a confident smile. "You were caught by me." Only to see the Dark 9 Suns Demon God turned around and waved his sword, slashing directly at Ikaros. "Nanny." Ikaros found that his sneak attack was directly seen through, and immediately blocked it with the armor on his arm. Bah! With a crisp sound, the slash of the Dark 9 Suns left a long gap on Ikaros' arm guard. "Ikaros, don't be careless," Oniro said coldly. "If he can step into this space, the Dark 9 Suns Demon God is definitely not a generalist." After a temptation, Ikaros gritted his teeth and immediately returned to the camp of the 4 gods. "Don't forget our purpose." Oniro paused and said, "Morpheus, Pegasus will be handed over to you. The 9 Sons of Darkness is a very powerful opponent." Oniros directly asked Morpheus to kill Luffy 990, and the other 3 gods will join forces to fight against the 9 Sons of Darkness. "Will the 3 go together? That's the fun." The corner of the Dark 9 Sons Demon God's mouth slightly raised, and a powerful power of darkness began to erupt. Vortex / Shadow Wave Sword Challenging Dark Cross / In an instant, the Dark 9 Sons Demon God used 4 skills, but these were all moves against the air. "Ha ha ha. This fool is actually hitting the air?" Ikaros sneered. However, he did not know that the Dark 9 Sons Demon God was saving the power of time and space. "Next move, the power will be explosively increased." Ghost Sword Power of Time and Space Dark Flame Wraith Wave. I only saw that the Dark 9 Sons Demon God released the power of the Black Ghost Hands, condensed into countless black chi blades, and began to dance automatically. At the same time, the power of time and space of the Dark 9 Sons Demon God broke out again, inserting the sword containing the power of darkness forward, causing a violent dark explosion in an instant, swept away towards the three gods in the air. The three gods were taken aback, and they didn't expect the power of the 9 sons of darkness to be so peculiar. Space Distortion Tiger, Oneiro's Destroyer Cannon, Phantom Wave. Without hesitation, the three gods directly responded with a strong move. Boom! Several different energies collided with each other, producing continuous loud explosions, and the entire space shook violently in an instant. Boom boom boom. The destructive power of the big moves on both sides is extremely strong, and many dream gates that have sealed hero dreams have been shattered. In an instant, a large number of souls floated out of the space and returned to where they were supposed to go. Shadow 3 Sword Strike, Dark Moon / Evil Shadow Wave Sword, Nether Light / Dragon / Space Distortion Beast Assault, Dream Disillusionment, Destruction Cannon. Immediately afterwards, the two sides launched a fierce confrontation. Dark 9 Sons Demon Gods gapless skills are all thrown out, and the offensive is as strong as a tiger and as fast as lightning. And the small universe of the 7th sense of the three gods should not be underestimated. And this time, the other side. Pegasus Luffy, if you wake up, I'll send you to sleep. Morpheus sneered. The person who sleeps forever is definitely not me. I am the man who protects Athena and becomes One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy's small universe exploded in an instant, leaping and punching repeatedly. Kyomo, Rubber Meteor Fist. The meteor-like blue and white fist poured down like a torrential rain, drowning Morpheus in an instant. Too weak. However, Morpheus just smiled coldly and then waved lightly with one hand. All of Luffy's fists were blocked. Nani, how is this possible? Luffy said in shock, blocking all his attacks with one palm. Even the three giants of the underworld could not do it. Don't you understand? This is the gap between man and God. Morpheus sneered. Experience what despair is. The moment the voice fell, Morpheus's small universe exploded instantly. Flame of Morpheus. I only saw that Morpheus's palms condensed a dark purple energy ball and then pushed forward. Boom! A burst of light shone across the sky, and with such a rapid attack, Luffy had nowhere to run and was directly hit. Ugh! A whimper. Luffy knelt directly on the ground, but he was not injured but felt very tired. Immediately afterwards, a large number of flower vines grew on the ground, wrapped around Luffy, and bloomed flowers of different colors. What is this? Luffy stood up hard, gnashing his teeth, and Xiao universe burned to the extreme with anger. Stupid human beings, this is the poppy flower of the dream world. Soon, your anger will disappear, and you can go to sleep with peace of mind. The external disputes have nothing to do with you, Morpheus said coldly. Speaking, Luffy's anger was slowly disappearing, and at the same time, the small universe that burst out in his heart began to extinguish. Why am I not angry? At this moment, Luffy has lost his mind. Many feelings are slowly disappearing, and he has lost all emotions. Relax your whole body and embrace your dreams, your joys and sorrows, and all your feelings will be gradually deprived. Morpheus said with a smile, you will be like a living dead, wandering in the dreams I weave. There is never escape. After speaking, Luffy's eyes slowly closed. What awaits him will be a never-ending dream without any emotion, like a living dead. Chapter 356 Pegasus Sacred Clothes. What a pirate dream. It's just a joke. Roger can't overcome the disease after all. After Luffy closed his eyes, Morpheus sneered. God is not sick, has eternal life. You small humans, delusions are against God. After finishing speaking, Morpheus turned and left, preparing to support the three gods who were fighting with the Dark 9 Sons. At this moment, the door of Dreamland next to Luffy suddenly flashed a divine light, and this dream gate is the one that seals the One Piece / King of Pirates Gold Roger heroic dream. Instigation. Between the lightning and flint, a few rays of light were injected into Luffy's mind. Although the door was not destroyed, a crack appeared under the impact just now, so Roger's heroic dream could enter Luffy's dream. In Luffy's dreams, the Walking Dead Luffy in the Sabaody archipelago of the Great Passage meets Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, Crocus, and many of the Rogers crew, and One Piece / King of Pirates Roger. Who are you? Are you trying to stop me from sailing? I'm going to beat you all, Luffy said indifferently. Now that he has been deprived of his emotions and desires, he is almost an empty shell. After that, Luffy rushed up and punched Roger. Clatter. However, Luffy's weak fist was directly caught by Roger. Luffy, are you sailing? Roger asked. Nonsense, I'm a pirate. Of course I have to go out to sea. Luffy replied. Of course the pirates want to go out to sea, but why are you going out to sea? Roger asked. By the way, what am I going to sea for? Who are you? Why are you so familiar? Luffy held his head. His brain was spinning at high speed as if it was about to explode. Say your dream and I'll let you go. Speaking, Roger put the straw hat on the ground on Luffy's head. My dream. Luffy touched the straw hat on top of his head. Tears of emotion flowed from his eyes, and countless images flashed in his mind. At the same time, the scene in front of him began to gradually distort. Except for Roger, the rest of the crew had turned into spirits and drifted away. After witnessing all this, Luffy shouted, "My dream is to be One Piece/King of Pirates." Boom. Only to see Roger turned into a group of divine light and then a pair of angel wings stretched out from the group of light. Boom. Luffy in reality. Behind him, a pair of angel wings also grows and a holy light rises into the sky in an instant. Nani? Broke through the dream I weave. Impossible. Morpheus turned around and was shocked. The Pegasus Luffy in front of him, the holy garment on his body turned into a sterling silver holy garment with gold inlaid patterns and feathered wings. This is the final form of the Pegasus cloth. The Pegasus cloth. Pegasus meteor fist. I only saw Pegasus Luffy jumping up and then with a loud shout he blasted out a shooting star-like fist. No, it's definitely not true. Morpheus looked at this light in despair. Luffy's move, speed, range, and power, all attributes crushed him and there was nowhere to hide. Boom. Only a huge roar was heard and Morpheus fell to the ground in the explosion. His entire body shattered instantly and he was instantly killed. Murphy's what was counter-killed? This is the object that Lord Hades is focusing on. Morpheus, you are still careless. The three gods were shocked when they realized that Morpheus was killed. It's not just him who cares. At this moment a black aura instantly swept the audience and the 9 sons of darkness demon god was already full of the power of time and space. Fractured in time and space. I only saw the dark 9 sons demon god wield his sword dashingly and a time and space node appeared in the entire space in an instant. Clap clap. In a flash of lightning countless time-space blades burst out from the space-time node cutting the audience like a silver moon. Under the messy slashing, the three gods' underworld clothes all appeared messy and disorderly crossed knife marks. Boom. There was a huge explosion and the space cut by the sharp blade exploded violently. The three gods all widened their eyes and eventually turned to ashes in the aftermath of the energy. Flowers. So strong. Pegasus Luffy looked at all this and was stunned. He didn't expect the 9 sons of darkness to kill 3 gods in one move. Ha ha ha. However, Luffy was still amazed and the soul of the dead god of death floated out of the sky. Damn, aren't they dead yet? Luffy said, frowning. This is the difference between man and god. Oniro said savagely, as long as there are as many human bodies as possible, as long as our souls are not damaged, they will be immortal. It seems that I have to use the power of Mehmet-sama. The dark 9 sons demon god looked calm and raised his black ghost hand gently. Crystal. I only saw a golden light burst from the black ghost's hand and a golden clock-shaped halo with special shading appeared in the sky in an instant. Cherish the time in front of you. With a very majestic roar, the entire space was silent in an instant. How could this be? A god higher than us? The 4 dream gods widened their eyes and under this majestic oppression, their bodies were unable to move. Then, a huge lion-headed phantom with golden light all over his body and a sacred sword in his left hand escaped from the golden light formation. This represents the end of the day and is also the strongest god of time, Mehmet of all days. The chain of time. All I saw was a golden chain from Mehmet's hand which instantly pierced the hearts of the 4 fantasy gods. I finally understand why, Lord Hypnos, avoid you monsters. The 4 fantasy gods were full of unwillingness. Their souls were directly penetrated by the chains and eventually turned into spiritual sons and disappeared in the dream world. Although it is the phantom of Mehmet of the day, it still has the strength of level 100. Moreover, the 4 fantasy gods are known as the 9 flowing gods and facing the strongest god of time several levels higher than them, there is no capital to confront them at all. In the end, relying on the power of Mehmet the all-day, the dark 9 sons demon god successfully eliminated the 4 fantasy gods. Chapter 357 Leave the dream world and return to the battlefield. Dream world. After destroying the 4 fantasy gods, the phantom of Mehmet, who was all day long, gradually disappeared into the air. At this time, Luffy walked towards the 9 sons of darkness and asked, "Hey, you are the 9 sons of darkness, right? Can you take me out of this space? The most important thing now is to rush back to the battlefield of jihad." "Young man, where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride," the dark 9 sons demon said. "Sanctuary." Athena's sanctuary. Luffy said. The demon god of darkness 9 sons nodded, then opened his palm, exuding a black aura, and a door of time and space erupting with a dark aura instantly appeared in front of him. The 9 sons of darkness directly opened the door of time and space for Luffy to return to the sanctuary. "Outside this gate of time and space is where you are going." After speaking, the 9 sons demon god turned into a black light, floated into the void 980 and disappeared into the dream world. Athena. "Everyone, I'm back." Luffy took a deep breath and rushed towards the portal. Crystal. And just before Luffy ran to the gate of time and space, the sacred garment on his body began to turn into a silver-like spiritual child floating in the air and flying to the outside world. "Is this Roger?" Luffy was stunned for a few seconds, staring blankly at these spirits as if there was a familiar intimacy. "Roger." Roger's encouragement to him just now that he fully exploded all his potential and awakened the final form of the Pegasus sacred clothes. Now without Roger's help, Luffy has been unable to awaken the divine cloak, and the dream gate that imprisoned Roger's remnant soul has been shattered, and it will naturally return to where it should go. Roger, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, then leaped for life and jumped into the portal of time and space. At this time, the Sanctuary's first line of defense, Ace, Sob, Kobe, Buggy, Kuzan, and Aldiba are back on the line. Now this first line of defense has 5 going saints and 5 bronze saints. Never let them break through here. Giant horns, crimson thorns, unicorn double fist, crystal wall. Under the encouragement of Aldiba, all the saints launched a fierce attack together to resist the invasion of the underworld warriors. On the side of the underworld warriors, although there is an advantage in numbers, but because Athena's enchantment is in place and cannot be resurrected, the 3 giants of the underworld also began to attack, intending to fight quickly. Giant wings flying, the roar of wings, Indra destroyer, snowflake scissors. With the combined attack of many underworld fighters, the sky was instantly filled with colorful energy waves. Boom! The big moves issued by the 2 sides intertwined, producing a powerful explosion, and the entire wasteland was instantly overturned. On the Saint Seiya's side, because of their weak strength, they could not block all the attacks of the underworld fighters, so everyone was blown up and injured. No one can stop the footsteps of Lord Hades. Tianxiong, seeing Ayagos, laughed horribly, then waved his hand again and ordered to strengthen the offensive. Kill, spin the cannonball, soft silk thread, the scent of the abyss. The morale of the underworld fighters was soaring, and they once again launched an overwhelming offensive. It's over. This time it's over. Buggy looked at the morale of the underworld fighter and the overwhelming energy wave, and suddenly felt fear and despair. Song of the Newborn, guardian of the holy light and blessed barrier. At the critical moment, Glantize, who came back with Aldiba, stood up and used the ultimate protection move. I only saw a holy light rise. All the saints were bathed in the light of their hearts, and at the same time put on a heart shield coupled with the protection of holy angels. Even a blow from God could not break through this line of defense. Bang bang bang. The underworld fighters' strong attack slammed into the various shelter defense lines as if hitting an iron wall, but did not break the enchantment. These clergymen are really unusual, Mina said with a frown. Come on, let's see how long you can last. Radamandes ordered the attack again. Although Galantis is strong, her healing magic has a cooldown and cannot be used all the time. Boom. Afterwards, the underworld fighters' mountain torrent and tiger-like offensive was launched again, hitting the first line of defense of the sanctuary again and again like a battering ram. Healing prayer, crystal wall. Paladin Glantize and Saint Seiya can only use their healing and guardian skills as much as possible, but if this continues, they will be torn apart sooner or later. And at this moment, above the barrier, in the sky, a gate of time and space suddenly opened. Athena, everyone, I'm back. Luffy bared his teeth and fell from the sky like a shooting star. Because there is an enchantment in the sanctuary, the 9 sons of darkness cannot open the gate of time and space from it, so he can only teleport Luffy outside the enchantment. And because Luffy held Athena's holy sword, he directly penetrated the enchantment and returned to the sanctuary. Luffy. Everyone looked up at the sky with a hopeful smile. Kuomo, giant meteor fist. I only saw that Luffy's small universe exploded in an instant, and with the help of gravity, he blasted out a more powerful meteor punch. Boom. The torrential rain-like fist slammed directly on the underworld fighters' camp, producing continuous big explosions. Many underworld fighters were killed directly by Luffy's surprise attack, and countless injured. Damn, Lord Hypno's plan, has it failed? Ayagos dropped a few drops of cold sweat. Oblivion, soul of the underworld warrior. At this time, Luffy held up the Muluanzu rosary in his hand, and all the 3.3 underworld fighters who died temporarily on the ground in an instant turned into black spiritual suns, and their souls were finally transcended. The key to the holy war, as well as the Muluanzu rosary that can kill the underworld fighter, has finally returned. At this time, under the statue of Athena. You're back safe at last, Luffy. Athena showed a relieved smile, but did not lift the barrier. Lord Athena, leave the rest to the Saint Seiya, Pope Sage said worriedly. Athena insisted on enchantment for a long time. Her physical and mental strength was almost exhausted, and she almost collapsed. Pope, I'm fine, Athena said resolutely. Our counterattack is about to start. As long as the barrier is maintained, the underworld warrior cannot go out. It's time to blow the counterattack and bring these fighters to the pot. Chapter 358 The defense line fell, and the counterattack started. Sanctuary front line. Just a Pegasus. Is it possible to be afraid of a bronze saint? Kill Pegasus, so our holy war will be won. Wraith wave. After being shocked, the underworld fighter regrouped and continued to charge forward. Boom. Dozens of underworld fighters, as well as the storm of countless hell soldiers bombed the entire battlefield again. It doesn't seem like the situation is right. Luffy, who landed on the front line, scratched his head in embarrassment and was instantly overwhelmed by artillery fire. Under the attack of the underworld warrior, he could only flee east and west. Hurry up and support Luffy. Dai Enkai, Fenyi Tianxiang, Lushan Beilongba, Stardust Mysterious Heaven Art, Tonghu, Luffy, Sabo and other holy warriors realized that the situation was not good and immediately used their big moves to cover Luffy. Boom. However, in the huge explosion, Luffy was still strongly impacted and finally flew to the Ares Palace like a cannonball and was seriously injured. 20 Healing Prayer. Seeing this, Glantais immediately used his healing skills to heal the severely injured Luffy. Come on, push down the Ares Palace. Taking advantage of this momentum, Ayago's ordered to attack with all his strength, intending to push down the entire Ares Palace. Boom. The overwhelming attack covered the sky, and the colorful energy wave almost overturned the ground and approached the Ares Palace. These fighters are going crazy, Kobe said with a frown. They don't have any feelings, they only execute Pandora's orders. Tonghu said, it's time to give up the Ares Palace. Retreat. Xiang frowned and decided to give up this line of defense. By convention, Saint Seiya must guard his palace. But the situation is different now. The underworld warrior sent this time to overthrow the entire sanctuary. Even if Luffy can be regarded as a quasi-going saint now, there are many talents of this strength among the underworld warriors, and the gap between the two firepower is still very large. In desperation, Shin had to retreat. Hey, let them see the impregnable Taurus Palace, Aludaba said confidently. The road leading to the palace behind was only a small mountain path, and the underworld warriors could not swarm up together. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Boom. Afterwards, the dozen or so Saint Seiyas, as well as Glantais, gradually retreated to the Taurus Palace under the fire of the underworld fighters. Keep on chasing. However, the Pluto warriors' firepower increased, bombarding the Taurus Palace with a stronger offensive. Boom. Even if they have a geographical advantage, the disparity in numbers is too large and they are still suppressed. Many Saint Warrior candidates who arrived from the training ground, Bronze and Silver Saint Warriors, died gloriously under the bombardment of the underworld warriors. Damn, the attack of the underworld warrior is really not to be underestimated. Aldiba gritted his teeth and said, Athena, your Saint Seiya won't last long, just die obediently. On the opposite side, Minos began to laugh wildly. With the morale of the underworld warrior, he would soon be able to flatten the zodiac. The victory of the underworld fighter is close at hand. At this moment, behind the constellation Taurus, a ruthless Saint Seiya wearing the going saint cloth of Capricorn and a gentle and kind Saint Seiya wearing the saint cloth of Sagittarius going rushed over. In addition, there are many silver saints behind them. You are here too, L sighed Sisyphus. Tonghu said, with their two monsters around, the underworld fighter will suffer. Shin said with a smile. Capricorn L sighed, a man who cultivates sword chi to the extreme with both hands can split mountains and seas with his bare hands. With the ultimate goal of cultivating a holy sword, he has never lost a battle in his life, and his strength is extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Sisyphus has the opposite character to L side, but they have a very good relationship with each other, and they also have super strength. He is one of the most trusted saints by Athena and Pope Sage. It seems that the battle situation is not optimistic. Shin, Aldiba, El Cid said, it's not too late, it's just destroyed an Ares palace. Sisyphus smiled calmly, then stretched out his left hand, and the bow of Sagittarius instantly appeared in his palm. Light arrow. Then, Sisyphus condensed the intense light energy in his hands, and then pulled the bow hard. Boom boom boom. When they left the strings, hundreds of millions of light arrows erupted instantly, slamming into the underworld fighters and the soldiers of hell. Holy sword. At the same time, El Cid also raised his arm and slashed down. Boom. A golden sword energy, with the potential to smash through everything, split the ground away. Start fighting back. Giant horns. Accumulation of corpse energy. Underworld wave. Lushan Beilongba 383. After the arrival of the two powerful saints, the morale of the saints' camp soared, and the counter-attack began. Boom. There was a violent explosion. Fireballs rose again and again in the sky, and a huge explosion resounded in the holy mountain for a long time. Click. And just when the holy war entered the white-hot stage, a small crack suddenly appeared in the enchantment above the sanctuary, under the statue of Athena. Pope Seki looked at the small crack and said in surprise, the barrier was pierced. Who is it? Then, a black breath spewed in from the crack. This breath, could it be? Pope Sage noticed, and his brows furrowed immediately. The person who came was the enemy he had been trying to get rid of for many years. Then Ados, the god of death. Ha ha ha. At this time, then Ados, the god of death, floated in the sky with a few underworld warriors, and laughed wildly at the entire sanctuary. It is indeed Athena Athena's enchantment of the gods. If not for the energy that maintains the enchantment now already weak, even I can't break it. Pope Psyche looked at then Ados, the god of death in the sky, and said coldly, the top combat power of the Hades army is finally here. Chapter 359 Servant of then Ados. Sanctuary above the Taurus Palace. Hypnos, I didn't expect your 4 fantasy gods to lose to this tiny Pegasus. Then Ados, the god of death, looked at Luffy and sneered at his brother Hypnos, the god of sleep. These saints are really tenacious. Behind Hypnos, a neutral man with a black pentagram on his head, like the god of death, smiled strangely. He is the servant of the god of death, Nasu Verani, the god of death, and possesses the power bestowed by the god of death. Because the fire power of the saint Seiya gradually equalized with that of the underworld fighter, the two sides were at a stalemate for a while, and it was difficult to tell the winner. Then Atos, the god of death, broke into the sanctuary, trying to break the deadlock. Go hunting, my servants, only to see Veronica jumped off the battlefield and then gave a light drink, and instantly swarms of magic flies rushed to the front line. Saint Seiya roar. At the same time, countless dead people from hell climbed up on the ground and launched an attack on the underworld warrior. Ugh. Only a scream was heard, and almost all the saints on the front line were slowly eaten by the magic flies. And those zombies also entangled the Saint Seiya through their numerical advantage, making it difficult for them to attack. If Lord then Ados is here, destroying the Zodiac is just a tea time. Radamandes said excitedly. With the power of the twin gods, as long as they don't wave, they are enough to deal with any going Saint Seiya. But there are also disadvantages, because their bodies are in the Pure Land, so now they are only using human bodies. And there were 2 old guys who survived the last holy war, Pope Sage and the altar seat Bile. They have enough experience in dealing with the god of death then Ados. However, even if then Ados, the god of death, loses his body, his soul can still find the next body. And if the Saint Seiya does not have the ability to imprison the soul, it is almost impossible to prevent the soul of God from escaping. With the help of Lord then Ados, the underworld warriors take advantage of this offensive to destroy all the saints. Aegos cheered. The morale of the Hades army soared, and the offensive overwhelmed the Saint Seiya again. Continue hunting. It's rare to see a living person once. Don't be hungry. Veronica stood in front of the front line and laughed horribly. In an instant, behind Veronica, it turned into a dead forest, a lifeless death forest. Damn, these flies and zombies are endless. Tonghu killed a large number of flies and zombies, but they still rushed up endlessly. At this moment, El Cid stood up, and the sword intent exploded to the extreme. There is no point in dealing with these puppets. Holy sword. All I saw was El Cid raising his right hand high, and then slashing towards Veronica, who was 100 meters away. Boom. The golden sword energy instantly tore the ground, opening a huge abyss, and in a blink of an eye, Veronica was cut in half. All the underworld fighters on the front line lost their souls, and I didn't expect Veronica to be killed directly. Nanny. Too strong. Lord Thanatos confidant. Was he killed just like that? Yoshi. Great opportunity. Luffy took advantage of the opportunity to hold the Muluan's rosary high, trying to take away Veronica's soul. However, after a few seconds, the Muluan's rosary did not change color, and the magic flies and zombies did not stop attacking. Did the rosary fail? Luffy shook the rosary, but still didn't respond. At this time, Veronica, who fell to the ground, let out a wicked laugh, and then the 2 bodies turned into magic flies, and they automatically formed their own body. Our Lord Athena's enchantment and Muluan's useless to him. Shin was shocked when he witnessed all this. It's a pity, Pegasus. This is the power bestowed by Lord then Ados, Veronica said with a smile. Veronica's undead body is different from that of the underworld warrior. The black pentagram above his head represents the power of then Ados, the god of death. The slash just received Veronica did not really die, because his body was integrated with the forest of death. As long as the forest is not destroyed, he can be reborn infinitely. Luffy's rosary and Athena's enchantment couldn't limit his power at all. Holy sword. At this moment, another golden sword chi flew in and cut Veronica in half again. Don't you understand? You can't hurt my soul at all, Veronica said fiercely. At this moment, Manigot, the going Saint Seiya of Cancer, jumped out. Soul attack. Let's try this. Corpse energy underworld wave. Between the electric light and flint, Manigot's fingertips wafted out light blue gas, directly pulling out Veronica's soul. Veronica did not continue to resurrect, and the magic flies and zombies that attacked the Saint Seiya at the same time all stopped attacking, turned into a mud, and disappeared on the battlefield. At the same time, Manigault also disappeared into the air. Where did they go? Luffy asked eagerly. Tonghu paused and said coldly, the gate of Hades Palace. Wanquan is more than Liangzaka. Don't waste the opportunity that Manigault has given us, said Sisyphus. All the saints nodded, then went into battle again and fought with the underworld warriors. At this time, Wanquan was on a piece of wasteland in Hirazaka. Cancer going Saint Seiya. What a stupid move. Veronica raised her lips slightly. This is my back garden. Wanquan Hirazaka was created by Hades, and the underworld warriors are familiar with this place, and it can be said that they have home field advantage. However, Manigault did look confident. It may be a back garden for you, but this place is like my home to me. Chapter 360_Punch Fei Shen's Fist. Yellow Springs Hirazaka. This is your home? Then I'll let you sleep here forever. Veronica, with a ferocious face, flew towards Manigault and launched a surprise attack. Idiot, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Kang Yan, the ghost of corpse gas. Only to see Manigault's microcosm explode in an instant, and Veronica's whole body ignited with a light blue flame. With a scream, Veronica struggled in pain under the burning of the fire, but no matter how he rolled, he couldn't put out the flames on his body. This flame is fueled by the soul. Just wait to be burned to ashes. Manigault said. Now Veronica is in a state of soul, and soon his soul will be burnt out, and he can be completely defeated without even the power of the Mulyuan's rosary. After a while, Sanctuary. A light blue light suddenly flashed above the god of death. Then Eidos. Veronica, you have my power, and it took 110 so long to settle him. Then Eidos, the god of death, didn't look at the situation above his head, thinking that Veronica had returned triumphantly, but was serious. Watch the battle. Sorry, your Veronica is dead. However, above his head is Manigault with a heavy punch. Vivi was startled when then Eidos, the god of death, reacted. Without turning around, he poked his finger back and upwards lightly. Despair. There was only a muffled sound when they touched each other for a moment, and Manigault suddenly felt his fist numb, as if he had hit a steel bar. Even Veronica has been defeated. It seems that the going Saint Seiya has some ability. Death god. Then Eidos said. It's not a god. It's really hard to deal with. Manigault said excitedly. He didn't fear any god because he had longed for death since he was a child, and there was nothing to worry about in the world. You're such a disappointment. You've lost the mood to watch a good show. The god of death. Then Eidos lightly unloaded, and Manigault fell into the ground like a rocket. Pay the price for your recklessness and arrogance. After a while, a dark purple energy ball condensed on the finger of then Eidos, the god of death, and then slammed into the Saint Seiya camp on the ground. Originally, then Eidos, the god of death, hadn't planned to shoot so quickly, and wanted to enjoy the battle. This time, Manigault's offense made him very uncomfortable. Boom! Fireballs shot up into the sky, and the divine attack directly blew up Luffy and the others. Coupled with the pursuit of the underworld warriors, all the saints were injured and suffered heavy losses in an instant. What a fragile creature. Let you see what death is. In the sky, then Eidos, the god of death, began to move in real life. He had already put on a dark black underworld clothes, and raised his hands high, condensing a huge black energy bomb. Terrorist destiny. With a frantic shout, then Eidos, the god of death, blasted out the strongest mystery, and in an instant, a black energy bomb the size of a meteorite fell rapidly. Our account is not over yet. At this moment, Manigault jumped up again and punched the energy ball of then Eidos with a single punch. Boom! At the instant of touch, Manigault's going cloak shattered in half, and the whole body bounced back like a bullet, blasting a huge deep pit. Afterwards, the huge energy bomb continued to be crushed, and it was about to explode among the saints. At the moment of lightning and flint, a light and shadow flashed, and Pope Sage held a few ancient spells in his hand, which directly fixed the energy bomb of then Eidos, the god of death. The last holy war, the spell left by Athena. It actually blocked my profound meaning. Then Eidos floated down and said hideously, this old antique can no longer restrain my power. With a roar, the god of death then Eidos sent out a huge energy ball again. If this blow falls, there will be no second sage to clear the siege. This is trouble. At this moment, Luffy leaped and roared at then Eidos, the god of death. What bastard! I'm going to fly. Bang! I only saw that Luffy's small universe burned to the extreme in an instant, and he punched a swift and violent punch, which directly dented the face of then Eidos, the god of death, and sent him flying dozens of meters. At the same time, terrorist destiny was instantly interrupted. Nanny, Pegasus, how dare you beat Lord then Eidos? This time, it has angered the gods. This kid will surely die without a corpse. All the underworld fighters were stunned for a few seconds. The whole space seemed to have condensed, but Luffy would have done such a bold and reckless behavior. Luffy, even Tonghu, Shin, Pope Psyche, and others were shocked. Luffy, great job. Sabo and Ace were very pleased with Luffy's courage. Then the punch of Tenryabito that Luffy had beaten. Tenryabito is nothing but a herd of pigs claiming to be the descendants of a god, and this is a real god. Damn, you were the one who took the lead. Manigault stroked his heart. He originally wanted to punch this punch, but Luffy didn't expect to be one step ahead. At this time, the sky was already enveloped by a black aura, which was terrifying. Lord then Eidos is going to be angry, so stay away. Even in the underworld fighters camp, everyone showed a look of horror, and they all retreated stated, "Damn, unforgivable, how dare you do something to the gods." Death God then Ados shouted at Luffy. Terrifying blue veins already appeared on his forehead and his anger burned instantly. Being injured by humans is a great shame for the gods. This time, the god of death then Ados is completely angry. Chapter 361 Manigault's Sacrifice. Terrorist Destiny. Under the anger, the god of death then Ados burst into a stronger microcosm and the entire holy mountain trembled in Vivi in an instant. This blow, if there is no defense, the entire holy mountain will be razed to the ground. At this time, a bunch of ancient spells flew up in a mess, and at the same time, the energy ball of then Ados, the god of death, slowly became smaller. The cage of the guardian talisman. Pope Sage gave a light drink. The power of the rune burst out instantly, and the great move of death god then Ados was directly suspended. This is a talisman formation that even Hades, the Hades, can weaken. Your power should be blocked, Pope Sage said. Ha ha ha. However, then Ados, the god of death, laughed wildly. Stupid. More than 250 years have passed since the holy war of the previous generation. The power of this spell can only last for more than 200 years at most. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, God's small universe exploded in an instant, and in an instant a dark purple shockwave swept the audience with a typhoon-like strong wind, and Sage's talisman formation was swept away directly. All the Saint Seiyas were hit and slammed into the buildings near the sanctuary, spitting out blood. Not only that, but even many underworld fighters were inevitably affected and injured. Some were even blown off the cliff, and their life and death are unknown. It's not bad that then Ados, the god of death, made me tremble like the last holy war. Pope Sage stood up again with difficulty. However, your real body is still in the pure land of Elysium. Two brothers, Sai-Chi and Bailey, have been tracking down the whereabouts of the twin gods for more than 200 years, and have done a lot of research on the twin gods, and have already understood their weaknesses. Accumulation of corpse energy underworld wave. After speaking, Bailey used the corpse G underworld wave that could separate the body and soul. In an instant, the death robe of then Ados began to disintegrate, and at the same time, the soul and the attached human body began to separate. However, Thanatos' soul and body soon reunite. On this level, you can't do anything. Death god then Ados sneered. With the power of Bailey alone, it is still very reluctant to extract the soul of God. At this moment, the seriously injured Manigault stood up again, raised his hand and pointed out the trick. Accumulation of corpse energy underworld wave. This time, the master and the apprentice made a big move together, directly pulling out the soul of then Ados, the god of death. Death god then Ados. Vivi frowned, not expecting the strength of the master and the apprentice to be so great. Oops, are they going to destroy the body of Lord then Ados? Iago's face changed slightly, and he immediately stepped forward to stop it. Kuomo, giant meteor fist. However, because he was too concerned about clearing then Ados, Iago's was directly hit by Luffy and flew hundreds of meters away. Giant wings flying, the roar of wings, giant horns, Dai Ankai, Fenyi Tianxiang. At the same time, the other Saint Seiyas and underworld fighters did not want to let each other succeed and started a fierce battle. Beast, even if I extract my soul, I can return to this body indefinitely. Death god then Ados roared. At this moment, Manigault jumped up and pinched the neck of Thanatos' human body with one hand. Be quiet, you stinky god. I only saw Manigault showing a confident smile, and then a golden light appeared all over his body, annihilating along with Thanatos' human body. Manigault, Pope Sage shouted heart-rendingly. Manigault made such a heroic choice for the holy war. Ha ha ha. It's so stupid to die with a useless body. It's really a meaningless sacrifice. Death god then Ados said grimly. Pegasus Luffy, you are the key to the holy war. Then let you be mine. Next body, turn against God Athena. Glancing at him, then Ados, the god of death, took aim at Luffy. If he grabbed Luffy's body, Pegasus would disappear, which would undoubtedly cause a heavy blow to the Saint Seiya. In the blink of an eye, the soul of then Ados, the god of death, penetrated Luffy's body. Only a heart-piercing whine was heard. Luffy's tenacious will was fighting against then Ados, the god of death who had invaded his body. Flowers. However, in front of God, the will of man is too weak, and Luffy is almost on the verge of collapse. At this moment, an extremely negative evil aura erupted from Luffy's body. I didn't expect it, then Ados. Suddenly, there was a roar like a ghost in Luffy's body, and everyone in the audience was shocked by this. Is this the voice of death god Dreyfus? Ace said in shock. Just last time, when Luffy and the others failed to challenge the Tower of Death, Dreyfus, the god of death, left a remnant on Luffy, and this time, Dreyfus used the remnant soul to teleport directly into Luffy's body. It's you, Dreyfus. Then Ados said in shock. That's right, last time's account. It's not over yet. Death god Dreyfus said with a smile. Last time Hades interrupted his battle and gave him a few strong souls, but Dreyfus, the god of death, didn't need these, and Hades tore these souls to pieces after he left. left, and this time he finally found an opportunity to settle accounts and settle the unresolved grievances. At this time, because the souls of the two gods of death were fighting in Luffy's body, Luffy's body suffered unbearable pain. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and the others were all worried about Luffy's safety, but there was nothing they could do to stop the two gods inside Luffy. It's troublesome now. Even the mighty Pope Sage was helpless. Originally, he had already planned how to deal with Thanatos, the god of death, but he did not expect an accident this time, and at this moment the enchantment covering the sanctuary was instantly lifted. On the stone road behind the Taurus Palace, Athena brought the altar seat to the white ceremony, and the rest of the going Saint Seiya appeared in front of everyone. Luffy, bear with me for a moment. Athena immediately ran to Luffy, and this time she took the risk and came directly to the battlefield just to save Luffy and deal with Thanatos inside him. Chapter 362 Careless Thanatos. Lord Athena, transfer Thanatos from Luffy to me. After Athena arrived, Pope Surge stepped forward and pleaded. Athena nodded with a hint of sadness in her eyes, and then ordered the entire army. Going Saint Seiya, please protect the law for me and Pope Sage. Going Saint Seiya behind Athena, the youngest Leo Regulus, the Scorpio going Saint Seiya Callidia, the Aquarius going Saint Seiya Didier, the Gemini going Saint Seiya Deft Ross and Asporos, as well as the saints who had been on the battlefield before, were all excited. The underworld warrior also knew the intentions of Athena and Pope Sage and began to attack with all their strength. Can't let Athena succeed. All attack. Indra 980 Logo Destroyer. The Star Puppet Line. Maximum Alert. Spinning Water to Crush. The Saint Seiya attacked head-on, launched a head-to-head confrontation, and made great moves one after another. Galaxy Starburst. The Lion's Scythe. Scarlet Poison Needle. Lushan Chenglongba. Boom. The colorful energy exploded in an instant, and the entire holy mountain began to shake violently under the confrontation between the underworld warrior and the Saint Seiya. At this time, Pope Sage took out a dagger, cut Luffy and his own wrist, and put them together. Lord Athena, let's start, Pope Surge said. Athena nodded, and then a divine light burst into the sky from the scepter, which was then injected into Luffy's body. Defend with all your strength, and must not let the underworld fighter interrupt Lord Athena's spellcasting. Sisyphus Road. He knew very well that Athena's approach was desperate, like walking a tightrope on a cliff. She was exerting divine power inside Luffy, forcing Thanatos, the god of death in him, into Pope Sage's body. After that, Pope Sage will naturally have a way to seal Thanatos. However, if anything goes wrong, Luffy and Pope Psyche are sure to die, and Athena is sure to be devastated. All this depends on the will of another death god within Luffy. Dreyfus. If Dreyfus is willing to give a helping hand, Athena's divine power and his power can definitely force Thanatos' soul to Pope Sage. At this time, Luffy's soul space. Luffy, Reaper Dreyfus, and Reaper Thanatos are fighting each other, and the battle is hard to come by, and because of this, Luffy's body was bearing a burden that ordinary people couldn't bear. At this moment, a group of divine rays of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire space like the sun. It's the power of Athena. Thanatos, your limit has come, Death God Dreyfus said with a smile. Damn. The god of death. Thanatos gritted his teeth. Originally, he could not defeat the god of death Dreyfus. Now, with the power of Athena, he had no chance of winning at all. In this case, I killed this Pegasus. After thinking about it, Thanatos, the god of death, pointed his finger at Luffy. Since he can't get this body, he will be destroyed. Go to hell. With a loud shout, Death God Thanatos condensed a black energy ball in the palm of his hand and flew towards Luffy. Idiot, don't you understand? Death God Dreyfus didn't make a move. Watching the show. Boom. All I could see was the holy light injected by Athena, shrouding Luffy like a divine rebound, instantly bouncing away. Thanatos, the god of death. Luffy's will is very strong, and Athena's power itself is far beyond Thanatos, the god of death, naturally much stronger than Thanatos. Thanatos's collision was like hitting a stone with an egg, and at this moment a big hole like a black hole appeared in the sky. That's it, Luffy, let's do it. Blast Thanatos into that black hole. Dreyfus, the god of death, suddenly realized when he saw the black hole. Kuomo. Luffy nodded, and with the help of Athena's power, the small universe burst into a realm that only gods can reach. Don't think about hurting me. And the death god Thanatos, with a ferocious face, erupted into a terrifying microcosm and made the final resistance. The fog of death. However, before Thanatos could fully release his power, Dreyfus, the god of death, sent out a strange mist that instantly enveloped Thanatos. Giant double comet. After a while, Luffy delivered a divine blow, and his huge fist slammed into Thanatos like lightning. No, it's impossible. The god of death. Thanatos glared horribly, and then was directly flown by Luffy's fists, flying into the black hole like a cannonball. In the end, with the help of Athena's divine power and the help of Dreyfus, Luffy successfully expelled Thanatos from his body. At this time, the sanctuary Novelstory. Is this the soul of Pope Sage? Stupid saints, you missed the best time. In Pope Sage's body. Then Ados laughed arrogantly again. He thought that Athena had returned the tiger to the mountain and gave Pope Sage's life to him. Well, then Ados, you're too complacent. At this time Pope Sage struggled to hold up his body, tore off the Pope's Taoist robe of 0.8k and showed off a unique holy garment. Nanny. When then Ados came back to his senses, he found that his soul had been imprisoned in Sage's body, unable to leave, and there was no way to manipulate his body. It's useless. This is the holy garment of the altar seat that our brothers have spent many years building, Pope Sage said, and then pulled out a chic little box. Wait, what are you trying to do? Then Ados began to panic when he saw Pope Sage's actions. This small box is Athena's holy ark. Once locked in the holy ark, then Ados will be sealed for 200 years. This time, then Ados will withdraw from the stage of jihad because of his recklessness and carelessness. Chapter 363 The fate of the twin gods. Sleep forever. Then Ados, the god of death. Pope Sage wrote, damn, I won't let you get away with it. And then Ados, the god of death, was still struggling frantically in Pope Sage, constantly bombarding his body, trying to stop his seal. Boom. At this moment the sky suddenly darkened, and then a crack opened. Of Sleep, the brother of then Ados, the god of death. It's so embarrassing. Then Ados, Hypnos, the god of sleep, sneered. Empty dreamland. While speaking, Hypnos unleashed his ultimate move, turning all fantasies and fantasies into reality. Boom. In an instant countless cracks opened in the sky, and then a large number of strange and ferocious beasts fluttered their teeth and claws, rushing down and pounced on Pope Sage. Crap. All the saints are fighting against the underworld warriors on the front line, and they can't get away to protect Pope Sage and the others. This is a big trouble. Kuomo, giant meteor fist. In the nick of time, Luffy woke up and threw 18 shooting star punches into the sky. Strong man, feel the gift of the god of death. At the same time, the voice of Dreyfus, the god of death, came from Luffy's body, and all of Luffy's fists were filled with a black aura, and their power instantly doubled. Boom. The world was rumbling, and the beasts that the small universe turned into were all bruised by Luffy's fists, and finally vanished into ashes. Boom. At this moment a golden light erupted behind Luffy, and Pope Sergei had opened the Athena ark. Hypnos, save me. When he was about to despair, then Ados looked at Hypnos in the sky and begged him to lend a hand. However, after one move, Hypnos had no other move. Thanatos, pay the price for your recklessness and reflect on it. For the gods, 200 years is just a blink of an eye, Hypnos said lightly. Now that Pegasus and Athena are there, even if he tries his best, he may not be able to rescue then Ados. Later, Hypnos showed a confident smile again. Leave the rest to me. After that, then Ados was sealed in the Athena ark with Pope Sage's body. Sir Pope, all the saints shouted in unison, looking at the helmet left by the Pope. Go on. This is the perfect opportunity for us to counterattack the Pope. The Pope cannot be sacrificed in vain. Kill all the underworld fighters. Soon, the grief and anger in the Saint Seiya's arms turned into strength and launched a tiger-like attack on the underworld fighter. Damn it, avenge Thanatos-sama. Garuru flutters his wings. Giant wings flying. The underworld fighters were also filled with grief and anger, and launched equal attacks. Boom. The fire of war rose again. The scorched earth on the battlefield was overturned again. More and more soldiers were sacrificed in the artillery fire, and the war gradually advanced to the final stage. Saints, enter a never-ending dream. At this time, a strong small universe began to erupt in the sky, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, began to attack. Eternal sleep. With a roar, the sleeping god Hypnos released the greatest profound meaning, and a bizarre aura exploded instantly, spreading to the surroundings. The creatures passed by the halo all fall into eternal sleep and never wake up. Even the flowers, plants, and trees begin to fall asleep and stop photosynthesis. God's barrier. At the critical moment, Athena raised the scepter in her palm high, and a golden light burst out, instantly offsetting the ultimate meaning of the sleeping god, as expected of the old enemy of Lord Hades. Sleep god Hypnos Vivi sighed, and then regained his confidence. Athena, your strength is almost exhausted. Do you still want to resist? Hypnos noticed that Athena's power had weakened. After all, he maintained the barrier before and poured a lot of power into Luffy's body. Now Athena, there is not much power left. On the other hand, Hypnos was at the peak of his integrity. Taking advantage of this advantage would not be a problem to defeat Saint Seiya and Athena. After all, Hypnos is different from then Ados. He is a wily god who does things very carefully. Coming here, there is naturally a way to deal with Athena. Saint Seiya, you are finished. As soon as Hypnos' voice fell, all the underworld fighters cheered up and rushed towards them frantically. And the leader is one of the three giants of the underworld, Tiangi Star Griffin minus Hypnos. It's more than enough to deal with you. However, Athena was still full of fighting spirit. As the leader of the Saint Seiya, she knew very well how important it was to stabilize the morale of the army. As long as as Athena does not fall, our saints will fight to the end. Come on, don't let the underworld fighter going take one step. The Saint Seiya was not affected, but a stronger offensive broke out. Giant wings flying. On the front line of the camp, Minos used the greatest mystery, and a hurricane was about to sweep the audience. Giant wings flying. At this moment, among the Saint Seiya, Leo Regulus jumped up and miraculously used the same move as Minos. This is the genius boy who is known as a genius with unparalleled talent among the Saint Seiyas. Any move that Regulus has seen in 203 can be imitated by just looking at it once. Nanny, Minos said in shock. Boom. Two hurricanes in opposite directions collided, causing a violent explosion in an instant. In the end, the two moves cancelled each other out, but there were countless casualties. Holy sword. And just when Minos was shocked, a fierce sword chi burst out from the chaos. Minos couldn't prevent it, and was directly cut in half by El Cid. Minos, you're being careless, Radamandes said with a frown. Now that the underworld fighter has one less big three, the advantage has gradually disappeared. The war is not over yet. Iagos was shocked and ordered to attack again. Boom. The duel between the Saint Seiya and the underworld fighter continues, and the fire of war continues to rage on the entire battlefield. And just as the two sides were in full swing, a blue-white light suddenly flashed behind Athena. Bailey, lurking in the altar seat of Jamil, rushed to the battlefield with Jean. I think who it is. It turns out to be the older brother who survived the last jihad. Hypnos sneered. We meet again, Hypnos. However, Bailey showed a calm and confident smile. Your fate will be the same as then Ados, sleeping in Lord Athena's holy cabinet. Chapter 364 The power of the previous Saint Seiya. Over 200 years more. It seems you have waited for me. Come on, beat me. Sleeping god, Hypnos said coldly. Don't worry, I will never disappoint your expectations. Bailey picked up the Pope's helmet on the ground, wiped the dust off it, and said calmly. Luffy in front of him jumped up and shouted at Hypnos. You are Hypnos, the god of sleep. I'm going to beat you up. Anger. Luffy's rubber fist, with a strong microcosm and part of the power bestowed by the death god Dreyfus just now, slammed into Hypnos like a bullet. However, hearing only a humming sound, Hypnos pointed a finger, and a dark purple light like a barrier appeared in front of him, which directly froze Luffy's fist. Nanny. Luffy gritted his teeth, not expecting that Hypnos' attention was so focused, completely different from then Ados just now. Pegasus, impulsiveness, and arrogance come at a price. Isn't then Ados a living example? Hypnos said coldly, and then a strong light cannon was condensed on his fingertips. Boom. Because the distance was too close, no one could stop Hypnos' move. Luffy's heart was directly bombarded by the light cannon, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. Luffy, Ace shouted up to the sky. Luffy was originally injured, but now he has suffered a blow from God. I am afraid it is more fortunate. Where are you looking? At this time, Iagos' deputy, Tiangyuxing Bayoret, jumped up, and the small universe between the fists exploded instantly, blowing Ace away with one punch. Ugh. Under the heavy punch, Ace was directly blasted 100 meters away and planted on the stone road behind. Goodbye, Pegasus, your life ends here. Hypnos was very confident in this blow, hitting the key point directly, and Luffy was not killed or disabled. At this moment, a golden light floated across the sky, caught Luffy, and brought him back to the Saint Seiya camp. Obs, fortunate to have you. Galantis showed a faint smile, and it was the powerful Seraphobers in the clergy who saved Luffy. Luffy. Athena looked at Luffy worriedly. This time his injury is not optimistic, and his life is in danger at any time. Luffy is on the verge of death. Strictly speaking, he must die, Obs said lightly. After Obs said this, Athena's expression became even more pathetic. But he was lucky and met me, Obs said confidently. Light of resurrection. I only saw that Obs folded his hands, and in an instant an angel floated on Luffy and slowly landed in Luffy's body. Crystal. A holy light shot up into the sky, and then Luffy slowly opened his eyes. Obs's divine power magically pulled Luffy back from the gate of hell. The power of the paladins is amazing, Athena exclaimed. Athena, what's wrong with me? Luffy said weakly. You just died. This girl saved your life, Obs said proudly. Yes, Hypnos, I haven't beaten him yet. Luffy roared angrily, but the moment he exerted his strength, his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and the pain was incomparable. Luffy, you are very weak now. Let's take a rest first, Galantis persuaded. Although he has been resurrected, the wound on Luffy's body will take some time to heal, and he cannot play for the time being. At this time, Bailey was already facing Hypnos. Hypnos, the grievances over the years will be settled today. Bailey picked up the holy sword left by Athena from the previous holy war, and the sword was already haunted by light blue arrogance, accumulated corpse energy, and wishful spirits. When Bailey swung his sword and slashed, a large number of souls turned into countless beams of light and shot up into the sky, blasting towards Hypnos. Two weak human beings will never reach the realm of gods. Hypnos stretched out his fingers again, creating the same barrier. Boom. However, Bailey's attack was different from Luffy's directly blasting a big hole on the barrier, but unfortunately failed to break through Hypno's defense. Is it the holy sword of the previous generation of Athena? There is still some ability. Hypno's face changed slightly, although the strength of this sword was not as strong as before, but it was still possible to have a few strokes with him. The corpse gas underworld wave. The corpse gas ghost Kenjian. Afterwards, Bailey, relying on the power of the holy sword, had a few tricks with Hypnos, but he couldn't hurt Hypnos at all. Instead, he was severely injured by Hypnos. Didn't you say you want to beat me? It seems that your goal is getting farther and farther away. Hypnos sneered, while God's small universe burned to the extreme. Go to hell, empty dreamland. Hypnos launched his ultimate move again, and in an instant countless meteorites landed, as if the end was coming. This time, the small universe was 100 times stronger than the last one, and it was not something that Luffy's level of attack could resist. However, Bailey showed a calm smile. Hypnos, happy now? It's still early. Only to see Bailey holding up the holy sword high. The after images of all the holy warriors of the previous generation floated behind him for a moment, and then poured into the holy sword. Using the power of the previous generation of Saint Seiya, your idea is very good. Hypnos looked at this scene, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised slightly. However, this can't reach the level of God. This is the assembly of all the previous going Saint Seiya universes. Wake up, Hypnos. Accumulate corpse energy and turn spiritual waves. Bailey shouted wildly, and then the top of the holy sword condensed into a light blue energy ball the size of a meteorite, which resisted all the meteorites of Hypnos. This is Bailey's painstaking research, and it is a great move to smash God's taboos. Chapter 365 The Redemption of Death Paradise Lost. Shin rang yet. Look it up. I can't show you the second time. While speaking, all the small universes of the Saint Seiya behind Bailey were all integrated into the accumulate corpse chi turning spirit wave. Drink. With a loud shout, the huge energy ball came out of his hand and slammed towards the sleeping god in front. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire holy mountain was shaking violently, and the strong shock wave spread rapidly, sweeping the audience in an instant. After a while, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Hypnos, the god of sleep, blocked Bailey's energy wave with one hand. Look, the elder's big move has stopped. It was Hypnos who stopped this terrifying energy ball with one hand. Oh my god, there was no harm. The strength of the saints of the previous generation is nothing more than that. Hypnos sneered. It's a pity that after more than 200 years of hard work, in the end, it was impossible to defeat God. 963. If that's the case, then add the old man's soul. Between the electric light and flint, Bailey's soul broke away from the body and floated into the accumulated corpse chi's wanling wave. At the sleeping god Hypnos' complexion changed slightly, and after adding Bailey's soul, the energy wave in front of him underwent a qualitative change. In desperation, Hypnos had to use the power that the human body could exert, just enough to block the blow. Hypnos. But at this moment, in the energy ball, Bailey leaped, holding his iron fist, and slammed towards Hypnos. Hypnos' eyes widened, and now that he was supporting the spiritual wave, he could no longer block the blow. Boom. With a roar, Bailey's iron fist hit directly, and the robe on Hypnos began to annihilate, revealing the human body in his body. Although the obsession of human beings is ridiculous, but beautifully done. After speaking, Hypnos' human body was smashed into pieces, and his soul began to float out of his body. Luffy. At this time, Athena handed the ark to Luffy. Luffy nodded, then leaped and took Hypnos' soul. In this regard, relying on Bailey's secret skills, he finally defeated the sleeping god Hypnos, and the twin gods were all sealed. Damn it. Aegos and Rhodamundis clenched their fists. Unexpectedly, the twin gods were defeated in the same battlefield. Their highest combat power is dead. Start to fight back. The victory of the holy war will eventually belong to Lord Athena. Lushan Baelongba. After the seal of the twin gods, the morale of the Saint Seiya instantly soared to the sky, and the final counter-attack was launched, blasting out a torrent of attacks like a tiger. Damn, don't fall. We haven't lost yet. We still have Lord Hades. Fight for Lord Hades. The underworld fighter fought desperately to resist, but the Saint Seiya's counter-attack was like a prairie fire, and it was out of control. Rumbling. There was a roar in the production room, and various energies of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning quickly exploded, and the army of the underworld fighters was instantly blown up, causing heavy casualties. At this moment, a blue soul floated back into Bailey's body, and Bailey slowly opened his eyes. Master. When Ye and Xiang saw Bailey's resurrection from the dead, they all showed joyful smiles. It seems that my old comrades in arms are still reluctant for me to accompany them, Bailey said with a faint smile. Originally, he planned to make sacrifices, but he was rescued by the Saint Seiya of the previous generation, and his soul did not go to the underworld. Boom. However, at this moment the sky suddenly darkened in the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a laser was projected, directly piercing Bailey's Hades' heart, ugh, only to see a splash of blood. Bailey immediately fell to the ground, blood flowing into a river. Bailey, Master, His Royal Highness. All the Saint Seiya shouted Bailey's name like they lost their souls. I didn't expect that Bailey, who had just escaped from the dead, would end up like this. Hades, Athena shouted angrily, looking at the sky. Under the roar of the goddess, Hades slowly descended among the dark clouds. It's Lord Hades. After Hades arrived, the underworld warriors quickly cheered up again. It's really a beautiful war, saints. Hades showed a faint smile and said, the altar seat is white. You can defeat Hypnos. You are very good. The pure land of bliss is the reward for you. As soon as the voice fell, the dark clouds in the sky instantly turned into white clouds, and at the same time countless angels were embedded in the clouds, like a lifelike painting. Understand death, feel death, and become enlightened in death. Death is the salvation of this world. Hades opened his arms and said impassively, this is a painting for the whole world. Paradise lost. When this painting is completed, the whole world will fall into death. The angels on the cloud were all painted by Hades using the dead soul as paint. Damn, this lunatic, Luffy said through gritted teeth. Pegasus, Luffy, you are the only Saint Seiya who can hurt me. Continue to live in this cruel war. I am looking forward to it more and more. What color paints you can bring me. After he finished speaking, Hades waved his hand to withdraw his troops. Afterwards, Hades returned to Hades City with all the Hades. And Hades' departure also means that this cruel war will come to an end for the time being. Chapter 366 The Restored Akatsuki Organization. Hey, Hades, don't even think about leaving. I haven't beaten you up yet. Luffy looked at the figure of Hades, the king of the underworld, who had disappeared for a long time, pinched his blood-filled fists, and roared up to the sky. Luffy, calm down, he's gone. Tonghu stopped Luffy. Now that he is injured, it is not suitable for him to move more. Ugh. Soon, Luffy felt a lightning strike all over his body and fell to the ground. Luffy. Ace ran over quickly and helped Luffy, his eyes full of worry. Don't worry, he's fine, but he probably won't be able to stand up in a few days. Kobo said coldly, it's really worrying. I finally managed to save my life and I'm still here. After hearing the news, Ace, Sabo, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, hold on. At this time, the other Saint Seiya breathed a sigh of relief. They finally survived this difficulty. Athena, on the other hand, looked at the angels in the clouds. Her mood was extremely complicated. After staring for a moment, Athena's eyes returned to the dilapidated battlefield. Hurry up and rescue the wounded. After that, everyone began to assist Glantis and Obase, and began to rescue the wounded and deal with the bodies of the deceased. Although the jihad has come to an end, the crisis in the world has not been lifted but has gradually escalated. In the future, there will definitely be a fierce battle between the Saint Seiya and the underworld fighter. One day later, Pirate World. The battle report of the jihad quickly spread throughout the world, causing a sensation. I heard that the holy war is over and the Athena army has won. No, Hades is still unscathed. Being able to seal the twin gods, Saint Seiya did a great job this time. The two elders of the Saint Seiya were also sacrificed. In this battle, the enemy was only injured by 1,000 and he himself was injured by 800. Fortunately, it didn't hit us. Everyone is thankful that they have not been affected by the war. If a war is fought in the world of pirates, it will definitely cause huge casualties. However, the real death has been quietly approaching human beings. Every time Hades dotted the sky, a person would die in the world, but no one has found it yet. And this time, West Blue, Hades City. Lord Hades, why don't you attack the sanctuary directly? Just killing an altar seat. Bailey. Pandora was suspicious of Hades' actions. After all, the underworld warrior suffered too much damage. Almost half of it died, and Hades was not angry because his trusted twin gods were sealed. Now, she has already suspected this Hades and has not fully awakened. It's even possible Hades' power is being used by the human body. Aaron. Pandora, it doesn't matter. The underworld warrior and the twin gods will not sacrifice in vain. Hades said confidently, when the lost garden is completed, the holy war will end. Lord Hades said yes. Pandora nodded and said, go back. I have to concentrate on painting. Hades said yes. Pandora nodded and then left Hades' palace. However, after Pandora left, Hades showed a mysterious smile. Hades in the palace was indeed Aaron from West Blue. As for what he was planning, no one knew. A week later, in the Holy Land, in the Pope's palace, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Kobe, Buggy, and Kuzan were summoned by Athena. Luffy, everyone, you can go back to the pirate world now. Athena said, why, that guy Hades isn't dead yet. I have to continue to protect you. Luffy said, seeking flowers 0. Don't worry for now. Athena smiled softly. This time the Hades army suffered heavy losses. I don't think it will attack the sanctuary again for the time being. Pause. Athena continued, your mission this time is to escort Obes and Glantis back to Sabayati Archipelago. By the way, pay attention to the movements of Hades and Hades' army. In addition, you all have relatives and friends. In fact, Galantis and Obes did not need need to be escorted at all, and Athena just took this to give them a holiday. Speaking of which, how can there be a lot of business in the Marine headquarters? It's really nerve-wracking. Kuzan scratched his head and said during this period of time he was recovering from his injuries and it was considered a half-day free time. When he got back he was going to get dizzy again with affairs in Marine. By the way, Carpenters, Enel, and Brooke, Luffy said. After that, Luffy and the others, along with Obes and Grantice, temporarily left the sanctuary and returned to the world of pirates. A month later, the pirate world was in a stable state, and apart from some conflicts in the Abyss Party, nothing special happened. This time, however, the peace was short-lived. Marine headquarters, beep beep beep, who was struggling with government affairs, was suddenly interrupted by an emergency call from Shinsekai. Kuzan, Admiral, it's not good. On the other end of the phone, the intelligence officer panicked. What happened? The Pluto army? Kuzan asked eagerly. No. Intelligence officer looked flustered as if seeing a devil. Suspected member of Akatsuki, Immortal Feijuan Xiao organization? Kuzan said in surprise. Could it be that the long-disappeared Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Madara are going to start the annihilation plan again? Chapter 367 Instantly Fallen Germa 66 Lack. Chapter 368 The evil god who peeps over the earth fall down in an instant. Kuzan couldn't believe it. Germa 66 was not weaker than any Shishibukai. Such a powerful military kingdom was instantly destroyed. I'm afraid this Thulhu organization is not weaker than the original Uchiha Madara. Could it be Madara Uchiha who changed his name and made waves again? Garp said confusedly. It's possible. Crane nodded. Now Uchiha Madara can be described as a bereaved dog. As long as he shows up, he will definitely be besieged by the whole world. It is entirely possible to complete the road of restoration with the help of the name of Thulhu Sek. If you want to unravel the mystery of the Thulhu cult, go to North Blue to find out. Thinking about it, Kuzan decided to send troops to North Blue. If it really is Madara Uchiha, he must inform the world as soon as possible, and together they will encircle and suppress this big devil. By the way, Kuzan, about the world conscription, the news has been sent back. Momuzaki said. Finally there is good news. Kuzan said. 19 In addition to the Tenhu Isho recommended by Borsalino, we also found another strong man from the New World, Ryokujiu. Garp said excitedly. Playing against the old man, it's hard to tell the winner within 100 moves. What about monsters? Ha ha ha. It's great. So the two vacant positions have been filled. Kuzan said excitedly. It seems that I have to personally greet the two of them. Ultimately, Kuzan sends Kizaru and Momuzagi to North Blue to find out what the Thulhu really is, and he himself will go to the New World in person to welcome Tenhu and Ryokujiu back to Marine headquarters and succeed Marine Admiral. At this time, the kingdom of Germa 66. Feijuan returned to the castle of the kingdom with a large number of broken magic stones. Entire moving castle is extraordinarily peaceful. If it weren't for the slightly damaged buildings and the still rising gunpowder smoke, there would be no war at all. There has not been a violent fight here, which means the Thulhu sect captured the entire Germa 66 without using too much force at all. And when Feijuan walked into the castle, on the throne in the middle sat a black curly-haired man holding a scepter and wearing a unicorn horn helmet. Under the throne, the members of the Germa 66 royal Vinsmoke family, Judge, Iji, Niji, and Yuji bowed their heads and knelt down, their eyes blurred as if they had lost their hearts. Lord Loki, 500 broken magic stones have been brought back. Feijuan said. Feijuan has always worshipped the Germa 66 family has been controlled by Loki with spells. The entire Germa 66, except for the Vinsmoke family, are basically clones and transformed people, and they are completely combat weapons. It is precisely because of this that there was no large-scale fighting here, and the entire kingdom fell instantly because of this. As for Leiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, she miraculously disappeared during this battle, and she did not know her life or death. Very good. Loki looked at a light blue square in the Germa 66 laboratory, and the special weapon in the hands of the Germa 66 soldier, showing a sinister smile. It seems that this world is not all wild people. This cube, a cosmic Rubik's cube from the universe, has a powerful and almost endless energy. The weapons of Germa 66 soldiers are made using the power of the cosmic Rubik's cube. Was already a month ago that Germa 66 got the cosmic Rubik's cube. A month ago, at the end of the Holy War, a pale blue meteor fell from the sky and landed on the sea near Germa 66. What a special meteor. It seems to contain a lot of energy. When Judge saw this special blue meteor, he was immediately excited and then sent Neji to investigate the situation, and Neji found the place of the meteorite on a desert island. However, after Neji landed on the island, an amazing scene was discovered. What a terrifying power. In front of Neji, there was a hemispherical crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, which was much more destructive than ordinary meteorites. This meteor meteorite, as Judge had said, contained extraordinary power. Afterwards, Neji found this magical cube, cosmic Rubik's Cube, in the center of the big pit. After obtaining the universe Rubik's Cube, Judge's scientific team began to study this magical cube and achieved results, developing many powerful weapons. However, after a month of careful study, Germa 66, who was ready to rule the world with the power of the 280 universe Rubik's Cube, was destroyed by the long-awaited Loki group on this day. The cosmic cube is a space gem, and Loki came to this planet when the cosmic cube fell. However, because of his curiosity about jihad and this planet, Loki was not in a hurry to retrieve the universe cube. For a month, Loki has traveled almost all over the world, feeling that this is a wild planet. The only thing that caught his eye was Germa 66 and the science behind marine Vegapunk. Interesting epic equipment. I don't know what you scientists in the wild age can transform these equipment containing cosmic power into. Loki is full of expectations. Epic equipment and cosmic Rubik's Cube both contain cosmic power. When Loki took the magic stone, he wanted to use the scientists in the pirate world to transform the epic equipment, and Loki's ultimate goal is to use these special equipment and the military power behind him to rule the entire planet. Chapter 369, The Abandoned Son of the Vinsmoke Family. Lack. Chapter 370 Chef and Beauty. Stinky boy, you are courting death. Because of Sanji's shot, all the crew members of the pirates pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Sanji. First meet. Sanji's long legs kicked out a gorgeous kick, kicking the neck of the leading pirate. Boom. The pirate was directly kicked away, and at the same time knocked down the companion behind him and smashed the table and chair behind him. Kill this brat. However, the other pirates of the Red Sword Pirates rushed forward and besieged Sanji. Bang bang bang. Only a sound of fists and feet was heard, and the whole restaurant fell into a melee, and the scene was extremely chaotic. There's a fight. Run away. Don't provoke these pirates. 300 million bounty. I can't afford it. During the melee, all the guests in the restaurant fled the restaurant in a panic. Only the red-haired woman just now was still eating calmly. Stinky boy, look at the move. Collapsing mountain strike. At this moment, the deputy head of the Red Saber Pirates jumped out from behind Sanji and fired a slash like a tiger. Cha! With a slash as fast as a gust of wind, Sanji had nowhere to hide and was directly slashed. Beat him. Afterwards, the crew of One Piece 143 swarmed up and fell on Sanji with one punch and one kick. Ugh. Soon, Sanji was beaten all over his body and blood spattered. Sanji. At this time, the red-footed Zeph ran out of the kitchen again and saw Sanji being beaten up and was instantly furious, ready to shoot. However, before the red-footed Zeph could make a move, the red-haired woman snatched the vice-captain's sword with one hand. Clap clap. Only seeing a wave of slashing, the troublesome pirates fell to the ground one by one. The woman's swordsmanship is both sophisticated and vicious, either stabbing the heart or slitting the throat. In a few minutes, except for the two captains, all the other crew members were killed. The deputy captain, whose tendons and hamstrings had been broken, knelt on the ground and groaned in pain. Boss, burn this restaurant down to avenge the brothers. The deputy captain endured the pain and said angrily. At this time, Captain Chika took out a LV-30 artifact Tato Benimaru. He is a berserker of LV-30. His strength has reached the level of vice admiral, and he can hardly find an opponent in East Blue. You don't eat or drink for toast. I kindly let you go, but I don't know how to flatter you. The red sword swung the sharp blade that radiated fire, and the anger burned instantly. Be careful, he is a strong man who defeated the undead of the Lich King. Aside, red-footed Zeph reminded, reason why Chideo offered a reward of 300 million is precisely because he got Red Pill, and he defeated an adjutant of an army of undead and escaped from the siege of the army. After World War I became famous, Chideo was invited by Marine to assist the colonel of the branch to manage East Blue, but Chideo rejected Marine's proposal and directly killed the colonel of the distribution, declaring war on Marine. In the end, the arrogant Chideo gradually became the new overlord of East Blue, and the bounty reached 300 million. Your knife is good, but unfortunately, as long as you take a step forward, you will be headshot. The red-haired woman said, intimidation is useless to me, Chideo said fiercely. Boom. However, the red-haired woman's words were not intimidating. As soon as Chideo took a step forward, an arrow with high explosives penetrated his head and exploded violently. The entire head was blown to pieces in an instant, and blood was spilled on the ground. Then, an archer with sunglasses and a leather vest walked into the restaurant. The arrow just now was shot by him. Come on, Natasha, we still have a mission, said the archer. This red-haired woman Natasha is from the Avengers, known as the Black Widow, excellent agent. The Vinsmoke family, her body has been transformed and has exceeded the limit of ordinary people, and her strength is extremely powerful. And this archer is Natasha's partner, Hawkeye Patton. Patton is a very good archer. His archery arrows are free, and he also has a variety of high-tech arrows arrows. At the same time, his eyes have undergone experimental surgery and he can observe the movements of prey in harsh environments such as fog and severe sunlight. He is an archer who is not inferior to any sniper in the pirate world. Wait, Barton, Natasha said, then walked to Sanji. Young man, you know you can't beat them, so why do you still shoot? Natasha said. Sanji sat on the ground, exhaled a smoke ring, and said with a firm look, my hands are used for cooking, and my legs are used to protect women. This is the duty of a knight. It seems that he is not only a good cook but also a gentleman. Natasha smiled lightly. Is that a compliment from Miss Natasha? Being praised by Natasha, Sanji secretly rejoiced. Revealing his true form, his eyes turned into two big red hearts, looking at the graceful beauty in front of him. This bloodshed is worth it. Are you interested in joining our adventure team? Natasha asked. Our destination is North Blue. Of course. Sanji immediately revived with full blood, stood up full of energy, and assumed a gentleman's attitude. Sanji said solemnly, but I have to ask the old man first. He had the idea of going to sea a long time ago, but could not find a suitable partner, and this time, because of Germa 66's accident, he had to go back to find Reju's whereabouts. After that, Sanji went to ask the opinion of the Redfoot Zeph, and at the same time made preparations to go to sea. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton came over. Really take him out to sea? He didn't understand Natasha's approach very much, thinking that Sanji was just a burden of the Vinsmoke family in the newspaper. Curly eyebrows. He is related to this family. Also, improve the food. Okay. Chapter 371 Technological Power. Repel Admiral. 3 days later, North Blue. Many days of tracking, Marine finally found the hidden kingdom of Germa 66 between the North Blue and the windless belt of the New World, and this morning, the mist has not dissipated. 10 warships slowly approached the castle of Germa 66. On each warship there are more than Vice Admiral combat power, and the equipment level is basically above the rare level. The combat power is amazing. Boom boom boom. However, when it was hundreds of meters away, the Germa 66 castle launched a long-range attack, and countless shells flew towards the Marine warship like rain. Infinite light energy. Yasakani no Megatama. I saw was Kizaru floating in the air, and then pulling the trigger, sending out an endless barrage of light energy. Boom. The two sides attacked and collided, exploding like fireworks. Extremely gorgeous. Gorgeous fireworks. What a beautiful morning. At the forefront of the kingdom of Germa 66, Feijuan led a Thulhu troop and a Germa 66 scientific combat troop, and provoked Marine. Yeah, isn't this Admiral Kizaru? Feijuan, this time you have no way to escape, Kizaru said coldly. In terms of strength, he is above Feijuan. As long as he is not distracted like last time, Feijuan will never escape. Whereas your evil god? Momuzagi asked. To deal with you, there is no need for the heretic god to take action. At this moment, 4 Germa 66 fighters, wearing exquisite combat uniforms, flew out. Nani, it's Germa 66, Kizaru said in shock, not expecting that they were not imprisoned, and they turned to Marine, who came to rescue. Electromagnetic thrust, spark swirl, electric punch, winch bash. Vinsmoke 4 father and son have used their big moves to pounce on Momuzagi and Kizaru, just like battlefield machines. Ruthless. Watch out, they're being manipulated. At this moment, Momuzagi saw what was going on, and used a lot of fighting chi to create a whirlwind of fighting chi flames in front of the sky, instantly engulfing the 4 Vinsmoke father and son into the whirlwind. Bear. The father and son of Vinsmoke 4 wore strong flame energy, and they didn't even frown. Because of the protection of the battle suit, they reduced some of the damage. They're not the old Germa 66, Feijuan said savagely. The real reason they're not afraid of Momuzagi's ultimate is because of a special potion, and these potions were created by Judge with the help of the power of the Cosmic Cube and epic equipment and Loki's knowledge. Drinking it can temporarily gain part of the power of the universe, so the constitution has exceeded the limit of the human body. Admiral Momuzagi and Kizaru try the power of technology, only to see the Vinsmoke 4 father and son pull a cannon from behind, then pull the trigger. Boom boom boom. A burst of laser energy was charged, followed by 4 half-meter thick laser cannons blasting out, landing on the warship where Momuzagi and Kizaru were. The Tathagata palm headshot. Seeing this, Momuzagi and Kizaru blasted out big moves to resist. Boom. However, Admiral's power was just enough to block the laser. At this time, the Vinsmoke 4 father and son have returned to the island. Loki took the scepter and slowly walked out of the castle. Marine, please accept my gift. Loki laughed wildly. As soon as the words fell, countless gun muzzles were fired all over the castle, and at the same time, a large number of clone soldiers of Germa 66 also carried their cannons, facing the warships on the sea. All disperse, prepare for defense. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kizaru immediately ordered the fleet to disperse. Flowers. With such terrifying firepower, I'm afraid 10 admirals can't stand it. Many soldiers jumped into the sea in fright to to escape. Yasakani no Megatama, burning the sky and refining the sun. Momuzagi and Kizaru were still on the front lines, using their strongest moves, desperately defending against the opponent's strong attack. Boom! Without waiting for Marine to take defensive measures, the dense laser cannons swept in, destroying all the warships in an instant. Damn! Momuzagi and Kizaru gritted their teeth and were both injured. In a crisis, they can only take care of themselves, open their fighting chi wings, and fly to the sky. You can't go back empty-handed. Before escaping, Kizaru took advantage of his injuries and took advantage of his speed to kill a soldier with a cannon, and brought this extremely destructive weapon back to the Marine headquarters. And Marine S. Bastille and Dalmatian Vice Admiral were captured. Almost all the other soldiers were killed and suffered heavy losses. Unexpectedly, Germa 66 created such a powerful weapon after getting the Universe Cube. However, this is just the beginning. Loki's purpose is to create a nuclear weapon that can instantly destroy an island, thereby forcing the world to surrender. And this time, Logetown. Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha's ship came to East Blue's last stop, Logetown. Just after they landed in the town, they found that there was a group of people watching something not far away, which was very lively. Is it a duel? Sanji asked curiously. In the center of the crowd, a thin man with a slingshot, exploding curly hair and a long nose was confronting a gunman in a denim suit. The eyes of the two were sharp and a few drops of nervous sweat fell. A sniper battle is about to start. Chapter 372 Sniper Battle. Lack. Chapter 373 Scientific Genius Vegapunk. The next day, Marine Headquarters. This loss has dealt a great blow to our Marine. It seems that we underestimated this evil god religion, Kuzan said solemnly. The two vice admirals must be rescued as soon as possible, he said worriedly. After all, the way of doing things of the heretic god is to kill people without blinking an eye. The longer they drag on, the more dangerous the two vice admirals will be. We also want to solve it as soon as possible, but they did not ask us to redeem the prisoners of war, and without full preparation, we should not approach Germa 66. Garp said. How about this old man and Ryokyujiu go there? Tenhu said. Tenhu and Ryokyujiu have already taken office, and now Marine S. Admiral is Tenhu, Ryokyujiu, Kizaru and Momuzagi. Don't worry, we're not in a hurry now, Kuzan said. Borsalino risked his life to bring back the enemy's weapon. It's a terrifying weapon. The skin erodes just by being exposed to radiation, Kizaru said. Kizaru's body was bandaged, and the wound was caused by Germa 66's weapon. As for Momuzagi, 19 is not a big problem. After all, her strength is one level higher than Kizaru, and she is not so easily injured. Fantastic weapon, kind of like my epic revolver. Kizaru took out the weapon that he snatched back, and there was still liquid energy flowing in it, which looked amazing. Let me turn this weapon over to Vegapunk, Momuzagi said. It would be even better if it could be modified for my revolver, Kizaru said excitedly. Since he became a sharpshooter, he has also developed a strong interest in technology and weapons, but unfortunately, he has no talent in invention and creation. If it's that scientific genius, I think we Marine will soon be able to create an army that rivals Germa 66's scientific combat force, Garp said. He can fight. A good turnaround depends on whether Vegapunk can imitate these weapons with strange energy. Half a day later, Vegapunk's lab. After Vegapunk received this strange weapon, his eyes widened with excitement. Technology that I have never seen before. Don't bother me for a week. New technology is about to be born. Very excited, Vegapunk immediately closed the door of the laboratory and began to study this new type of weapon. Vegapunk is almost always behind closed doors when encountering this novel weapon until the research is thorough and a stronger weapon is developed. However, just as he was about to disassemble the cannon's parts, an accident happened. Boom! Only a roar was heard, and then a strong pale blue light erupted from the core of the entire weapon. Ugh! Vegapunk was instantly exposed to the blue light and then slowly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Sizzle! Under the intense radiation, the circuits of the entire experimental base were instantly paralyzed. Lord Vegapunk! All the men hurriedly slammed the door of the laboratory, trying to open the big iron door. At this time, Vegapunk's deputy quickly calmed down and then said, "Quick, turn on the backup power." In the event of an emergency, backup power was quickly activated throughout the laboratory. After the power was restored, the scientific troops successfully opened the door of the laboratory. However, in front of their eyes, Vegapunk was in a deep coma and seemed to be severely injured. Just as Vegapunk's lab exploded, the Germa 66 castle. Stupid Marine, do you think I would share these secret weapons with you so easily? How naive. Loki's mouth was slightly raised. These weapons are equipped with special devices and are very secretive. As long as these launchers are when disassembled, the core will be detonated, producing strong radiation. Ordinary human beings will die soon under this kind of radiation. If Vegapunk dies, no one in the world will be able to develop this weapon again, Judge said fiercely. fiercely. Although Caesar is also a genius, his main research direction is biological and chemical weapons. It takes a lot of time and energy to understand these nuclear weapons. If Marine loses the genius of Vegapunk, he almost loses the backbone of science. Although there are other scientific talents in Marine, but in front of Vegapunk these people are just the green leaves of the flowers. At this time, on an island in the New World, Luffy has traveled around New World 153 for a short time after retrieving his three companions, Enel, Cabensis, and Brook. During this time, the four of them challenged many abyss parties and obtained a lot of sophisticated equipment. This day, Luffy, as usual, accompanied his partner to challenge the abyss party and start a treasure hunt. Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist, The Fist of Gagapo, 30 million volts Thunder Beast, Song of Plundering Blowing Snow Slash. After several rounds of violent attacks, the cosmic demons were quickly cleaned up, and at the same time, the cosmic powerhouses who came out later were severely damaged. Boom. And just after killing the last alien powerhouse, a golden light flashed in the air. Hehe, another epic piece of equipment. Luffy excitedly looked at the direction where the equipment fell and rushed towards the shining place. Very strange equipment. Vivi was surprised when Luffy picked up the equipment. This epic piece of equipment is actually a shield with a 5-star logo. Chapter 374 Indestructible Shield. Bang bang bang. Luffy knocked on the special shield, making a few muffled noises, like a knock on the lid of a pot. Is this for us to make hot pot? Luffy asked curiously. With his character and fighting style, he never gave much thought to defense. For him, this shield seemed to have little effect other than being a pot. The wild boar is coming. Later, Luffy and the others really took this epic shield and simmered the wild boar hot pot. Moments later, a battleship swiftly entered the port. The visitor is exactly the confidant of the evil god Loki. Hydean, give me good equipment. Your lord judge, you are still waiting for these equipment to be transformed. As soon as Phaejuan came ashore, he became impatient again, and immediately urged the followers of the cultist and Judge's clone soldiers to brush the equipment. This time, Loki intends to put all the soldiers in the most powerful epic gear to create one of the strongest troops on the planet. No one has yet suppressed Loki, and the Germa 66 he manipulated has grown rapidly, so he will definitely seize this going period of development and continue to grow himself. Domination of this planet is inevitable. Bang bang bang. However, it didn't take long for Phaejuan's army to start brushing, and several followers of the evil god sect were blasted out of the island. Immediately afterwards, another team was knocked into the air. The clone troopers were directly dented in the head, and the followers of the heretic god sect were beaten to pieces and their flesh was blurred. Who dares to run wild in this uncle's territory? Phaejuan realized that there was another strong man on this island and immediately burned with anger. Immediately comprehend. In anger, Phaejuan clenched the scythe with both hands and then shouted loudly. In an instant, dark clouds poured into the sky and then turned into the appearance of a death god and swept the forest. Boom. All I saw was an annual ring facing the sky. Countless trees were chopped down in an instant and a passage nearly 10 meters wide opened in the woods in an instant. There is a situation inside the island. Luffy, Cabensis, Brook, and Enel heard the motive and sensed the attack on the outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several people were either sliding shovels or flying into the air, all of which escape Phaejuan's slash. It's the power of epic equipment, and it carries a strange energy. Cabensis was sharply aware of this unusual aura and was suddenly surprised. Ha ha ha. It turns out that there is someone who understands technology. At this moment, Phaejuan brought a small team to kill them and laughed ferociously at Luffy and the others. His sickle has been preliminarily transformed in training part of the energy of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. It turned out to be Madara Uchiha's lackey. Cabensis sneered. Stinky boy, try Lord Thulhu's technology. When Phaejuan heard this, he was extremely annoyed. He directly pulled out the technology cannon and shot Luffy and the others. Swoosh swish. Luffy, Brook and Enel all dodged the blow with observation haki. However, Cabensis doesn't know haki and can't dodge the laser cannon at all. Bang. Instinctively, Cabensis directly lifted the shield containing a pot of wild boar candy and blocked it. However, this block of Cabensis did not block the blow but bounced the laser and refracted it into the troops of the evil god sect. Boom. All I saw was a huge mushroom cloud rising slowly, and more than a dozen followers of the heretic god sect and clone soldiers were blown to pieces. Hot hot. Cabensis immediately let go of his hands. The pot was still 100 degrees and his hands had become like bear's paws. How is that possible? Phaejuan was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the shield to block the laser cannon that could injure Admiral. It really deserves to be an epic shield. Cabensis exclaimed. The defense of this shield exceeded his imagination and seemed to be able to block anything. Cannons, all cannons being blocked. Phaejuan became angry and ordered all his subordinates to fire together. Tweet tweet. A dazzling light shone in the sky and the center of the entire island island was instantly submerged by the laser, which was extremely gorgeous. Luffy. At this point Cabensis threw the shield at Luffy. Kuomo, rotate the shield Dara. I only saw that Luffy rotated his body into a twist shape. After reaching the elastic limit he began to rotate in the opposite direction, like a spinning top. Blah blah blah. There was a loud crash, and the indestructible shield instantly bounced off all the laser shells. Boom. The refracted laser immediately landed on the island, and the entire island exploded into flowers in an instant, just like setting off fireworks. Whoa. Soon, almost all of the troops brought by Feijuan were wiped out, and the rest were some remnants of defeated soldiers, and even Feijuan was blown off halfway. Damn. Feijuan picked up the broken stump in embarrassment and ran away. Cough cough cough. As for Luffy and the others, they were choked by the billowing smoke. After they had calmed down, Feijuan had already left with the battleship of Germa 66. Alas, he escaped. Cabensis sighed. What a disappointment. A good boar feast was ruined by them. Luffy said in frustration. The wild boar can fight again. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Brook said with a smile. No, all the wild boars have returned to the cave after such a commotion. Luffy sighed. Let's go to the next island. The new world is getting more and more interesting. Cabensis suggested. Several nodded and then began to set off to the next island. This journey, this impregnable shield, is undoubtedly their biggest gain. Ahead there are more unknown treasures waiting for them to dig. At this time, Marine's scientific base. What's wrong with me? Vegapunk, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. During the explosion, Vegapunk was not seriously injured, only minor burns to the skin. However, he did not know that his body had undergone a strange mutation due to radiation. Chapter 375_Destroyed Science Base. Dr. Vegapunk is awake. At this time, when the assistant around him saw that Vegapunk woke up, he felt a big rock in his heart, and then immediately told the other scientists of the scientific team the good news through the phone bug. By the way, when the weapon was disassembled just now, there was an explosion. Vegapunk scratched his head, recalling the scene of disassembling the launcher just now, and suddenly Isho lightly said, "It's this special security device. It seems that this weapon was invented." Yes, it's that old acquaintance. Vegapunk immediately thought of Vinsmoke Judge, who had heard Judge's idea of working on such a security device when they were working together in the early years. When dismantling it, he didn't notice this, and he didn't expect to be tricked by an old acquaintance this time. Dr. Vegapunk, it worked. At this moment, a scientist who looked a bit secondary, holding a bottle of sparkling gas, ran into Vegapunk's ward. This bottle of gas is extracted from 10 pieces of epic equipment. The idea of Vegapunk is to harness the power of these epic gear to transform humans. Ping bell ping. However, just as he ran into the door, the scientist accidentally tripped over the threshold 900 times because of his impatience, and the entire bottle of gas fell to the ground in an instant. In an instant, the whole room was instantly quiet, as if the sound of gas drifting could still be heard. The assistants and the second-year scientist all stared. This is bad. Lakis, you bastard. Vegapunk clenched his iron fist, extremely angry. This bottle of gas, but he carefully studied the results of more than a month. At this moment, the angry Vegapunk suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up suddenly. At the same time, the muscles on his body were rapidly expanding, and his clothes were gradually cracking. Ugh! The pain of the muscles almost tearing through the skin instantly made Vegapunk let out a groan of pain. Doctor, assistant and Lakis saw Vegapunk in such pain and immediately called for ambulance. However, as soon as they picked up the phone bug, they found that they were already shrouded in a shadow. Roar! Turning around, a green giant roared at them with a ferocious face. Doctor, do NT. The two of them backed away, begging Vegapunk to let them go. Boom! However, only a roar was heard, and the entire wall was blasted through in an instant, and the two were directly crushed by Vegapunk. There is an accident in Dr. Vegapunk's room. Activate the alarm immediately. At this moment, the surveillance guards of the science base saw the scene from the phone bug and immediately activated Madden. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the science base landed a door weighing several tons, blocking the Hulk's escape route and at the same time protecting the important laboratory. Soon, the guards of the science base with a large number of eager people surrounded the Hulk in a passage. Surrender quickly, or let's kill. The guards, armed with live ammunition, warned the Hulk. Roar! However, the Hulk roared, and all the guards' hats were blown away in an instant. Shot. Fire! Realizing that the Hulk was an incommunicable monster, the commander of the guards ordered fire. Bang bang bang. With an order, all the guards opened fire, and the bullets hit the Hulk in an instant like a torrential rain. Ho. However, these bullets couldn't penetrate the Hulk's skin at all, but made the monster even more violent. Is it a capable one? Use a sea stone net. The commander was taken aback, and then ordered the sea stone net hunting gun that restrained the capable one. Bang bang bang. However, all attacks are useless to this raging giant. He is not a devil fruit power user at all. Roar! In anger, the Hulk began to fight back. Boom boom boom. boom. With one punch and one kick, the besieged squad was almost wiped out. Boom. Afterwards, the Hulk tore open the iron gate, blocking the route with his bare hands, frantically destroying the devices and research samples of the experimental base. Stop him. Why did this monster suddenly appear? Quick, inform Marine headquarters. In the second half hour, the Hulk continued to destroy and kill the troops that came to block, almost dying as many as they came. Even the powerhouses of the Vice Admiral level can't handle a few tricks. Soon, the guards of the entire science base were few and far between, and several scientists under Vegapunk had already hid in the secret room and dared not come out, waiting for Marine's rescue. It didn't take long for the Hulk to break through all the doors and escape from the science base. Stop. At this moment, Momuzagi stopped in front and issued a warning to the Hulk. Momuzagi intended to return to the headquarters, but learned that Vegapunk was injured, so he did not leave immediately. However, blocking the way of the Hulk is absolutely my stupidity. Roar. A roar. The Hulk rammed hard, hitting Momuzagi like a cannonball. Flower dance. Thousand souls kill. Momuzagi was very confident in his own strength and directly used his 45 skills, drawing his sword and rushing towards the Hulk. Chap. The power of a level 70 powerhouse directly cut through the Hulk's hard skin, making a huge hole and spurting green blood, and these blood dripped on the ground and magically grew a vigorous grass. At the same time, the Hulk's body is also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, it was also because of the head-on collision that Momuzagi was caught by the Hulk. Roar. The Hulk squeezed Momuzagi and let out a furious roar. Damn it. Momuzagi gritted his teeth, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding under the Hulk's huge grip. In this state, she was completely powerless to resist. At this moment, the Hulk frowned slightly and then let go of his hand. Vegapunk doesn't seem to have lost his mind completely, because he has met Momuzagi a few times and he has a good impression, and he seems to feel guilty in his heart when he realizes that he has hurt Momuzagi. Bang bang bang. Dropping Momuzagi, the Hulk quickly ran to the coast, escaping the island. Boom boom boom. At this moment, several warships have come quickly and fired at the Hulk. After getting the news of the accident at the science base, Marine has mobilized nearby warships to come to support. Boom. The Hulk was not afraid of these Marines at all and directly lifted a nearby huge rock weighing dozens of tons, smashed it forward and shattered all the shells. Boom. Then the ground shook violently. The Hulk accelerated for a while and then jumped up, jumping directly from Marine's eyelids to an island in the distance. What a monster! Marine on the warship was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene in front of him. At this time, Momuzagi was stroking her heart by the coast, staring at the Hulk's retreating back. Could it be? Is he Dr. Vegapunk? Chapter 376 The rift in time and space in the town. The next day, Marine headquarters Kyozen called an emergency meeting about the Vegapunk mutation that destroyed the science base. This incident at the scientific base has caused a heavy loss to us Marine, and now our top priority is to find Dr. Vegapunk, Kyozen said. According to the on-site report, there are only a lot of bloodstains and a broken doctor's robe. Now the identity of the Hulk is still unknown. Kizaru murmured, maybe Vegapunk, who is already in the midst of this turmoil, perished. Because Vegapunk's room doesn't have a surveillance phone bug, it's impossible to see what's going on inside. The assistants and Dr. Lakis at the scene have also been torn to shreds, and it is impossible to judge the survival of Vegapunk. It's better not to be like this, otherwise our marine pace will undoubtedly be set back 500 years. Garp said solemnly. Vegapunk is known as a super genius, leading today for 500 years. The great inventions such as marine warships and sea stone are all his masterpieces. Such a huge experimental base is estimated to take several years to rebuild. This time the loss is really too great. Ryokyojiyo said. Whether Vegapunk is the Hulk or not, he is a big threat to the world. His power can hurt Momuzagi completely above the giants, and it is too difficult to catch him across an island in one step. Mei said. The most important thing is that he has no humanity. No, I don't think so. He could have killed me but he didn't, Momuzagi said. At this time, Tenhu took out the color cup, threw the dice into it and then covered it on the reverse side. It may just be shaken to 1, but this probability does not happen every time, Tenhu said coldly. After that he left the office and said as he walked, in short, after finding this Hulk, all the puzzles have been solved. He was very concerned about the Hulk and decided to go out and search for his whereabouts. And just after Tenhu left, Ryokyojiyo on the side opened the color cup, which happened to be the big red dot one, and Vivi was shocked all at once. After a moment of silence, Kyozen said lightly, let's leave it to Tenhu for now. The Germa 66 matter is not over yet, and the scientific team also needs our strength to deal with the aftermath. Kyozen has a headache, but now that there are fires everywhere, the only thing to do is to solve the science base first. At this time, the newspaper of the science base incident quickly spread all over the world. What great scientist just fell? What a pity. He has brought a lot of convenience to our world. I heard that Vegapunk's body was not found, so maybe he is still alive. Some people say that the Hulk is what Vegapunk became. After the news spread, everyone was shocked as if they had suffered a 10th magnitude earthquake. Although Vegapunk does not have much real power in the world government, it is only controlled and works for it, but his contribution has affected the whole world. If he falls, it will definitely have a huge impact on the entire world, especially in this era. The world still expects him to use the power of science to defeat the evil races. Germa 66 Castle. Vegapunk, don't die so easily. Judge scoff. It's probably over. The Hulk may have mutated from radiation to a certain gorilla. Ichi said. Yes, the gorilla has a violent temperament and has no humanity. It fits the character of this monster very well. The consequences of trying to steal our technology are so serious. The Vinsmoke family and Phaeton are all laughing at Marine. This time, Marine is really stealing chicken and losing a handful of rice. However, when Loki saw the Hulk in the photo, his face instantly turned green, even greener than Gutienel. He remembered some bad memories. This green monster once left him with an indelible nightmare, and this time, the Great Channel, Hawkeye, Barton, Natasha, and their ships have crossed the Twin Gorge and came to a welcoming town on the Great Channel. As soon as they landed on the island, Natasha saw the Hulk's bounty posted all over the street. Seeking flowers 0. This is banner. Natasha was shocked when she saw the reward order. The wanted criminal of 3 billion berry. Usopp's eyes bulged out when he saw the reward order. I still have to capture it alive. It seems that this person has something to do with the world government. Sanji said. It seems that we have to speed up our pace. Barton said coldly. At this moment, several young people passed by, discussing some strange things. I heard that behind the mountain in the north of the island, there are strange cracks. There are monsters in the cracks, and many herbalists have disappeared mysteriously. Someone also witnessed the whole process and heard that it looks like a cosmic demon. Alas, the whole town can't be at peace because of these strange things happening these days. A few days before they landed on the island, a strange light shone down from the universe. Cosmic demons and weird disappearances that these people said appeared. However, because no heavyweights died, these things were only known to the locals and did not spread. After listening to this, Hawkeye Barton showed an excited smile. Cosmic demons. It seems that it is time to meet these monsters for a while. Now that it's getting late and it's not suitable for sailing, Barton wants to take advantage of this time to get rid of serious harm to this town. My stomach hurts. Looks like I'm going to miss this expedition. When Usopp heard the words cosmic demon, his face turned pale and he immediately pretended to be sick. Long time ago, he challenged the blue ice demon of LV-20, but he was abused like a dog, and finally he was forced to jump into the sea to escape. Stop pretending to be sick. Get me up. However, Usopp's trick was seen through at once, and was dragged by Hawkeye Barton directly. Rumbling. Half an hour later, just as they took the first step into the deep mountain, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder was rolling in. Hawkeye Barton and Natasha frowned. The monster behind this mountain is by no means simple. Chapter 377 Executioner Barrier. Lack. Chapter 378 Scud Sanji. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can escape my Wuzzy mountain? Just as Patton and the others fled, there was a demon's roar from behind, and the executioner barrier would not let them leave here easily. As soon as the voice fell, the floor beneath Barton's feet began to release fiery energy. Boom. The destructive energy column rose into the sky again, preventing them from leaving. However, several of them had high combat IQs, and soon became familiar with the executioner barrier's attack pattern, successfully avoiding the impact of the energy column. I don't think you can do that. Barton was very calm, and threw a smoke bomb directly behind, blocking the side of the executioner barrier. It's a small pier. Afterwards, the four walked towards the small pier in front, preparing to leave here by boat. 19. However, from the beginning of the battle to the present, the executioners have not moved half a step, and it seems that they can keep Patton and the others without having to take action themselves. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a pair of scarlet evil eyes appeared in the billowing smoke. Besides the executioner barrier, there is another cosmic demon here. Come out, Alec. At the call of the executioner barrier, a blue-gray cosmic monster surrounded by lightning energy appeared in the thick smoke. This cosmic demon is Barrier's subordinate, a supersonic Alec with the ability to move at high speed. Now, Barton and the others are in big trouble. Instigate. With a flash of electric light, a blue figure teleported to Barton and them, blocking their way. Bang bang bang. With one punch and one kick, supersonic Alec brought down Usopp and Sanji. Come on, big guy. Barton geared up and started to fight in close quarters. However, while Patton is proficient in all forms of fighting, neither strength nor speed can keep up with the supersonic Alec. Soon, Patton was also knocked to the ground and was not lightly injured. It seems that I can only bite the bullet. Natasha Natasha glanced at the three partners who fell to the ground. In front of this monster, it is impossible to escape. Now, only by defeating this monster can there be any hope of survival. Humans, you are too weak. Lightning fist. Alex sneered, and before Natasha could shoot, he teleported to her at the speed of a gust of wind and knocked her flying with a punch. It's over. Alex's fists were filled with lightning energy, and he walked slowly towards Natasha, ready to give her the final blow. However, at this moment, the seriously injured Sanji hugged Alex's legs tightly, preventing him from getting close to Natasha. I can't let you hurt such a beautiful lady, stinky devil, Sanji said with a firm look in his eyes. Just like you. Do you still want to be a hero? Alex sneered, and then kicked Sanji's arms hard. Wow! Only a sound of broken bones was heard, and Sanji's hands were directly kicked into broken bones. Totally stupid. After Alex broke Sanji's hands, he walked towards Natasha again. I haven't fallen yet. However, at this moment, Sanji shouted angrily, biting Alex's feet with his teeth, preventing him from going. Sanji. Natasha's eyes widened. She was touched by Sanji's behavior. Vivi. She didn't expect that this kid's chivalrous spirit was not just a casual talk, and Alec was instantly furious when he saw the bleeding foot, and a powerful thunderstorm erupted, instantly knocking Sanji into the air. Sanji. The three of them shouted loudly. With such a strong move, Sanji might be out of luck this time around. Don't look around. It will be your turn soon, Alex said coldly. While speaking, Alex's fist flashed with lightning, approaching Natasha, and the others step by step. I don't think so. At this moment, Sanji's voice came from behind Alec. Alec turned around and saw that Sanji, covered in blood, miraculously stood up. Instigate. I only saw Sanji's lightning-like steps teleporting to Alec's back meat. In shock, Alec didn't react and was kicked away by Sanji. Damn, Alec said angrily. However, when he stood up, the four of them, together with the boat on the dock, had disappeared without a trace. Taking a closer look, Sanji and the others have already reached the sea. At the front, Sanji actually bit the rope of the boat with his teeth, pulled the boat, and miraculously galloped across the sea. This kid actually drank my blood. What Alec regretted most was not breaking Sanji's leg. Now Sanji has absorbed Alec's blood and gained some of his abilities. He has obtained a pair of scud, and his leg strength has greatly increased. Because he couldn't leave the executioner barrier's domain, Alec could only watch Sanji and the others escape. With the pair of scuds that Sanji accidentally obtained, the four escaped under Alec's claws. After a while on the sea. Phew, I'm finally saved, Usopp sighed. The experience just now was a close call. Is this a superpower? Natasha said in shock. These legs, are they Quicksilver? Barton looked at this amazing scene and thought of another companion in the Alliance who could run at sea. The fast Silver Pietro, known as the Silver Bullet. Chapter 379 Doctor in the Mountains. Half an hour later, the Great Fairway. Sanji took the three and boarded an uninhabited island. After landing on the island, Sanji was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, tired and in pain. Because of the serious injury, he ran for dozens of kilometers, and his physical fitness almost reached the limit. Looks like I can only spend the night here tonight, Usopp said. It's more important to deal with Sanji's injury than this, Natasha said. It's troublesome. There is no medicine on hand now, Barton said. Sanji's injury is very serious and cannot be delayed, but on this isolated island, let alone medicine, no one can find one. Go up the mountain to pick some herbs. You can't watch him die here, Natasha said. Hatton nodded. As excellent agents, they all have strong survivability. They all know how to deal with injuries in a timely manner when they are injured in the wild. Although it was already night, it was very difficult to collect herbs, but Barton's eagle eyes could see through the dark night and could just overcome these obstacles. Usopp, you stay here to take care of Sanji. We'll go in to collect medicine, Barton said. Wrap it on me. Usopp nodded and said. Afterwards, Barton and Natasha walked into the mountains and disappeared by the coast. At this time, Marine headquarters. Beep beep beep. Kuzan receives a call from Fujitora, who is out on a mission. Marshal, the islands near the science base have been searched and no trace of the Hulk has been found, Fujitora said. Because of the flying Duwong powerhouse and Pokemon, Marine is very efficient. In less than a day, several nearby islands were searched. However, they didn't find the Hulk. Looks like we're going to expand our search, Kuzan said after a moment of thought. A few more islands to search? Fujitora asked. No. Kuzan shook his head and said, the scope of this search is the whole world. The Hulk can jump over an island in one step, and with this ability he can go to any corner of the world. At this time, the isolated island where Barton was located, there are so many weeds that there are simply no desirable herbs. The island was overgrown with weeds and was taller than a human being. Barton and Natasha walked a long way without seeing any useful herbs. Barton, look. At this moment, Natasha found a small stone road not far away, which seemed to be a sign of human civilization. There may be people on this island, Barton said. Afterwards, the two walked up the stone road and found a small dilapidated village. village. However, the village has no lights in sight and is clearly deserted for a long time. Oh, it seems to have been abandoned for a long time, Barton said in a lost voice. Go in and take a look, maybe there are still some emergency medicines left, Natasha suggested. Natasha, no, there's someone here. At this moment Barton Vivi saw a light not far away. Soon, Natasha also noticed signs of living people in the house at the end of the village. Then, the two hurried to the house. Moments later, in front of the small house, they found a tiny generator in operation. This is a generator? It seems that the people inside are not ordinary people, Natasha said in surprise. After hearing their voices, the owner of the house came out of the gate of opening. When the two saw it, it was an ordinary man wearing glasses and a mask who came out of the house. This man is Vegapunk, the greatest genius scientist who destroyed the marine science base the day before. In order to avoid the pursuit, he jumped from the new world to the forefront of the great waterway. However, because Vegapunk was wearing a mask, Natasha and the others did not recognize him as the missing scientist, let alone the Hulk who destroyed the entire marine science base. Who are you? Vegapunk asked in surprise. Hello, I'm Natasha. This is my friend Barton. We have a friend who is injured. May I borrow some first aid medicine? Natasha said. You guys are so lucky. I happen to be equipped with a lot of medicines today. You can come in and get them yourself, Vegapunk said proudly. Although there are no high-quality medicinal materials, my medicines are definitely first class. Seeing these two people in leather jackets, Vegapunk was wary, but he saw at a glance that Natasha knew that she was definitely not marine, so she generously gave them to Patton. After all, it is one of the professional ethics of a scientist to relieve the worries and difficulties of the world. This generator, Vegapunk removed from a sunken ship and converted it. The reason why Patton and the others couldn't find the herbs was because they were all collected by Vegapunk and used to make medicines. He read the outside newspapers and learned what he had done. The purpose of hiding here and refining medicine is to develop medicines that can suppress becoming a Hulk due to madness, or can stay awake after becoming a Hulk. But you can get medicine, but you must not reveal that I am on this island. Thinking about it, in order not to let others find out that he was here, Vegapunk made a condition to keep Barton and Natasha secret. No problem. Natasha smiled, then pulled out an advanced automatic pistol and handed it to Vegapunk. You are a scientist, right? Maybe this weapon will interest you. Exquisite and magical gun, at least 100 years ahead of the weapon of this era. Vegapunk looked at the automatic pistol as if possessed. The guns and ammunition in the pirate world, in terms of range and power, were far inferior to the weapons on Natasha's planet. After getting this gun, Vegapunk's suspicion disappeared instantly, and Natasha and the others also successfully got the first aid medicine and went down the mountain to treat Sanji. However, they do not know that the island will soon face a major crisis. Chapter 380 Battle of the Giants. At the foot of the mountain, Sanji, who was wrapped into a mummy, slowly opened his eyes. Wake up, Usopp said excitedly. Xianhao had the first aid medicine given by Vegapunk, otherwise Sanji would definitely not survive the night. I finally got my life back. Natasha saw that Sanji woke up and instantly felt relieved. What's that? At this moment, Natasha noticed a burst of blue light shining in the sky. Boom! With a roar, a cyan meteor suddenly fell from the sky and hit the top of the mountain. Oops, that's the doctor's village. Barton frowned. The cyan meteorite just hit the abandoned village. Doctor? Sanji asked in surprise. It's the lifesaver who provided you with first aid, Natasha said, and then she went up the mountain with Barton to rescue the mysterious doctor. So it is. Sanji learned of the doctor's existence and ran up to 330 despite his injuries. Hey, wait for me. Usopp picked up the slingshot and chased after him. At this time, in an abandoned village, the entire village has been razed to the ground while still filled with blue poisonous gas. In the area where the poisonous gas spreads, all the plants and trees are withered and all the birds and beasts are dead. This meteorite actually has poisonous gas inside. In the center of the village, there stood a monster with the same size as Dark King still, with poisonous gas all over his body. This monster is also the cosmic demon destroyer Iron Jack from the crack of the demon world. He has the ability to manipulate poison and at the same time has huge destructive power, the same level as Supersonic Alec, and his strength is terrifying. It turned out to be a barren mountain, Steel Jack said. At this moment, a pair of red eyes appeared in the blue poisonous mist. Boom boom boom. Immediately after Vegapunk turned into the Hulk, he rushed towards Iron Jack angrily, sending out a punch that shattered the mountains and the ground. Boom. Even with the hegemony, Iron Jack was still knocked back dozens of meters and crashed into a huge rock. Who is it? Iron Jack patted his body and walked out angrily. Although this blow is very heavy, his ability to resist is very strong and he will not fall down so easily. Roar. At this moment, in front of Steel Jack, a Hulk of the same size was roaring angrily. Just because of the landing of Steel Jack, Vegapunk's laboratory was smashed into pieces, causing causing him to become angry and become the Hulk. It seems to be a tough guy to be immune to my poisonous mist. Steeljack frowned. Boom boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Hulk rushed up again and pursued Iron Jack fiercely, hitting him so hard that he couldn't fight back. At this moment, Sanji, who has Scud, came to the scene first. My god, Sanji exclaimed. The fight between the two giants instantly stunned him. Immediately afterwards, Natasha, Barton and Usopp also arrived. Cough cough. It's poisonous fog. We'd better get out of here quickly. Usopp's constitution was the weakest, feeling unwell for a moment and walked away. The others also retreated to safety after realizing that the place was shrouded in poisonous fog. So this doctor is the Hulk, Natasha said in surprise. It's so similar, it's exactly the same, Barton said in shock. The Hulk that this doctor turned into is very similar to the Hulk he knew in terms of fighting style and destructive power. This devil is not easy to deal with. Sanji frowned. Under the extremely strong destructive force on the two heavyweight monster bars, the house on the battlefield collapsed instantly and the boulder rolled over. Iron Jack is very strong, but the Hulk is immune to poisonous fog, which cuts his advantage in half, and the power of the Hulk, increasing with his anger, gradually began to crush Iron Jack. Pillar of Death. Unable to attack for a long time, the angry Iron Jack began to make a big move. Boom. Under the frenzy, countless huge steel pillars fell from the sky. Bang bang bang. The Hulk is unyielding, bearing several tons of steel pillars supporting his body and will never fall. However, under the huge impact, the Hulk was quickly overwhelmed. No one can resist my move, Steeljack said coldly, then turned to leave. That's it? Is it over? Sanji said solemnly. No, if it was the real Hulk, it would never have fallen so easily. Natasha smiled confidently. Roar. At this moment the Hulk roared wildly, and in a frenzied state, the steel column that drowned him instantly bounced off, flying around like a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, the Hulk picked up a steel column and flew towards Steeljack. Boom boom boom. Only seeing the Hulk beating frantically, Iron Jack could only defend with both hands and was extremely embarrassed. However, the power of the Hulk is so great that even the Iron Jack, the man of steel, has his hands gradually broken. Roar. In the end, the furious Hulk stabbed the steel pillar directly into Steeljack's heart, punched him through the head at the same time, and killed him. What a terrifying power, Usopp said in shock. There's no limit to this power. Sanji was also shocked. This kind of monster, I'm afraid even an apostle like Ozma would have to go back and forth. Click. However, at this moment, a crack appeared behind the Hulk. This crack, could it be? Barton said in surprise. While speaking, a cosmic demon who looked exactly like the executioner, holding a blue-black scepter, walked out slowly. Chapter 381 Another cosmic demon. It's a bit of a skill to beat Iron Jack. Cosmic Demon wrote. This cosmic demon, although he looks like the executioner Belier, is a completely different cosmic demon, the executioner Killer. It's this thing again. It seems that today is bad luck. Usopp panicked. Now he just wants to run away. After all, if he is found, he may not be as lucky as before. It shouldn't be the same monster, Barton said calmly. Seems to be different from that of the executioner Belier _ roar. At this moment the Hulk went berserk when he saw the demon, pulled out the iron pillar on the ground and smashed madly at Killer the executioner. Come out. However, the executioner Killer shouted and stabbed the scepter into the ground. In an instant, a strong shockwave spread instantly, directly shattering the steel column. Ugh. Even Usopp, who was watching the battle from a distance, was shocked by the aftermath. At this time, the Hulk ignored the shockwave and rushed directly to the executioner Killer, punching him on the body. Bang. He only heard a muffled sound, and the Hulk's attack hit him without the slightest pain. Unfortunately, I am one level higher than Iron Jack, said the executioner Killer. Compared with Iron Jack, Killer's blood volume and defense are a level higher. The Hulk is also very resistant to fighting, and it is estimated that he will not be able to distinguish the winner for 3 days and 3 nights against Killer. Come out. At this moment, the executioner Killer once again used his scepter to shock the ground, opening a huge different dimensional channel in an instant. Boom. Afterwards, a series of violent explosions occurred in the field, and the ground that was bombed all turned into different dimensional channels. What a weird ability, Hawkeye, Barton said. While speaking, a large number of evil spirits from other worlds drilled out of the different dimension channel and began to attack the Hulk. I can't let you succeed. At this time, Barton and Natasha used bows and automatic guns to start shooting the evil spirits in the arena. Bang bang bang. The two of them were accurate in their shooting skills, almost hitting 100 hits. These evil spirits did not have a lot of blood, and they were shot in the head with one shot. However, because the different dimensional channel is always open, evil spirits keep pouring in, and it just goes on and on. Try this. Seeing that there were more and more evil spirits, Hawkeye Barton had no choice but to throw a grenade. Boom. With a bang, a large number of evil spirits were instantly removed, and several different dimensional channels on the ground were also closed due to the explosion. explosion. Ugh. He only heard a whimper from the executioner killer, who seemed to be traumatized because of the closure of the other dimensional channel. That's it, hurry up, attack those other dimensional passages. Barton seemed to be aware of the mystery and immediately called Natasha and the others to focus on the different dimensional passages around them. Boom. Under the attack of everyone, the different dimensional channels on the ground were closed one by one, and the executioner killer was also greatly injured. These different dimensional channels were opened by the executioner killer using the power of his soul. Each time one is destroyed, his soul is wounded. Compared with the executioner barrier, he is simply playing with fire with his life. Boom. After a few minutes, all the small different dimensional passages on the ground were cleared, and the executioner killer was dying. However, he wasn't wiped out because of this, and he's still fighting the hull. Strange, why isn't he dead yet? Usopp said in surprise. Because there is the last other dimensional channel under his feet. The corner of Hawkeye Barton's mouth slightly raised, and then he threw the last grenade into the 10 times larger extra-dimensional passage under the feet of the executioner killer. Flowers. Boom. A burst of fire soared into the sky, and the grenade exploded in the different dimensional channel, producing a huge roar. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, this level of attack cannot destroy my soul at all. The executioner killer laughed wildly. However, before he was finished, the Hulk jumped off the top of the mountain with a 100-ton rock. Roar. With a loud bang, the giant rock instantly smashed into the different dimensional channel, shattering like glass. No, it's impossible. The executioner killer stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Then, he slowly fell down with the destruction of the different dimensional channel, and finally died. Boom. At this moment, the body of the executioner killer exploded in an instant, and a golden light flashed at the same time. In an instant, the sky turned into a golden ocean, as bright as day. What a special weapon. Under the golden light, a special automatic pistol fell and landed on the ground. The strong breath instantly blinded everyone's eyes. This should be the legendary weapon that contains the power of the universe. Epic equipment, Sanji said in surprise. At this time, Vegapunk, who became the Hulk, also returned to his original state. Doctor, this is your gun, Natasha said. Because it was the cosmic demon that Vegapunk killed, none of them went to grab it. Vegapunk smiled and then said, this epic automatic pistol is my return gift. Instead of asking for the gun, he gave it to Natasha. Then I'm welcome. Natasha smiled politely and then picked up the gun on the ground. After getting this gun, Natasha's strength will be improved by leaps and bounds, because this gun is the top weapon of LV-90 Ion Destroyer. Chapter 382_Restless Evil God. What a pity, my laboratory. Vegapunk looked at the destroyed laboratory and shook his head helplessly. Why did you escape here? Sanji asked curiously. Now that I am like this, there is no room for me in the world government. Vegapunk sighed. Become the Hulk, an inhuman monster, a ticking time bomb everywhere. Staying in the world government will only be studied as an experimental subject. Now he can only hide and secretly develop an antidote. Natasha, Barton, and 2 more. Why are you here? Vegapunk asked curiously. We encountered a cosmic demon on an island not far away, and we were forced to go to the end of May 20th, Natasha said. It was Sanji who awakened a magical power in desperation. He was able to walk on water and brought us here. Barton said. The ability to walk on water? It's really interesting, Vegapunk said excitedly. Vegapunk continued. Natasha, how did you get your gun? This is a very common gun for agents, but your planet's technology is relatively backward, Natasha said. No wonder they have so much good equipment. Usopp nodded. After a while, he realized what was wrong and suddenly exclaimed, what? Our planet? Aren't you people from this planet? We are from the Earth. After Loki failed to invade our planet, he escaped with the power of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Barton said. We chased Loki in a spaceship. We didn't expect to encounter a magnetic storm in the universe. The spaceship lost control and finally came to this planet unknowingly, and the other partners have also been separated, Natasha said. Spaceship? An aircraft that can fly out of the planet? What an amazing invention. The more Vegapunk listened, the more excited he became. The technology on Earth was too new for him, and it was very inspiring and helpful for his future research. Is there any other magic technology? Vegapunk asked eagerly. Natasha thought for a while and said, we have nuclear weapons on our planet, weapons that can destroy an island with one blow. A weapon comparable to Pluto? How many of these weapons do you have on your planet? Vegapunk asked. Natasha smiled and said, it's enough to destroy the entire Earth. What an exciting planet, Vegapunk said excitedly. We are users of technology, not inventors, and may not be able to help you much, said Barton. Without that weapon, maybe the world would be more peaceful, Usopp said. I didn't have it before, but not now, Natasha said solemnly. With Loki around, Judge might be able to create it, Barton said. In other words, are you going to North Blue to hunt down this self-proclaimed evil god Loki? Sanji said in surprise. Yes, he is an ambitious person person and he must be planning to invade this planet now. Barton said, it seems that there must be a war in the future. Sanji said, don't worry, we will definitely take Loki away. Barton said coldly, Loki once used magic to control him and this account has not been calculated. Count me in. Vegapunk said with firm eyes, Judge, it seems we will see each other soon. He didn't hate Judge for making him like this because he was just a puppet, and this time he just wanted to get rid of Loki and rescue this old friend. It would be easier if you were here, Natasha said with a smile. No, if you stop Loki, you need to gather more superheroes, Barton said, and Vegapunk temporarily boarded Patton's ship. This temporary alliance added another powerful combat force. However, the opponents in this battle are very strong and they still need more combat power. The next day, Marine headquarters. Beep beep beep. Kuzan dispatched intelligence agents around the world and the news finally came back. Marshal Kuzan, the Hulk has news. The intelligence officer's warship stayed on the island where the battle took place last night. Where? Kuzan asked. At the forefront of the Great Waterway. The intelligence officer said there are still many traces of fighting on the island and a destroyed laboratory. Could it be? Vegapunk is really the Hulk, Kuzan said in shock. If Vegapunk was really the Hulk, he didn't know what to do. He naturally respects this genius scientist, but the world government doesn't think so. Once Vegapunk has power, it won't be as easy to control as it used to be. Plus, after turning into the Hulk, Vegapunk will lose his mind. The harm outweighs the benefit and the world government will probably get rid of this threat. 0.4 And at this time, the kingdom of Germa 66. Judge, send the mercenaries out to kill Vegapunk. Loki held the Hulk's wanted notice, his expression a little flustered and unsteady. He roughly deduced that the Hulk was Vegapunk. Yes, Judge nodded and then dispatched a force of several battleships to search for Vegapunk. The Hulk is too big a threat to him and keeping it will definitely disrupt his abacus. However, he didn't know that there were already many strong men ready to go in the dark. Wanting to dominate this planet is not as simple as Loki imagined. Chapter 383_Thunder Island, the Land of Justice. 3 days later, an island in the New World called the Island of Thunder. Luffy, Brook, Carbensis and Enel, the four landed on the island and continued their adventure. Finally arrived at the inhabited island. Carbensis said, on this island there is a small town. After landing on the island, they entered a prosperous street. Great meal, great meal, great meal. At this time, Luffy saw a restaurant and couldn't wait to fly over. After all, they don't have anyone who is good at cooking. In the days of Shanghai and Shanghai Airlines, food was a big problem. After a while, in the restaurant, go. The four of them didn't say a word. They devoured their food, and within a few minutes, the dishes were piled up like a mountain, and the fighting power was amazing. And at this moment, on the dining table next to Luffy, alas, Thor got angry again recently and killed several people last night. They are all pirates who steal chickens and touch dogs. They deserve it. Since the hammer fell on the altar of Thunder Mountain, there has been a lot of thunder in the town, and it's all hacking those who do bad things. Is there really a patron saint on our island? It's the fault that no one can lift the hammer. Let's move it to another place as soon as possible. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of being struck by lightning. Several young people were talking in awe, discussing the strange things on the island. A month ago, a silver hammer fell from the altar of Thunder Mountain, a big mountain in the center of the island. In the days that followed, there were frequent thunderstorms on this island. Since then, the islanders have lived in fear. Most people have more or less done wrongdoing, and what they fear is the present world. In order to avoid disasters, many stores still have notices on the door of the wicked are not allowed to enter. Thor, I'm the god of thunder. Could it be that someone pretends to be me? Enel asked curiously. You are a god on Sky Island. This is the ground. Carbensis teased. Sizzle. At this moment, Enel's face darkened and arcs flashed on his fingertips. Boom. A burst of high voltage lightning flowed into the body of Carbensis and then saw a pair of bones, and Carbensis was directly electrocuted and his whole body was smoking and his hair stood on end. God, has anyone been struck by lightning again? Run away. Thor is angry again. This store is going to suffer. Seeing this scene, the customers in the store were like ants on a hot pot, swarming around and running away without paying. Even the restaurant owner hid in the kitchen. They were afraid of being affected. These thunders are no joke. Huh? Why did they all run away? Luffy looked bewildered and the store was empty except for Carbones, Brook, and Enel, who were smoking black smoke. Then he started eating mode again, sweeping away the food on his table and the food on his table. It seems that they are really in awe of this Thor. Yo ho ho ho, Brook said with a smile. After a long time, the restaurant owner came out of the kitchen. Are pirates? The boss trembled. Yeah, what happened to the pirates? Luffy asked curiously. He had never seen an island so afraid of pirates, as if pirates were like demons in their eyes. You better leave here quickly. This is the Thunder Island, the land of justice. Pirates and wicked people will be punished by the Thunder God, the boss said in horror. Like just now. Yo ho ho ho. Brook Brooke said. Wasn't that thunder just now from Lord Thor? The restaurant owner glanced at the roof and found that it had not been struck by lightning and was relieved. No, it is indeed Thor. Thor Enel. Enel said proudly. Go away, go away. The restaurant owner was instantly filled with grief and anger. It was just a joke by the pirates, and it cost him so much business. But thankfully, his store was not destroyed and can continue to operate. Hey, uncle, it seems like we didn't do anything wrong, Luffy said coldly. Seeing Luffy's murderous look in his eyes, the restaurant owner was stunned, took a few steps back and said in a panic, what are you trying to do? You are all afraid that this so-called Thor is 847. Luffy said, Enel, go. Let's go and take down this hammer. After that, Luffy left the meal money, took Brooke and the others, and set off for the mountain. He will end the rumor of punishing the wicked. At this time, on the port of the island, several battleships of Germa 66 were slowly approaching. These warships are mercenaries led by Neji, whose purpose is to search for the Hulk's hideout. On the battleship, Neji took the phone bug and reported information to Loki. Lord Loki, the Hulk was not found, but I heard about a hammer that can't be pulled and will punish the wicked just in front of the island of Thunder. For several days, several islands have been searched, but nothing has been found. The only gain is this kid from the Thunder Island. Impossible hammer? It appears to be Thor's hammer. Loki raised his mouth slightly and said, find a way to bring it back. This hammer might be the weapon of that old acquaintance. Thor's hammer. Chapter 384 Embarrassed Neji. A few hours later, Thunder Mountain. With the ability to fly, Neji first came to the altar on the mountain. It is said that only those who have been approved by Thor's hammer can pick up the hammer. Neji smiled confidently and walked to Thor's hammer. Before that, Loki had told him that Thor's hammer needed a certain person to pull it up. This special weapon is made of the metal woolu of God's domain, and the handle is made of the wood of the world tree. Thor's hammer has no weight in essence, but because of the magic, not everyone can pick it up. Only those who have received the approval of Thor's hammer, that is, people of high moral character, can lift this artifact. Thor's hammer is quite a match for my ability. Neji is dreaming of spring and autumn. He is a prince. Of course, he thinks he has a high moral character, and his ability is also to use thunder and lightning, so he has full confidence to pull it up. This hammer, however, just as he stretched out his hand, he found that the hammer was unusually calm, as if it was connected to the entire earth and could not be pulled at all. Damn it, impossible, I can control you obviously. Enraged, Neji wrapped his hands in the thunderbolt and tried again, trying to activate the hammer with the thunderbolt. No, I only saw Neji's face flushed, and he held back his strength, but he couldn't pull it out. Sizzle. At this moment, Neji felt numbness in his hands, and Thor's hammer instantly caused a strong arc. Boom. All I saw was a red lightning that symbolized anger, and it fell directly to the altar. The tragic screams flew all over the sky, and the soldiers who followed were all smashed into pieces in an instant, and not even the scum was left. Damn. And Neji, because of observation hacky and using his speed ability, dodged. I don't believe it. I can't pull this rotten hammer. Still not giving up, Neji decides to pull the hammer again. What happened to that lay just now? There seems to be movement. Look, there are signs of fighting. At this moment, Luffy and others came from a distance. Straw Hat Luffy. Neji Vivi was startled and then secretly hid before Luffy and the others discovered his existence. If that's the case, then please help me pull out this hammer. Neji smiled secretly. His purpose is to let Luffy and the others pull out the hammer, and then another Oriole is behind. At this time, inside the altar, that's the hammer. Luffy walked in front of Mjolnir, took a deep breath, and reached for the hammer. How can it be as serious as they say? Just seeing Luffy gently lift the hammer off the ground, as light as a steam hammer in his hand. Strange, it's different from what the residents said. Brooke said confusedly. Does this hammer have magic power and recognize its master? Cabensis asked. Don't you know if you try it? Luffy bared his teeth and smiled, then restored the hammer and placed it on the ground. No. Immediately afterwards, Brooke reached out and tried to pull out the hammer, but it was as heavy as a 10,000 ton boulder and could not be lifted at all. Afterwards, Cabensis and Enel also tried, but all failed. It seems that the rumors are not false. After some experimentation, Brooke convinced the rumor, and Luffy is the only one who can pull the hammer. Yoshi, just throw it into the sea. At this moment, Luffy picked up the hammer and shouted loudly, Kyomo Kyomo. Flying hammer. Eraser's hands, like a slingshot, directly ejected Thor's hammer outside. Luffy, he didn't realize that the Thor's hammer was an artifact, a weapon belonging to a god. Strange thing of being struck by lightning on this island. Thank you so much, Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, a blue light flashed, and Neji flew to the sky at a high speed to catch Thor's hammer. However, just as Neji took Thor's hammer, a red lightning struck again in the sky. Damn. In a flash, Neji had no choice but to let go and use his quick steps to escape. Boom. The hammer landed again, smashing a huge deep pit. This stinky fairy. Neji gritted his teeth. He couldn't get close to Thor's hammer at all. As long as he took a step closer, he would be bombarded by thunder. The thief who stole the hammer. At this time, Luffy and others ran out, and when they saw this scene, they suddenly realized that it was not a fight that happened here, but a person with bad intentions, delusional thinking of getting the hammer of Thor. Thief, I'm the prince of the dignified Germa 66. Neji was furious, his fists full of electricity, and flew towards Luffy at lightning speed. Electric punch. A heavy punch fell, directly denting Luffy's face and knocking him off dozens of meters. However, because Luffy is a rubber man, he was not affected by the electric shock but was just beaten away. What bastard prince, I'm going to beat you up today. Luffy stood up, his eyes bursting with sharpness, and he said angrily, hey, dare to beat our captain? You haven't figured out the situation. Cabensis said, now there are 4 of them, and Luffy is a Saint Seiya, no matter in number or strength, obviously more than these 2 the prince is stronger. Hey, status, I think you don't know Germa 66. However, Neji laughed contemptuously. Afterwards, nearly 100 fully armed clone fighters, as well as a large number of undead followers of the heretic god sect, poured out from all around, instantly surrounding Luffy and the others. This is the force that Neji brings. It seems that I can move my muscles and bones well. However, Luffy, Cabensis, Enel, and Brook are all gearing up, completely unafraid of the Germa 66 army. If you want to call, please accompany you anytime. Chapter 385 Use the hammer skillfully to defeat the evil god. I don't know how to live or die. Let's taste the power of technology, Neji said coldly, then took out a laser cannon from behind and fired at Luffy. I've seen your technology for a long time. Luffy saw the move, took out the shield behind him, and blocked the front. Boom. Hearing a huge roar, Luffy's shield directly bounced the laser cannon, refracting it in the direction of the army, instantly dropping nearly 10 undead followers of the evil god sect in seconds. Then try this. Just then, Neji threw a purple ball in. Sizzle. As soon as it landed, poisonous gas erupted from the small hole of the purple sphere. It's a gas bomb. Go against the wind. Cabensis saw the withered flowers and plants on the ground and realized that the gas was highly poisonous, and immediately told Luffy and the others to go against the wind and stay away from the poisonous gas. With the tactician Cabensis around, Neji's trick was quickly seen through. It's useless. At this time, Neji started to let everyone throw poison gas bombs. In an instant, the sky was full of black spots, and the momentum was like 1,000 arrows. Kyomo net. Seeing the move, Luffy pulled up his rubber-like 820 fingers, weaving it into a net, caught the poison bomb in the air, and bounced it back tit for tat. All attack. However, the gas bombs that were bounced back had no effect on the soldiers. Their bodies have been engineered to be immune to this toxicity. Kill. With a roar, all the clone soldiers and followers of the evil god swarmed up and began to fight Luffy and the others. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Mechanical Intercept Factory. Kyomo. Rubber Meteor Fist. Enel's ultimate fruit ability. Cabensis high-tech robot. Brook's swordsmanship, and Pegasus Luffy's stunt, all smashed on the soldiers who were oncoming. Boom. Was a loud bang, and nearly 100 of Germa 66's elite soldiers were instantly blasted away, and the followers of the heretic god were also beaten to pieces, with their stumps flying around. Luffy can burst into a small universe equal to the going Saint Seiya. Even if the entire Germa family comes over, he may not be his opponent. Neji hadn't seen the jihad, and had no idea of Luffy's strength. Electric punch. Attack. For a long time, Neji put on his epic gloves. Electric fist of fire and stone burst into extreme electric energy, and ran towards Luffy at a lightning speed. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The powerful little universe exploded in an instant, and Luffy threw out the fists that shattered the mountains and the ground, and rushed towards Neji at high speed. Boom. Just using the most common move, Luffy directly neutralized Neji's attack, and the strong aftermath sent him flying and fell heavily to the ground. Ugh. Neji stroked his heart, not expecting the gap between him and Luffy to be so big. Boom. In the battle that followed, Neji was beaten all the time, almost like a dog, unable to fight back. If it wasn't for his body being remodeled, he would have been smashed into slag long ago if he possessed extraordinary physical fitness. There's no other way. Lord Loki, come down. In desperation, Neji had no choice but to throw a gem with a strong blue light to the sky, asking the evil god Loki to support him. Boom. Only a sound of thunder was heard. The sky was stirring, and the evil god Loki slowly descended in the thunder. Is this the human being who can pick up Thor's hammer? Loki looked at Luffy, smiled mysteriously, and immediately began to gather light blue energy on the scepter. Boom. With a loud bang, a blue energy pierced the sky and shot straight at Luffy. Bang. Luffy Vivi was startled, then blocked the shield in front, blocking the fatal blow. Ugh. At the same time, under the huge impact, Luffy was directly knocked back 100 meters. Struggle. Ants. Then, Loki kept blasting energy rays, chasing after Luffy. Under the frantic pursuit, Luffy could only dodge and run away with no chance at all. It's time to end. After a few minutes of chasing, Loki's scepter began to burst into endless blue light. Boom. After a moment of accumulating energy, a powerful ultimate move came out and slammed directly at Luffy. Because the explosion range was too large, Luffy didn't dodge and was directly sent flying. Bang. And under this blow, Luffy just fell into the pit where Thor's hammer was. By the way, this hammer. Luffy looked at Thor's hammer and seemed to think of a way to defeat Loki. Enel, use your Thunder Dragon. Luffy picked up the hammer and rushed towards Enel, who was fighting the other soldiers. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel nodded and double-clicked the drum behind him, and a strong electric current burst out from the drum in an instant. Very well, Thor, borrow your powers. Between lightning and flint, Luffy swung Thor's hammer, ready to smash Enel's drum. No, Luffy, it will knock through. Enel's eyes are too big. Hit the drum with the hammer. This drum will definitely be scrap. However, Luffy's hand had already knocked over with Thor's hammer. Boom. Only the sound of the drum was heard, and the thunderbolts erupting from the drum gradually turned red. Zzz. Boom. There was a loud bang that shook the entire island, and the thunderbolt strike with Thor's hammer instantly turned into an angry red dragon and slammed directly into Loki. Damn, what the hell is this? Loki's face changed greatly, and then he immediately blasted out a powerful energy light to compete with it. Boom. Under the strong confrontation, Loki's energy was slowly engulfed, and the roaring thunder dragon began to pounce on Loki. No way. Retreat. In desperation, Loki had to take Neji and use teleportation magic to escape from the scene. Boom. And the hundreds of troops led by Neji were instantly drowned in the sea of thunder. With no bones left, Thor of this pirate world could burst out such a terrifying move. Although the owner of Thor's hammer is not there are still many people who can threaten Loki in this world. Chapter 386 European Emperor Frankie. Who is this Loki? Luffy looked at the fading blue light and said curiously, Luffy, it seems that you didn't pay attention to the news. This Loki is a self-proclaimed god of the Thulhu. The Thulhu. Cabensis said. What about Neji? His battle suit is a bit cool. Luffy said, but my Pegasus Zader cloth is cooler. The second prince of Germa 66 has now worked his life for Loki. Cabensis said, the technology in their hands is not weaker than the technology in the heavens, and they have to be careful when dealing with them. By the way, this shield is really useful, and this hammer. Luffy weighed the shield in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand, and laughed excitedly. Luffy, next time you dare to mess around, I'll kill you, Enel said with a gloomy expression. With that hammer just now, his taiko drum was almost destroyed. However, that red thunder dragon really surprised him, and its power is estimated to have reached the realm of killing gods. Looks like we have to leave this island quickly. Yo ho ho ho. At this time, Brook pointed to the sea from the mountain. When everyone saw it, they found that there were several warships in the distance at sea, slowly approaching the island. This is the fleet searching for the hull. They came here because the fight just now attracted the attention of the intelligence officers. In order to avoid conflict with Marine, Luffy and the others set sail before Marine arrived and left the island. At this time, Barton and Natasha were here because of the Vegapunk pattern, and their ships were well remodeled and not inferior to the Marine warships, so they quickly reached the end of the first half of the Great Root capital of the Seven Waters. However, when they landed on the shore, they found that an earth-shaking war had occurred on this island. All the houses were dilapidated, and the whole island was filled with smoke and lifeless. What happened here? Isn't there Ash, the savior? Vegapunk said in shock. Originally here and Sabayati Archipelago is the safest island. The Seven Waters have Xiazai. Sabayati Archipelago has Fengzhen, Kelly, and other peerless powerhouses. Even if Loki comes, it is impossible to capture these two islands at once. In fact, a month ago, Ash had left the Seven Waters for some reason and went to the digital world, and just the night before, many dead pirates opened the door to the abyss here. Marine who came to support nearby, which led to the fall of the town. Boom. And at this moment, a green wild demon Ogros was blown away by a punch and slammed into the house near the island. Strong hammer. Afterwards, only a blue-haired transformation man in a panty beach shirt was seen swinging a hammer hidden in his arm, smashing the cosmic demon. Bang. Another heavy punch hit Ogro in the face. HP 1. However, Vegapunk and others saw an astonishing scene. Such a powerful punch was like a tickling, completely ineffective. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You have already absorbed all your power from my parasite. Ogro laughed wildly. Behind Frankie was a huge black parasite. That's why Frankie couldn't hurt or grow. Ogro itself is a cosmic demon with the weakest attack power. Its attack power is lower than that of many monsters below LV50, but its auxiliary ability is very strong. Give him a hand. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton decided to lend a helping hand and shot arrows quickly. Whoosh. Between the lightning and flint, the entire huge parasite was directly pierced by an arrow and escaped from Frankie's back. Just try this new weapon. Natasha also pulled out the ion destroyer and fired a shot at Orgro. grow. Seeking flowers 0. Sure, boom. I only saw a silver-white laser erupting from the muzzle, penetrating Agro heart with a single blow, killing him instantly. Afterwards, 3 otherworldly powerhouses dressed in pure white gorgeous costumes appeared in front of everyone. Has anyone joined the Abyss party again? Hey, let them walk around without food. Dragon King Golden Cannon. As soon as they came out, they used strong moves to bomb the audience. Can't let you mess around. Slay the Green Star Demon. Try the Doctor's new arrow. First meet. However, they were very aware of the attack power of these otherworldly powerhouses, and Usopp used his ultimate control move, releasing a large number of vines to bind the otherworldly powerhouses. Afterwards, the others went crazy for output. The epic weapon of LV-90, the special explosive arrow developed by Vegapunk for Patton, were all deadly attacks. In just a few minutes, Barton and the others killed these otherworldly powerhouses. Crystal. In the end, a burst of light flashed across the sky, and after the death of the otherworldly powerhouse, 5 pieces of red steel armor were dropped. What? A set of equipment appeared, Sanji said in shock. These 5 pieces of equipment are a complete set of LV-90 epic armor Star Destiny suit, and at this moment, a magical scene happened. 5 pieces of epic equipment flew to Frankie automatically, and automatically put on him. It was assembled automatically. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time that the epic equipment recognized the master had come across. This is Iron Man? Natasha said in shock. Frankie in front of him, after wearing this equipment, is exactly the same as Iron Man except that there is no arc reactor. In this world, there are people who look like superheroes. This is definitely not a coincidence. Chapter 387 The technological battleship Little Hades. Steal Frankie. Support. Obtaining Fate of the Stars. Frankie made an iconic move, and suddenly a dazzling light shone. Wow, so cool. Usopp's eyes were shining with stars. Like Luffy, he was also a technology fan, and was completely impressed by this cool armor. Cosmic Demon. Here I come. Frankie quickly understood the capabilities of this armor. The propulsion devices on the soles of his feet began to erupt, and the whole person began to rise into the air. Hey, you can still fly? Usopp exclaimed again, his eyes full of envy. Roar. At this time, other cosmic demons heard the news and had already rushed over to attack Barton and the others. Fireball burst. 880. Thunder. Dark King Magnetic Force. The colorful energy rushes towards the face in an instant, like a tiger descending the mountain. It is difficult to resist. Frankie Laser Cannon. I only saw Frankie. Frankie opened 2 muzzles between his palms, began to gather energy at the same time, and then blasted out 2 small but extremely powerful lasers. Boom. With a loud bang, the Abyss Demon's big moves were all blown up. Boom. After the laser penetrated several layers of blocking, it exploded directly beside the 3 cosmic demons, inflicting heavy damage. Backmeat. At this time, Sanji also flew over, kicked the blue ice demon, and then used the ability to move at high speed to attack other demons. Ion Beam. Slaying Fire Star. Later, Natasha, Barton and others also made big moves to attack the cosmic demon. Boom. Under the intensive attack, they quickly solved these cosmic demons, and after the otherworldly powerhouse came out, there wasn't much chance to fight back. After half a day of fighting, Frankie and the others finally cleaned up all the cosmic demons and otherworldly powerhouses on the island. And is it safe? After the 7 Waters city returned to calm, the refugees who were hiding came out one after another. After confirming that it was alright, everyone cheered. Say, great, the monster is finally dead. It's our hero Frankie who saved our island. However, under the joy of the crowd, Vegapunk was frowning and couldn't smile. Damn, our ship blew up again. Vegapunk sighed. Although his ship was relatively advanced, the whole ship was made of inferior materials and was very weak. It seems to be staying here for a while. Natasha shook her head and said. At this moment, Frankie saw their predicament and flew over immediately and said, hey, do you guys want a boat? Yes, our ship can no longer sail in the sea behind. Vegapunk said, you really came to the right place. This is the largest shipbuilding town in the world. Frankie said proudly, if you need a ship, we can build you the best ship in the world. Although Frankie got the powerful Star Destiny armor, he didn't forget his roots. If it wasn't for Barton and the others to rescue him, he wouldn't be able to get this armor at all, nor would he be able to save the island. In return, Frankie decides to build them an exquisite pirate ship. Natasha smiled and said, okay, then we'll be welcome. For the next few days, they stayed in the 7 Waters, waiting for Frankie to build the ship. At the same time, Vegapunk also joined the ranks of shipbuilding, instilling a lot of scientific and technological knowledge into Frankie, adding a lot of scientific and technological colors to the ship. Finally, a week later, Frankie and Vegapunk worked together to build a super powerful battleship called Little Hades. The ship has a very high degree of automation and is rich in science and technology. At the same time, there is a Vegapunk specially designed laser cannon on the bow. Although it is impossible to overturn an island with one shot like Pluto, it is absolutely no no problem to destroy a warship with one shot. In addition, Vegapunk also refers to what Natasha said about S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier giving the hull flying rotors which can fly when necessary and cross obstacles. However, because of the need for a lot of energy support, the ship's flight time is extremely short and the speed is too slow to fly freely in the air like a helicarrier. It would be great if the energy problem could be solved, Frankie said regretfully. Don't worry, as soon as the new energy source I developed is born, it will soon be able to provide a steady stream of energy for this warship, Vegapunk said excitedly. Recently, he started a new project using the smashed Epic equipment condensed into a shining golden eye Epic Soul to create a cosmic energy similar to the cosmic Rubik's Cube. It is still in the experimental stage, but once the research is successful, this energy source will undoubtedly change the whole era. In the afternoon 7 days later, the ship had entered the finishing stage, and Patton, Vegapunk, and others were about to leave the island. I'm leaving, boy. Do your best. You have a talent for science, Vegapunk said. Uncle, Frank said hesitantly. Actually, you are the world's greatest scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. During this period, Vegapunk did not reveal his true identity, and Frankie gradually discovered the unusualness of this uncle because of seeing these amazing technologies. 2.3 Vegapunk nodded with a faint smile. Doctor, please let me get on the ship with you. I want to learn technology with you, Frankie implored. Apart from his teacher Tom, Vegapunk was the first to impress him in science and technology. Ha ha ha, Vegapunk laughed. My science, after all, needs young people to inherit it. Barton and Natasha watched the scene on the boat and showed a faint smile. It seems that we don't need to win over. In the evening, the huge warship sailed smoothly, and Frankie, who received the Star Destiny armor, joined it, and their destination is the Kingdom of Germa 66 in North Blue. Chapter 388 Fujitora Gamble Lack. Chapter 389 Steel Frankie vs 10 Huisho. Dress Rosa Island. Blind old man, look at the trick. Frankie uses his thrusters to fly up into the sky, ready to take advantage of the air combat and attack Fujitora. Come here, don't be merciful because I can't see it, Fujitora said lightly. I'm not going to keep my hands. Frankie snorted coldly. The muzzle had been opened in the palm of his hand, and he was saving energy. Boom. However, when he fired the cannon, it was pulled down by a strong gravity, and the laser shot directly into the sky. Bang. I only saw that Frankie was crushed to the ground, smashing a big deep hole, and it was very difficult to move. Seeing this, Natasha and Barton prepared to go to support. Wait, leave it to the student. However, they are stopped by Vegapunk, which is a duel between him and Fujitora. Because he didn't want to become the Hulk, this fight had to have Frankie playing for him. Cough. Interesting. At this time, Frankie overcame the huge gravity and slowly stood up. Watch out, young man. And just as Frankie stood up, Fujitora's sword was completely unsheathed, lingering with a lavender energy. Gravity Wave Sword Tiger. This time, Fujitora directly used the ultimate move, slashing out a wave of sword energy concentrated 100 times the gravity with one hand, condensed into the shape of a fierce tiger, and rushed towards Frankie. The stars and the wind are coming. Frankie moved his hands forward, opened a huge muzzle, and quickly compressed the air. Whoosh, boom. The moment the cannon was fired, the air seemed to be distorted. Two concentrated forces collided, and a level 12 typhoon erupted, sweeping the entire island in an instant. Blah blah blah. After the aftermath broke out, the two began to fight in close quarters, colliding with one punch and one sword, producing dazzling sparks. This epic equipment is really strong, and it can compete with Admiral Fujitora, Sanji exclaimed. He lacks a powerful weapon, Barton said. Frankie's defense is very strong now, but he lacks attack power. If he can get a decent weapon, he will definitely get a dramatic increase. Frankie Iron Fist, Frankie Iron Ball, Gravity Swordsmanship, Gravity Wave Sword Fall. After more than 10 minutes, Frankie used the power of the armor to continuously attack with heavy punches, and Fujitora's Gravity Swordsmanship can affect the opponent. Every time Frankie makes a shot, he has to take 100 times the heavy blow, and his physical strength is extremely fast. No, this gravity is too troublesome. Realized that it was a disadvantage to fight Fujitora in melee, and immediately used the thruster to fly into the sky. After all, his energy comes from coke, and now the coke in his stomach has almost been consumed. Frankie used up the remaining coke and concentrated it on his palm, intending to decide the outcome with one hit. Frankie Ultimate Free Laser Beam. With a loud shout, Frankie sent out a beam of red laser that was nearly 1 meter thick and slammed into Tenhu. Explosive Flame Gravity Wave Sword. Tenhu erupted into a wave of fire, and at the same time used gravity to change the shape of the wave, condensing it into a huge pillar of fire, which shot up into the sky in an instant. Boom. The strong light flashed, and the strong wind swept the audience with fiery energy. The entire island was baked by the high temperature, and the center of the explosion was instantly thought to be flat. Sanji, Barton, and others had to hide behind a huge rock. After the aftermath dissipated, the entire rock was almost flattened. So dangerous. Usopp had lingering fears. If there was no defense, the people who eat melons would probably not die or be disabled. At this time, on the battlefield, Frankie had lost his energy, his hair could not grow up, and his cola was about to run out. And Fujitoro was also injured in the explosion, and has not recovered for the time being. Frankie Coke. Taking advantage of this time, Vegapunk immediately threw several bottles of Coke at Frankie. Super. After putting on Coke, Frankie was instantly revived with blood and returned to his peak state. At this moment, a red and a green figure flashed across the sky, and Iggy and Yuji of Germa 66 quickly disappeared. Haha, it takes no effort to get it. Vegapunk died. Without hesitation, the two attacked Vegapunk directly. As long as the Hulk before his transformation was killed, Loki's thorns would be cleared. However, it is not easy to go straight to Huanglong. After all, Natasha, Barton and others are not ordinary people. Don't think about it. Ion expulsion, slaying fire star, bomb arrows. Without any hesitation, the few people made a big move and slammed into the two brothers in the sky. Iggy and Yuji were taken aback and then quickly evaded. Boom. Although it escaped the attacks of Natasha and Usopp, Hawkeye Barton's attack with a bomb swiped directly through Iggy's arm and then exploded behind his back. Thanks to observation haki, if it hits the heart directly, even a modified person will be severely injured or even killed. These eyebrows. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be Sanji's trash. At this moment, Yuji found Sanji next to Vegapunk and he immediately jeered. Long time no see. It turns out that the disgrace of your family is not dead yet, Yuzi said coldly. You know them? Usopp asked in shock. Sanji breathed out a smoke ring and said calmly, how could I forget you? Iggy, Yuji. The two in front of him are the two blood relatives of Sanji. After more than 10 years, the three brothers Iggy, Sanji, and Yuji reunited again. However, this is not a reunion of brothers after a long absence, but a reunion of many years of grievances. Chapter 390 A military force that threatens the world. Lack. Chapter 391 Enter Elbaf. Lack. Chapter 392 Bloody battle at sea. Lack. Chapter 393 A real Elbaf gun. Taste the power of our giant country's artifact. Loki waved his magic spear and swept away quickly, and in an instant a 100-meter wide air blade burst out of the air. Boom. With a loud bang, the air blade slashed by the divine spear continued to fly, and the huge waves rising from the sea were instantly cut in half, and then the sea poured down like a torrential rain. The appearance of the sacred artifact of the country means the end of the war. His Royal Highness's big move. This time you will be completely dead. The subordinates behind Prince Loki all watched this amazing scene and were full of confidence in Prince Loki's move. Judge, use your muscles well. Don't let down the power I gave you. Loki raised his mouth slightly. He was not in a hurry to end the battle, but to verify Judge's strength first. After all, there's no Straw Hat Luffy, Marine, and others to interfere here. Ice Hurricane. At this time, Judge took out his LV-60 Epic Silver Spear Ice Flash, and a strong icy aura erupted. Drink. With a loud shout, the power of the ice slowly transformed into a huge whirlwind of ice. Boom. The two energies exploded in an instant, and a huge ocean trench opened directly from the center of the explosion, exposing light gray rocks. After a while, the sea gradually returned to calm, shrouded in a hazy mist. Hehe. These intruders are probably dead, Loki's subordinate said with a smile. However, after the water mist dissipated, several Germa 66 battleships appeared in front of everyone, only to be knocked back nearly a mile by the shock wave. This is an epic weapon that has been transformed, and its power is more than LV-60. Judge said proudly. It's just a fluke. If one move can't solve it, then another move. Prince Loki snorted coldly, and then began to accumulate power again, preparing to make a powerful move. Moji's move. Take your life. Electric punch. However, before Prince Loki could make a move, Hydean and Neji flew into the air with a ferocious attack. Don't think about hurting his highness. At this time, Loki's two main bodyguards, Baron and Buzz, opened a red and a blue, huge vindictive wings behind them, blocking Feijuan and Neji. Iron Mountain Fist. Lion Mountain Cracks. The two strong fighting kings directly used high-level Huang-level and Xian-level high-level fighting skills. Boom. One punch and one palm entrained the mountain-destroying potential, and when they collided with Feijuan and Neji's slashing, there was a huge roar in an instant, and then the two sides bounced off each other, with blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. Small man has such power. It seems that their epic equipment is no worse than ours. Baron and Buzz Vivi frowned and said, Flying Giant, interesting, and Neji raised the corners of their mouth slightly, and became more excited after a test. Blah blah blah. Just taking a sigh of relief, the two sides flew up to face each other again, and started a close quarters fight. At this time, Prince Loki's powerful blow was once again charged up. Let let you see my power, splitting the sky. I only saw that the blue veins burst out of disorder in Prince Loki's hands, and then he raised his sharp spear high, used the power of overwhelming mountains, and fell down with one shot. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a golden chi blade split off the ground, splitting a deep trench from the sea, and galloped straight towards the battleship where Judge was. Ice flash electromagnetic thrust. At this moment Judge burst out with all his power, and the entire silver spear was instantly surrounded by two terrifying powers of ice and lightning. Drink. The thrusters under Judge's feet erupted instantly, forming a golden lightning bolt at a very high speed with the impact force that pierced everything and charged towards Prince Loki's air blade. Boom! A golden light shone in the audience, and then Judge, in the violent collision, smoked from his entire body, rolled his eyes, and fell to the sea. Lord Judge, Germa 66's air combat unit flew over quickly, caught Judge before he fell into the water, and returned to the deck of the battleship. Judge, it seems that you are still too weak. The evil god Loki shook his head and said, the magic of the evil god Loki can temporarily allow humans to gain some of the power of the gods. Judge just reached the level of LV70 and can temporarily compete with the powerhouses of the four emperors. However, the weapons in Prince Loki's hands are comparable to the epic weapons of LV80. Although Loki has not yet reached the level of the four emperors, the power that burst out has surpassed LV70. So are you. This blow will send you all home. After gaining the upper hand, Prince Loki's fighting spirit burned to the limit, and he decided to deliver the final blow to the enemy's supreme commander, the evil god Loki. Come on, human, let me see how much you weigh. However, the evil god Loki crossed his hands and took over all the moves of Prince Loki with full confidence. Cracked the air. After a moment of gaining momentum, Prince Loki once again unleashed a devastating force that surpassed LV70, slashing out an astonishing sword energy. It's useless. However, the evil god Loki just emitted a beam of light, and Prince Loki's slash was directly offset and disappeared on the sea. The evil god Loki is a real god, and the level alone has LV90, and there is no way to hurt him without an attack that shakes the god. Recognize the difference between humans and gods, and kneel before the great god. Afterwards, the evil god Loki sent out several laser beams, directly blasting through Prince Loki's body and feet. Ugh! With a scream, Prince Loki knelt directly, bleeding profusely. His Royal Highness, Baron and Buzz were stunned for half a second when they saw Prince Loki being knocked down. Stupid, where are you looking? And because of this moment of distraction, they were spotted by Hydian and Niji. Boom! With one punch and one kick, the two Duong powerhouses were shot down at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Prince Loki stood up again with difficulty and shouted, how could I fall here? Under extreme anger, Prince Loki burst into a golden light all over his body and put the spear on his shoulder, saving the strongest blow. Wake up, aggressor. The honor of the giant country is up to me to defend. Prince Loki roared, let you see the real Elbaf gun. Opposite, the evil god Loki showed an evil smile. Oh, defend the reputation of the warrior? Then come on. The sun shines on Prince Loki, and the blood has soaked his whole body, but the giant is still standing, extraordinarily mighty. Drink. Then with a loud shout, Prince Loki tried his best to deliver a shocking blow. The gun of Elbaf destroy the country. Chapter 394 Gun of Eternity Gungnir. The gun of Elbaf destroy the country. With the loud shout of Prince Loki, the sharp gun in his hand was like a cannonball, spinning and galloping fast. Boom! The air blade that slashed everything swept across the sea, and the huge wave was instantly cut into two layers, and then the sea water poured down again. Ow! At the same time, a large number of Sea King corpses that were cut in half began to float on the sea. Ugh! Niji, who were still fighting the moment before, were also blasted off the island under this strong wind pressure. It's kind of like, but at this time, the evil god Loki slowly landed, floating in front of the flying gun. Boom! At the moment of the collision, the shock wave that destroyed everything spread instantly, directly cutting the battleship behind the evil god Loki into bald heads. At the same time, under the powerful impact, countless clone soldiers and undead followers of the evil god sect were directly shattered, and some were even blown into the sea, causing countless casualties. This blow from Loki can directly destroy an island. It is worthy of the strongest blow of the giants, and it can be called the magic skill of destroying the country. Drink, drink, drink. At this time, on the coast, Prince Loki exhaled heavily, and then he could only support the ground with his saber, barely supporting his body. Prince Loki. Seeing this, Baron and Buzz hurried over to help. Now, it should be cleaned up, Prince Loki said with a triumphant smile. This is a taboo move in the kingdom of giants. No one can survive this move, Balon said. Prince Loki has incorporated the strength of fighting spirit and professionals. This move is stronger than the previous. Destroy the country, Buzz said. However, at this moment, after the sea returned to calm, Prince Loki's magic spear miraculously stayed in the sky while shaking violently. My sharp gun. gun?" said Prince Loki in shock. "That guy." Baron and Buzz were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. On the sea, the evil god Loki actually held a scepter in one hand and withstood the head of the spear. "It's a pity I can't reach the realm of God." The evil god Loki shook his head and said, "Damn invaders." Baron and Buzz, burned with anger, opened their fighting chi wings again and flew towards the evil god Loki at a high speed. "The ignorant and backward country, let me teach you how to use this eternal spear." The evil god Loki raised his head and laughed. Under the power of thought, the spear of eternity began to turn its head and fell into his hands. This magic gun, the real name is Eternal Gun Gangnir, is the ultimate artifact of Asgard, and this towering tree growing in the giant country is the world tree that makes the handle of the gun of eternity. However, this magic gun that survived in the giant country is only the prototype of the eternal gun, and it does not have all the power. The real spear of eternity is still in the hands of Odin, the king of the gods. In the process of investigating the jihad, Loki accidentally discovered that the spear of eternity had appeared in this world during the intermission period of the jihad. However, the spear of eternity was eventually shattered by the saint, but its prototype was still sealed in a corner of the world. Therefore, he called Judge to investigate, and at the same time, he personally went out and seized this sharp gun, the gun of eternity. With a loud shout, the entire spear of eternity was initially activated after Loki poured his divine power into it. Huge double-edged blades appeared on both sides of the spear tip, like a giant axe. At the same time, a dark purple energy erupted. Dark clouds shrouded, only to see Loki fly up to the sky, and then stab the island with a shot. "It's over." Prince Loki, Baron, and Buzz watched the scene with despair in their eyes. They had no ability to stop the evil god Loki. Boom! All I heard was a bang that resounded halfway across the new world, and dark purple energy instantly shot up into the sky. A powerful shockwave quickly swept across the country, and all trees and buildings collapsed quickly. "The whole new world can see this big explosion. Ha ha ha." Loki floated in the sky, laughed wildly, and then declared war on the whole world. "The strongest country in this world is nothing more than this. Surrender to my knees. This is your only way to survive." The evil god's voice reverberated throughout the world for a long time, and in an instant all human beings began to tremble, creating endless fear. The strongest country? Could it be that this light is the kingdom of giants? Impossible. It's a country stronger than Wanakuni, an existence that even Marine can't get close to easily. My god, is this the evil god Loki? Another big devil. After this perfect opener, Loki returned to the kingdom with the remnants of Germa 66, ready to start the next step. At this time, the world tree in the center of the giant country blew a wind of recovery, restoring a trace of vitality to the destroyed country. On the coast, Prince Loki, Baron, and Buzz slowly opened their eyes. Under the explosion just now, they miraculously survived. I'm not dead," Balon said in surprise while stroking his heart. "It was the world tree that protected us." Moments before the explosion, Prince Loki sensed a mysterious force that enveloped the entire country of giants. Although the entire island was dilapidated and no one was able to escape from the explosion, less than half of the people were killed or injured, which was a miracle. After a while, Prince Loki exhausted his last strength, propped up his body, looked at the sea, and said with grief and anger, "Evil god Loki." The evil god Loki took away the sacred artifact of the giant country and destroyed the home of the giants. This revenge will be avenged sooner or later. Chapter 395 The evil god declares war and threatens the world. The next day, Marine headquarters. After investigating the whole story, Marine's executives were all shocked. This time, the evil god Loki attacked the giant country and at the same time took away the giant country's sacred artifact and declared war on the world. "It seems that the real war is coming," Kuzan said. "The artifact obtained by the evil god Loki is said to be the ultimate artifact in Asgard. It has the power to destroy the world. This is the biggest threat in this war." Garp said. "Not only that, the technological nuclear bomb also has the power comparable to ancient weapons. There are not many men and horses under the command of the evil god Loki, but they have all the advantages." He frowned. "If you don't restrain the development of the evil gods, I'm afraid it will be another Uchiha Madara." Kizaru said. "The Germa 66 kingdom is extremely mobile, and it's not easy to keep tabs on them." Ryokugyo said. "Now we can only build an alliance, and we can rely on the power of other forces in the Soul Society." He suggested. "Marine has offended too many people in recent years. I'm afraid no one has cooperated with us." Kuzan shook his head and said, "No, this is only a temporary 120-hour cooperation. Auntie has had private dealings with Germa 66. This time Germa 66 is controlled by the evil god Loki. I believe that the Big Mom pirate group will never be willing to give up." Garp paused and said, "Besides this, there is a very powerful force." "Mr. Garp, you mean the country of giants?" Fujitora asked. "That's right. This time the kingdom of giants has been humiliated, and Liang Zi ally is forged. Garp said, we have more or less friendship with the giants, and I believe it is not difficult to form an alliance. There are a lot of giant cotters in Marine. Prince John Giant and Reykjavik all hold the position of Vice Admiral in Marine, and there is not much conflict between the two forces. That's all we can do for now. Kuzan nodded and then sent many messengers to contact the leaders of the major forces, striving to use the power of the alliance to eradicate the thorn in the side of the evil gods. At this time, the giant country, from urban areas to mountain villages, the entire giant country is in ruins. Hey bro, hammer, nail, hurry up and produce 50 beams and columns. Quick, hemostatic, there are wounded here. After the war, the entire giant clan began to get busy building houses, clearing the ruins, and helping the wounded. Soon, the entire kingdom began to slowly come back to life, full of hope of rebirth. And at this moment in the palace, Prince Loki's old imperial physician hurriedly walked into the king's bedroom to report something important. Not good, your majesty the king, the old imperial doctor said in a panic. Prince Loki is gone. Nanny, said the king in shock. Now that Prince Loki's injury has not recovered, he did not expect that this kid would act recklessly and leave the palace without authorization. At this time, on a small pier behind the giant country, Father, I will definitely destroy the evil god Loki and bring back the sacred artifact. Losing the artifact of the town, Prince Loki felt guilty and decided to set sail with two cronies, Baron and Buzz, and their goal is to kill the evil god Loki and bring the Spear of Eternity back to the giant country. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Germa 666. In the historical inscription of the Saint Cecilia, the fragment that fully awakens the eternal gun is missing. It seems that it is not easy to obtain the full power of the magic gun. The evil god Loki murmured, although with this weapon, Loki can match anyone, this power has not yet reached the level of conquering the world. The complete state of the Spear of Eternity is equivalent to the right hand of the god King Odin, that is, the strongest spear of the supreme god, with the power to overturn everything. Even Hades, the king of Hades, and Athena, the goddess of war, had to be a little wary. After thinking about it, the evil god Loki called Judge, continue to produce clone fighters and nuclear weapons. In addition, issue a letter of persuasion to all kingdoms and major forces. Loki's mouth rose and Vivi said, leave the world government and join the heretic god, or yes. Judge showed a hideous smile. The plan of the evil gods to rule the world is finally about to start. Evening, Punk Acid Island. Vegapunk and their warship slowly dock. Is this really the island where the scientists are? It's barren. As soon as Usopp stepped out of the deck, he smelled a sour smell of corrosion, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Looking at it, the entire island was enveloped by a faint purple poisonous gas, and it was lifeless. Because Kuzan and Akainu did not fight for the position of Marshal, the weather on the island did not change. That's right, Caesar must be on this island. Vegapunk smiled faintly and said, Caesar is a research chemical, and the phenomenon on this island is entirely in Caesar's style. But be careful, although these poisonous gases have been purified, long-term inhalation is still harmful to the human body. Vegapunk reminded, no, we fly, the air above is fresher. At this time, Frankie pulled out a chic spaceship. The ship was built by Frankie in his spare time, and Vegapunk didn't even know it. Is it a spaceship? It's really convenient. Natasha smiled lightly. Is this your gizmo? What an amazing flying tool, Vegapunk praised. Yes, teacher, the energy consumed is coke, which is very convenient, Frankie said. Bang. Then with a roar, Frankie took off with a few people and flew into this mysterious island. At this time, the secret laboratory in the island. Vegapunk. In the monitoring room, a man covered in white smoke floating in the air immediately showed a hideous expression when he saw Vegapunk. Chapter 396 Caesar's ambition lack. Chapter 397 The world is afraid. Surrender to the evil god. That's right, pseudo-genius. Frankie sneered. The current Caesar is extremely embarrassed, and the aura just now has completely disappeared. What do you want? Caesar said. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but only if you are willing to cooperate with us. Frankie said. Want me to cooperate with Vegapunk? Impossible. Caesar refused firmly. Then Frankie is not the kind of person who is easy to talk. Hearing that Caesar was about to refuse, it was a direct punch. Boom. Only to see Caesar slammed into the wall. His face was dented. Epic equipment contains cosmic power, and Caesar's Logia-S gas fruit cannot play an elemental role in the face of this special equipment. What on earth do you want? Caesar stroked his swollen face, in pain, and had to be subdued in the face of force. A project that shocked the world, Frankie said excitedly. Shocked the world? Caesar said in surprise. This project is to make the ultimate weapon that can destroy an island in one hit. Frankie said. If you are still obsessed with studying these troublesome poison bombs, then continue to play with mud and sand here. Destroy an island? Could it be the explosion in the distance yesterday? Caesar was extremely shocked, remembering the explosion in the distance yesterday. Yes, but that's the nuclear weapon that Judge invented. and he's far ahead of us. Frankie sighed. Being exposed to such a great project, even if it fails, I will have no regrets for the rest of my life. I am the genius Caesar, and my experiments have never failed, Caesar said proudly. Caesar's face suddenly turned cold. But what about this hull? Don't worry, he will be back to normal soon, Frankie said, and the facilities here should not be damaged. Before that, they discussed the combat strategy. Because of the need to keep the equipment intact, the fastest scud Sanji was responsible for distracting the hull, and the others caught Caesar during this time and let him join the ranks. Now that the Hulk has gone wild for an hour, it's almost time. At this time, Sanji, who had been chased for a few laps, ran over, breathing heavily. This monster is too capable of running, Sanji said. Afterwards, Vegapunk, Barton, Natasha, and Usopp, who had regained their senses, also left. It seems that our experiment can begin, Frankie said with a smile. After that, several people sorted out some information related to nuclear bomb technology and began to develop this destructive weapon. At this time, the entire pirate world, except for the Goa kingdom ruled by the Lich King, all kingdoms have been persuaded by the evil god Loki to surrender. Alabasta, submissive to the evil god Loki. Can you avoid death? It turned out that the guy who declared war on the world that day was the self-proclaimed evil god, Nami said disdainfully. It's not that easy to dominate the world, Robin said. She is not afraid of Loki. After all, even Madara Uchiha and the Lich King, who have god-level strength, cannot take the world. I heard that he is a real god, so don't be careless, Princess Vivi said. As the support of the Alabasta kingdom, she is still very cautious about this matter. Being able to conquer the giant country is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Now any country must avoid its edge and avoid conflict. Of course, the answer given by Alabasta must be to refuse to surrender. Kingdom of Dressrosa. Knight, I will never succumb to any evil forces. Rebecca was very upright and insisted on fighting to the end. Rebecca inherited the sword of victory vowed by the King of Knights. No matter how unfavorable the situation is, she will not surrender easily. Wanakuni. Senju-sama, what do you think of the evil god Loki's surrender? After reading the letter of persuasion, Kojiki asked for his opinion. Needless to say, let's fight, Senju Hakuma said. Marine should leave the same place as us. We will not fight alone. Since Madara Uchiha's defeat, Wanakuni has been unified and developed rapidly. As a powerful country, Wanakuni has the capital to rival the four emperors. Coupled with Senju Hashima, even if the evil god Loki himself goes into battle, he cannot easily take over this country. However, not all kingdoms are as powerful as Wanakuni. Less than a day after the war letter was issued, countries that surrendered appeared one after another, which immediately caused a heated discussion. The king announced his surrender, and our kingdom of Nick is about to end. In the face of this terrifying force, we have to yield. If you don't obey, it's just a nuclear bomb. How can we fight back? Like the Drum Kingdom of Drum Island and the Nick Kingdom of South Blue, when they heard that the evil god Loki issued a gauntlet to the world, they were terrified. 0.9. They can only see the wind and choose to rely on the stronger side, and the evil god Loki has the eternal gun and a large number of nuclear weapons. They will naturally turn to the evil gods. At this time, the kingdom of Germa 66. Lord Loki, now that most of the kingdoms have surrendered, it seems that we will soon be able to outlaw the world government and become the master of this world. Very good. The evil god Loki nodded with satisfaction and said, this is just the beginning. The world's largest power is far from the end. Only when all the rebels are eliminated can the world be truly unified. Chapter 398_slate that doesn't exist. Now your lord is already holding a heavyweight trump card and going against our Thulhu sect is just asking for his own death, Judge said. No, now the advantage is not absolute. Loki shook his head, cautious this time, and in no rush to start the final war. Judge, help me pay attention to the ancient slate engraved with ancient characters, Loki ordered. He remembered the historical inscription he saw, the slate that recorded how to activate the Spear of Eternity, which was deliberately taken away. The most important thing now is to find this slate. Fully activating the Spear of Eternity is what Loki cares about most. This sharp gun will be the key to the war. 3 days later, Ghost Island. Loki, you've lost your best chance of finding the slate. Germa 66 army looking for slate from God's perspective, and suddenly smiled faintly. Master, what are these Germa 6186 looking for? Reiju, who was closely watching the war, came over. Look for the password that can rule the world, Yechen said lightly. The password to rule the world? Reiju asked, confused. That's right, the secret of Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, is sealed in this code, Yechen explained. If he finds it, I'm afraid it will threaten, Reiju said hesitantly. What she wanted to say was that she was afraid of threatening Yechen. Don't worry, he'll never get the slate, Yechen said confidently, because this slate does not exist at all. Why is Loki so convinced of the existence of this slate? Reiju said confusedly. The password of the Eternal Spear does exist, but it is not sealed in the slate. Ye Chen said. Reja doesn't understand. Reja shook her head, and when Ye Chen said that, she was even more at a loss. To put it simply, the way to activate the Spear of Eternity has always been on Rocky. Ye Chen said. In other words, he doesn't know? Reja asked in surprise. That's right. Ye Chen nodded and said. That's great, then get rid of him before he finds out. Reja said with determination and hatred in his eyes. Don't be too happy. As long as the war starts, the evil god Loki will definitely awaken. The activation of the Eternal Spear is unavoidable. Ye Chen said. Besides, with your current strength, you can't even touch Loki's hair. Reja's face was dignified. He thought he would be able to make a few moves with the evil god Loki, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. After following Ye Chen, she began to cultivate the power of the professional Poison King, and her strength has reached LV70. Now, she has an invincible body and powerful fighting skills, and has become a poisonous rose that no one dares to approach except Ye Chen. The road comes step by step. Even if you follow me, you can't reach the sky in one step. Ye Chen said. Cultivation. Well, there is still some time before the war, and you still have room for improvement. Yes, master. Reja nodded, then stepped back to continue practicing. At this time, Marine headquarters. As many nations surrendered to the evil god Loki, the Gorosei/5 elders became angry, and Kuzan had to hold an emergency meeting under the pressure of Shonda. Now the cult of the evil gods has begun to act, and many countries that have joined the world government have disengaged. Kuzan said solemnly, if this continues, the entire world government will collapse. We must do our best to prevent this. The surrender of the evil god Loki undoubtedly dissipated Marine's military heart. Gorosei/5 elders and Tenryu are panicking now, and if this continues, Tenryubito's years of hard work will be over. Even the kingdom of Nick, which has always supported the world government, has surrendered. It seems that this situation is very unfavorable for us, Crane said with a serious expression. Not necessarily. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed by the window, and Kurosaki Ichigo took Kukiki Rukia and jumped into the office. Death. Vivi, who was in the conference room, was shocked. He didn't expect to get a reply so quickly after contacting the Soul Society. The captain is very concerned about this big 240 battle, so he sent us to inquire about the general information, Kurosaki Ichigo said. This time, Soul Realm responded quickly, but they would not send too many troops. After all, there would be no conflict of interest with Soul Realm this time. Captain Yamamoto sent troops, firstly because of the friendship between the two worlds, and secondly because of the lips and teeth. If the human world is invaded, the soul world is likely to be the next target. With the support of the Soul Society, our marine is blessed by God, Kuzan said. Marshal, you are too modest. Humans today are not much worse than the god of death, Rukia said. Borsalino, go to Wanakuni immediately. Leave Dressrosa Island to Momuzaki, and envoys to other countries. Be sure to persuade them to join the Marine Alliance. Within 3 days, you must receive a reply. The Marine Alliance's military heart must be stabilized, Kuzan ordered. Soon, Marine was in action. The two sides have entered an extremely tense preparation situation, and the final battle will soon break out completely. Chapter 399 Do not know each other. A deserted island in the New World. While the whole world is in high tension, Luffy and the others are ignorant of the world and live a happy life, having barbecues, hot pots, seafood dinners, and parties on the island. Eat meat, party. Luffy started the big stomach king mode, madly sweeping with one hand. Luffy. Before Cabensis and the others had eaten, the food evaporated and entered Luffy's stomach. Very little. I'm not full yet, Luffy complained, rubbing his stomach. However, when he regained his senses, the faces of Enel and Cabensis next to him turned into the faces of the devil. Boom. A cannon and a thunderbolt fell, and the two directly blasted Luffy into Kurozumai. Luffy, my meal. That's it. It's not enough for me to eat. Quick, bring me some fish. Hey, I'm a devil fruit power user. Isn't this trying to murder the captain? Afterwards, the three of them made a fuss and got into a fight. This party is really short. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Aside, Brooke looked at the lively and smiled faintly. At this moment, a strong fragrance wafted from the distance. It's so fragrant, like barbecue. After Luffy smelled this fragrance, the whole person was like a ghost and involuntarily drifted away with the fragrance. Is there anyone else on this island? Cabensis asked in surprise. Afterwards, they followed Luffy over to see what happened. After a while, the other side of the island. Wow, it's a Sea King barbecue. Luffy was in a clearing and saw a huge barbecue grill grilling fragrant Sea Kings. Instigate. Seeing that there was no one around, he flew over like a rocket and turned on the big eater mode again. At this moment, the sky darkened as if covered by dark clouds, and a giant was holding a heavy sword, blowing his nose and staring at Luffy angrily. However, Luffy just eats and doesn't even know the danger is coming. Where did the flies come from? With a roar, the giant's sword fell, directly cutting off a large piece of the roasted Sea King. Boom. Thick smoke rose, and Luffy was blown away by a sword, slamming into the ground like a cannonball. Luffy. At this time Cabensis rushed over. My god, it's a giant. It's not an ordinary giant, but he can use Dochi and Haki. Cabensis, Enel, and Brook were all startled, and there were 3 giants in front of them, and they all have vindictive wings. Their weapons cover armament, and they are murderous. These 3 were Prince Loki, who had sailed from the giant country not long ago and wanted to find the evil god Loki, and his 2 subordinates, Baron and Buzz. Damn Thief, Iron Mountain Fist, Lion Mountain Collapse, the Gun of Elbaf. The grumpy giant was furious when he saw Luffy stealing their food. Dangerous, Luffy. Cabensis shouted bang, and at this moment Luffy sacrificed his shield, instantly blocking the attack of the 3 giants. I'm already big. How can I bully the lesser? The machinery intercepts the factory. 30 million volt Thunderbird. No song 3 ding swallowtail cut. Seeing this, Cabensis and the others immediately used a big move to support Luffy. Don't want to hurt a single hair of your highness. On the opposite side, Baron and Buzz flew over, and the vindictive aura exploded instantly, intercepting the attacks of Cabensis and others. I dare to touch my food, courting death. At this time Prince Loki also began to swing his great sword, chasing after Luffy. Hey, why don't you just take 2 bites? You shouldn't be so angry. Luffy defended and defended. He didn't want to start a fight because he had the power of a Saint Seiya. If he burst out, he could almost instantly kill Prince Loki. Go to hell to argue, yellow-haired pirate. Prince Loki said. As a royal and a warrior, Prince Loki is arrogant. What's more, the opponent is a little pirate, and he doesn't care about such a character at all. Damn, it looks like I can only fight. Luffy gritted his teeth and then turned on the 3rd gear. Kyomomomo. Giant pistol. Luffy's giant arm in front of the real giant's is like a baby's small hand. Bah. The moment they touched each other, the 2 burst out with a king's momentum, sweeping the entire island in an instant. This giant actually has a conqueror haki. Luffy frowned. The giant in front of him was by no means an ordinary person. Constitution like the giant race. Mastering haki is already a terrifying existence, not to mention that Prince Loki will still have a grudge. Boom. Afterwards, the 2 battlefields of the 2 sides launched a close hand-to-hand fight which was in full swing, and it was difficult to tell the winner. Luffy did not rely on the holy clothes and the microcosm, and had a slight disadvantage in terms of strength. However, Luffy easily neutralizes all of Prince Loki's attacks because of his shield. On the side of Cabensis, there was a confrontation between Dochi, natural power, and Tianjia technology, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Then the 2 sides fought until it was close to the evening, when the 2 sides fell to the ground exhausted and temporarily stopped fighting. Hey, who are you? A little pirate with such strong endurance? Prince Loki asked. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will be the 1Piece/King of Pirates. Luffy said. 1Piece/King of Pirates? Ha ha ha, the world is about to be destroyed. Are you still so stubborn in pursuing the pirate dream? Prince Loki said. The world is destroyed. Why? Luffy asked curiously. It's the evil god Loki. I must kill this guy myself, said Prince Loki. The evil god Loki? Isn't he the one we beat away? Luffy remembered the scene of pulling Thor's hammer that day. Fight him. You can't even beat me, Prince Loki said coldly. He didn't know that Luffy had the power of a Saint Seiya. Don't believe me? Then I'll beat him up again to show you, Luffy said. Ha ha ha, you can beat him up, but the one who killed him must be me, said Prince Loki. Okay, then it's settled. Luffy bared his teeth and laughed. As night fell, several strong men who did not know each other started a carnival party after a fight. The 2 hit it off and formed an alliance very tacitly, and the purpose of this alliance is to defeat the evil god Loki. Chapter 400_Death's Covenant. The next day, the alliance formed by Prince Loki and Luffy left the island and set sail. After learning that the evil god Loki wanted to rule the world, Luffy was very angry and could not wait to fly to Germa 66 Castle immediately to beat the evil god Loki back to his planet. However, before that, their first priority was to go to nearby Wolf Island for material replenishment. After all, a big foodie like Luffy can't last a few days with a stockpile of food. In this way, the 2 ships slowly moved forward to an island ahead according to the pointer of the record. Rumbling. However, half a day after the voyage, a dark cloud suddenly blew in the sky. The whole sky thundered with lightning, and it rained instantly. Luffy, no, it's the fog. When Cabensis saw it, he was shocked. Not only the dark clouds, but also a large black mist. The record pointer has lost its way. On the boat next door, Buzz watched the record pointer in his hand shaking constantly. It seemed that this thunderstorm was not simple at all. In my more than 10 years of sailing experience, I have never encountered such a situation. Let's go back and don't enter the fog. Dealing with the bad weather in the new world, but this was the first time he had encountered such weather. It's too late. The current is too fast. I'm afraid the marine warship can't escape, Prince Loki said solemnly. Then just rush over there. At this moment, Luffy jumped on the bow, bared his teeth and smiled faintly at the sea. Bang bang. In less than a few minutes, the 2 ships rushed into the foggy area with the strong current. different. However, after entering the foggy area, the two ships seemed to have entered a different space. Around the ship is a dark ocean, like oil. At the same time, the entire space was extremely silent, and the rain beat on the sea without making any sound. "This, is it a windless belt?" said Prince Loki in surprise. "It would be troublesome if it fell into the windless zone. After all, their ships had no power." "No, on the map we're at least a few days away from the windless zone," Cabensis said. Balon slapped the mast angrily and cursed, "Damn it, it looks like hell." At this moment, a few ripples suddenly appeared on the calm sea ahead. "Ha ha ha, smart. I saw was a skeleton with a sickle in his hand and a black robe slowly floating out from the center of the ripples. However, what you encountered was not a ghost but a death god." The moment the god of death appeared, an endless majesty erupted, sweeping the people on the two ships in an instant, making it hard to breathe. "Damn, Dreyfus, what are you doing?" Luffy demanded. "Monkey D. Luffy, mighty warrior, I'm not here to find you this time," Death God Dreyfus said. "Then what do you want?" Luffy shouted angrily. "I'm looking for this undead gentleman who breaks the rules of life and death," Death God Dreyfus said. "Me?" Brook asked in surprise. "You are going to crusade against the evil god Loki. With your current strength, you will only die in vain," Death God Dreyfus said. "It will never be like what you said." Luffy's eyes were sharp, and a powerful conqueror haki burst out in an instant, and the entire space began to fluctuate, and the momentum was extremely powerful. "Ha ha ha, it's good to have confidence, but to be too arrogant is to be conceited." Death God Dreyfus laughed wildly, and then a black mist erupted, quickly entangling everyone. "Ugh, what kind of power is this? Can't move." Everyone was shocked. The move of Death God Dreyfus directly suppressed them completely, and they couldn't move. "Recognize your own strength. If you can't even get rid of this trick, you will only die in vain," Death God Dreyfus said. "Damn it." Luffy gritted his teeth, but even the most powerful microcosms could not break the shackles of this power. After that, Dreyfus, the god of death, floated close to Brook and said lightly, "Your soul is very special, and even the ghosts of the underworld can't help you. Among the dead, you have the qualifications of a king. If you need strength, I have a special contract here for you. Would you like to make a deal with me?" Dreyfus was very interested in Brook, the soul that has been wandering in the pirate world for decades, because the ability of the yellow spring fruit transcends the law of life and death, which he has never encountered before. "Brook, we can't be afraid of the evil god Loki if we can't promise him," Luffy said. Brook glanced at Luffy and said nothing. "Although there are only a pair of bones left, there is an endless perseverance in the courage of the soul. Since the future One Piece/King of Pirates has ordered it, there is no reason why I should not obey." With Brook's loud shout, a powerful soul force exploded instantly, directly dispelling the surrounding black mist, and instantly everyone regained their ability to move. "Ha ha ha, I really didn't read it wrong. You really have the qualifications to become the King of Souls." Dreyfus, the god of death, saw this scene with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. With the powerful soul force to dispel the black fog of the god of death, he became more and more interested in Brook, the old soul. "Dreyfus, although I don't know what you're going to do, if you want to fight, you can accompany you anytime." Luffy put on the Pegasus Saint clothes, and his fighting spirit instantly burned. "No, let's end it for today." However, Death God Dreyfus did not challenge, "But Brook, this contract is still reserved for you. I believe that one day you will make this deal with me for the sake of strength." Ha ha ha. Death Dreyfus did not coerce. He never forced others to sign a contract with him. After the talk collapsed, Dreyfus, the god of death, slowly drifted into the air, and at the same time, the entire black space gradually returned to normal. "Look, there are islands." And after they walked out of this foggy area, an island appeared in front of them. "That's where they're headed. Wharf Island."